All right, we will be starting the show here soon. Give me just one moment, guys. All right, we will be starting the show here soon. Experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty. Give me one moment and we will be on the way. All right.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. I'm happy to see you all here. Hope you are having a good day. Oh, man. Already did the 2 hours on propaganda. If you have not already seen it, I highly recommend you guys go check out this space. My VOD for propaganda will be up a little bit later today. So if you guys want to see some of my news coverage that will not be on this show, go and check that out. Also, just wanted to say thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. What up, Pinkerbell? How you doing? Also, Josh the Heretic, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. If you guys didn't hear at the beginning there, I was experiencing some technical difficulties. Still technically am. God. It's just another Windows thing. You gotta love it every time. I know that I cover this a lot, but every time that Windows goes through like another update, it's just like, hey, we're gonna screw with all your settings. I hope that you're ready for it. Did you hear about Trump telling MTG to release the file? Or wait, did you hear about Trump telling MTG that that the release of the files, okay, sorry, would hurt his friends? Yeah, absolutely. Icarus, welcome to the show, by the way. Yes, I have heard that. We're actually going to be covering that a little bit today. I do have a story that is about MTG doing just that. Nerfin, hey, what's up, dude? Thoughts on Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro is a bit of a weenie. Gonna be completely honest. I don't have like a lot invested in as far as like watching Ben Shapiro or any of the right-wing hosts, outside of the fact that, yeah, sometimes they do, they fill content, but no, Brian Shapiro? Oh, Brian Shapiro. Sorry, I thought. Wow. Sorry, man. I actually, funny enough, just did a thumbnail where I was putting Ben Shapiro's stupid face in it. I'm going to be updating the thumbnail here in a minute if you guys also, well, just bear with me. I can't believe this, man. Like, everything that I had saved for the show today just was gone. All of it. So, yeah, I'm kind of starting over here, trying to get all this settled here. Okay, so we got the... All right, anyway, who's Brian Shapiro? Brian Shapiro. Can you give me a little context on who that is? I really don't know, to be completely real. I might, actually, I don't know, dude. I cover so much stuff on this show that I don't even know anymore. I'm starting to lose my mind. God, I mean, dude, when you do this type of news commentary, it really is like a different animal, man. Like... I was talking on my other show, Propaganda, on this space, about specifically how, like, newscasters, they don't even really need to pay attention to what they're reading. That's what they're there for. They're just there to be a face and just read stuff. I don't think that they, like, any of them, I don't think any of them care. I genuinely like think that they pay these newscasters enough to not care. Where it's like they're always separate. Like the economy could literally tank tomorrow and they'd still be fine. And that just kind of shows you like the two-tier system. Like, and I know that like, oh, us on the left, we like to really harp on that, which I think for good reason. Anyway, I'm also feeling a little bit of just the man, I'm feeling it. Like I've been talking about this a little bit about how the economy is definitely slipping. I notice it with my friends, I notice it with myself. It's not great. But anyway, if it's going well for you, then congratulations, you're on the other side. Okay, so Brian makes leftism look so bad. All right, that's it. I gotta look up who this guy is. Damn it. This whatever reset on my computer, man. Ooh boy, I am not happy. Okay. I can't even get my freaking Google to work. Shapiro. Oh, wait a minute. He's the guy that looks like he's the lead singer of the of like a Boston fucking punk band, right? Right? No, that is not who I thought. Who the hell? Brian Shapiro. Who the fuck is this guy? I've never seen this guy in my life. Big bald dude? Or no, is this him? Yeah, no, it's a Celtics guy. Yeah. The guy that's like on Piers Morgan a lot, and like he wears. Here, I got one of the hats. Hold on. Like this guy, right? Like he wears one of these things. Like yeah, but he's like I don't know. He's got like one of them chin strap beards, right? Dude just gets owned day after day. I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't have much opinion on him. I know that sometimes like I side with him on things, and yeah. This is one of those rare times I really don't watch enough of his content to have a that much of an opinion on him personally. I know he likes hockey, which okay, like that's all right. Shampoo companies hire this guy. Yeah, no shit, right? Actually, one of my favorite hair companies or like hair care companies called The Body Shop apparently went under. And yeah, now I'm kind of in this position of okay. But my wife takes care of me on that one. She tells me something's good, I use it, and then yeah, that's how that goes. Anyway, like I said, guys, welcome. He debated Rachel Wilson and just embarrasses himself. Top 10 channel to troll for sure. Is that like what you do? Is that like your whole thing? You like to troll him? I mean, I was kind of going through this yesterday where I was just like, man, who has the energy to do that? But hey, if you got nothing else better to do, like if you're doing the Herkle-Durkle, I think is what it's called, where you just sit in bed and you're just relaxing and you got nothing else going on, cool. But yeah, only on weekdays. So it's like you're at work and that's what you do. Like I got people here that like troll the shit. They would like to think that they troll the shit on me. I'd say that they troll my page regularly. Yeah, trolling is for teenagers. It really is. I mean, it's sad. I was saying that yesterday with that fucking dude. We had a boomer here that was embarrassing himself. Imagine your advertisement in New York City. Like what? Oh, like me, where it's just like maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Pepperline. We all got that phase, bro. Come on. We all did. I mean, dude, I literally, this is how I know about the Herkle-Durkle and, I don't troll as much as I look for engagement, where like I'll go to other pages and I will want to engage with people, whether it be in a friendly debate or like a bit of a heated debate. But yeah, I like, kind of like to, test the pool of ideas, I guess. But a lot of times I just find that it's a pool full of piss. So I kind of decide, yeah, maybe swimming's not for me. We all got that oh, what the hell? Oh my God, it's happening again. Also, sorry guys, I only got my one chat working right now, dude. Oh, this sucks. So here, give me a second. Let me catch up with you guys over on the horizontal stream. By the way, guys, if you are interested, I also do have a horizontal stream up. Definitely a bit of a more chill atmosphere. If you guys just if you find the other chat to be a little bit too much, but welcome to the stream, Sylvia. I appreciate. I just read a news story today of a heinous crime. I don't even want to repeat it. And in the comments, there was somehow someone going, Democrats will argue for his release. Jesus Christ, yeah. Well, again, you know what? I don't know, guys. Do we even need to do we engage with that bullshit? Or do we also recognize that there are some times that, yeah, like I had to do this with Chicago. Kim Davis, she was a fucking horrible prosecutor that she did like let more than a handful of people that were repeat offenders almost like the next fucking day out like after they committed violent crimes. Like I understand if it's just drug charges. Okay, fine. Let those go. But the fact that they were doing this thing where like they had people that were involved in gang shootings and she was doing the same shit where she's just like, okay, yeah, we'll give you release, like they released them on their own recognizance or whatever the fuck it is. And yeah, then they were repeat offenders, just giving more fucking Republicans a bunch of ammo against Chicago. I mean, god damn it. I still have to hear Jussie Smollett's fucking stupid name. And it's just like, dude, you understand that even as me being a lefty in Chicago, like I was always a little sussed out by the fact that like his story never added up. It literally outside the United Center. The thing is, if you've ever been to the fucking United Center, especially during an event, it's swarmed with police. There's no way. There's just no way it would have happened that way. And yeah, whatever. He sucks. Like, honestly, I have no fucking patience for him. Got a crush on his sister, though. If you didn't know, his sister was the I forgot her name. Ah, crap. But she was in Birds of Prey. She was also on Full House, when I was a kid. God, I think that, yeah, she might have been one of those, like, one of my first crushes kind of thing. But yeah, Jussie Smollett fucking sucks. Let's just say the crime involved a delivery driver and see, okay, great. Is that the one, the FedEx guy? Yeah. I saw that. What's crazy? Every time that they say some shit like that, just pull up the story of Donald Trump expediting the release of that faith leader, not healer. I almost said faith healer. God, what's his fucking name? But he was like legitimately tied to Trump as far as like, one of those guys that prays over him from his $1 million jet or whatever the fuck. That guy literally got picked up and charged as a pedo. I don't have to say allegedly at all, and let out in 6 months. So yeah, anytime that they want to fucking say some shit like that, just bring up those stories. And it's very easy. All you need to type in is pastor sent to prison, let go, and there you go. And then you'll find out that most of these people are then welcomed back into the congregation because they believe in forgiveness. But God forbid you be a woman who wants to leave your husband in that same church, because then they will have something to say about it. We all got that. Okay, so I don't know, Minato, for some reason my chat loves your last comment because it keeps getting moved to the bottom of my my feed here. What the fuck? Okay, this is really weird. Maybe if I change this, here we go. Bro just said, just show them your TDS instead of agreeing on bad issues. What do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? I can't speak to if he did. I didn't watch that debate. Oh, also, what up, Bandit? How's it going, dude? Brian can be an okay ally, but he's one of those guys that doesn't actually research progressive topics enough to speak on them accurately. Yeah, it's kind of like me. I mean, I don't know. I try to do my best, but this is also why I don't think that I would be a great representative of, leftist ideology when it comes to, like, debate spaces or any of that stuff. I don't care as much anymore about that. But there are some things that I'm interested in doing. Like, I'm more interested in shutting down guys like Andrew and like the guys that use that debate bro bullshit. Like, I think that that's what I'm more interested in doing. And it's not like shutting them down with my ideas. It's just shutting them down. Just be like, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're filibustering. Do you actually have an answer? Like, just stop them there. It's like, you're not triggering me with this, dude. Like, what are you doing here? It is weird. It's this weird. What the fuck? Hold on, guys. It's glitching again. Ugh. Reset chat. And there we go. We got multi-stream again. All right. It's this weird, like, Uno reverse fantasy where they describe crimes against children in detail and then accuse people they don't like of supporting the thing that they are fixated on. Yeah. Yeah, weird, right? Also, debating Rachel Wilson. It's funny. She was the last person that like I had a debate set up with. I was not able to do it because I had something horrible happen. So I had to cancel. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying for Brian to get booked for that, it's not that impressive. Brian isn't interested in growing though, like you are. He still to this day isn't a good trans ally and even seeds on the trans in sports thing. You're in it to learn and grow. He's in it to win. I hate that shit. Yeah, I'm trying to be. I want to like. If there's one thing I can do is just try to be a better person and understand where most people are coming from. Then cool. I mean, this is why I am open to hearing right wing ideology. There hasn't been a single fucking point that's made me go, yeah, you know what? I think I could move over on that. The sad part is it's the centrists that usually get me to go like, all right, like the most that I'm starting to see now is just where I have to kind of concede on some things like being a little extreme or it's like, okay, yeah, I guess. All right, 420, by the way. Also, Robert Frug. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome to the show, man. Hope you are enjoying yourself. I just started the show, so appreciate you being here. Also, yes, we do celebrate. We do happy time zone here. So instead of just being like it's 420 somewhere, we go happy time zone. But yeah. Oh, jeez. Also, I hope you guys are in a kind of learning mood because I have a segment pulled up that I haven't done. I don't think I've done this on stream yet, where we're going to learn about something together because I didn't really know much about it. I read a little bit of like the summary on it, but I want to look more in depth into the iron law of oligarchy. So just in the little bit of a summary that I read, I was like, oh man, I'm pretty sure that this does apply, but like every other like theory out there are some problems, and it usually stems from who came up with it. It's kind of like Nietzsche. He's got some pretty good stuff out there, as far as philosophy goes, but he was also kind of a shithead. So, hey, what up, LibFam? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. You know what? I really genuinely hope you guys are having a good day because I started today kind of feeling like crap. My jaw is healing a little bit. It's definitely less swollen. I used some Jolly Ranchers after I got off stream yesterday to kind of like try and help move that along because if you guys don't know, I have this weird thing where I get stones in my salivary glands, and they get blocked up, and then causes an infection. It sucks. Ugh. But yeah, did you know that could happen? I didn't until I got diagnosed with it, and then I also got to deal with the repercussions of it. It's not fun. It's just like passing a kidney stone. Toothache, ouch. It's not toothache. It's not. No, it feels like a toothache because it's in the back of my jaw. No, what's happening is right here. I'm not sure if you can actually see it, but like it's a little swollen. Yeah, it's like this is where the I guess channel goes to your salivary gland. So it's like, yeah, it hurts. It really effing hurts. Um, Not tonsil stones. No, they're not tonsil stones. They're different than tonsil stones. Because I did learn that yes, there are such thing as tonsil stones as well. No. This is different. It's where so like if you have chronic dry mouth, which hey, why would I have chronic dry mouth? That's crazy. He actually even said he was just like, yeah, guys like you. Yeah, I think he wasn't trying to be mean, but I knew what he meant. He's like, yeah, you tend to see this a lot with stoners where you guys don't hydrate enough and you guys don't think about it. But like when you get cotton mouth, that's not just like psychosomatic. It is like your salivary glands and everything drying the fuck up. So yeah, you need to take care of that, guys. Just remember, after a good session, make sure that you can get something to drink and also just yeah. It sucks. It really does suck though. Because I can feel it. It's feeling better today because I think it is gonna pass. But like I said, it's like a kidney stone. It passes, and when it does, I mean, dude, it sucks. Like there's like a bunch of like this buildup of gross blood, and I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but yeah. I just hope it doesn't happen while I sleep again. That was what really sucked the last time. It happened while I was sleeping, and yes, I woke up and I looked like I got into a really nasty fight. So, also Ken, what up, dude? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. You know what, guys? Here, let's give Stan some love, and I just realized I never made my cat emote. Crap, dude, man. I am so behind on doing some things for this channel, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Eric M, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Also, again, I'm not sure if I really got to say it yesterday. Thank you for the kind donation. I really, really do appreciate that. So, kind of felt bad. Thank you, Televanji. I really appreciate that too. And I'm not sure if this is what did it. I tried to reset that. Nothing works. Nothing works at all. Man. Fucking Windows. Anyway, you did? Okay, cool. Wasn't sure, but thanks again, man. Also, appreciate you being here. Dude, nobody cares. Like, seriously, nobody cares. The fact that you think this way kind of tells me that you have, like, a weird perversion in your head. You know? Like, because it's not the way that you're saying it either. Like, you're the only one that has, like, that pervert outlook. You know, most people that are trans just want to use the fucking bathroom. So, yeah, man, it's one of those, like, why you're so obsessed with it, you need to maybe, like, look into that. It's maybe because you deep down inside know that you've been attracted to a trans person because you saw a passer. You didn't know passers existed, and that's what finally set you on your fucking path. I'm not even kidding. I've seen it so many fucking times with these assholes. Because it's not the ones that look like like they're just like day one transition and like, not trying to be mean, but that's what really broke these motherfuckers' brains. Because they don't want to they think that they're gay for jerking off to a trans person. Like they're fucking stupid. They really are stupid, and they're also very deeply insecure in their sexuality. So, yeah, man, take your issues elsewhere. I really don't care. So, anyway, if you assault them, they will probably kick your ass. Yeah. Alex Jones is still a voice out there. We'll see. From my point of view, it doesn't look like he's really racing to start up his new thing. Like he's still tweeting and shit like that. But yeah, that whole AlexJones.com thing, it doesn't look like it's working out so well. Because, okay, one of the funniest parts about this was, and it was boring, it was completely lost in and buried in this, is that no matter what he does, just because InfoWars got sold and the proceeds, as far as like profit, go to the families of Sandy Hook, apparently he's not off the hook for paying for the oh my God, what is it called? The court order. Like they are still going to garnish his wages no matter what like platform he's part of. So yeah, it's actually kind of interesting, gotta say. But you just want to protect your daughter? No, you don't. You don't care, dude. You don't care. And I'm pretty sure that your daughter would also tell you to lay the fuck off once they get to a certain age where they think it's weird that you care this much. Like, I genuinely think that you're a fucking weirdo. I think that I'm more scared of you. Like, and the way, like, you think you're protecting your fucking daughter. Uh-huh. Okay. Guys that are like super possessive of their daughters, I immediately start like red flags all the fuck around, man. Anytime that some dude's just like, yeah, my daughter's at dating age. Anytime that, well, she brings one of these boys around, I got to remind him who's boss. It's just like, dude, they're fucking your daughter regardless. They're fucking bending her over in all sorts of positions, and you just got to deal with that. And I know it makes you fucking feel like really upset because you lost control. And there's also probably something like psychosomatic there that's also fucking gross. Like I said, I genuinely think that you are part of the problem there. So anyway, reverse psychology again. No, it's actually just basic psychology on this one. Usually it's called projection there, homie. And anytime, oh dude, I love the chili. Thank you for sending the chili for 6 jewels. God, it's just, oh man, I wish I like came up with that. That's a good one. Very on brand for me, you know what I mean? The settlement was for 1.4 billion. InfoWars sold for 7 million. Yeah, they got a lot to make up for. Burned. Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. Yeah, fetishization. Yep. That's. I'm not even kidding. I've dealt with these guys, and I've also seen it where you have a fucking super protective dad, damn near militant, and then you find out that they were totally abusing their daughters. I had this happen with a girlfriend where she just opened up to me about it, and she finally found the strength to get out from underneath her dad. Oh, sorry, phrasing. But yeah, she found the strength to move from her dad. Her mom wasn't in the picture, so it was that sucked. That was fucking. I don't know, man. Like, that was painful to watch, but like I said, man, I think that I'm on to something here. Like, Roy, I genuinely think that you're one of those types. So you might want to shut up unless you want to keep proving that you are, like, one of those types. What's going on with that? Because, again, all under the auspice of, I'm protecting my daughter. It's the most evil crap, period. Yeah, it is. You voted to protect your school and your children in school. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Then you would believe in fucking comprehensive gun control, numbnuts. Yeah. Transes are fucking more dangerous than, the statistics on what actually killed children in, like, the highest numbers, especially in the last decade. But okay. Now, I know, he's either a bot or he's just, like I said, he's obsessed with this stuff, and I genuinely I'm throwing up the red flags here. Like, this guy's like, I am more scared for his daughter, like, being around him, because that's fucked up. I don't know a single dude that's like this obsessed with this kind of stuff. I really don't. And like the ones that I do, or like the ones that I have like met, yeah, they give off the same energy, or it's just okay. You have a son, thank God. Well, I mean, can he be kicked then? Yeah. I mean, I gave you guys the go ahead with him. I don't give a shit. Yes, he's giving engagement, but yeah, I mean, if he gets to that point where he's just annoying the piss out of you and you're just done, yeah, time him out for the day. I don't give a shit. That's what the 24-hour timeout's for. Ban him if he's gonna, like, if he starts saying some fucking, TOS breaking shit, or he's breaking the rules of the channel, then yes. But see ya. I'm leaving before you can ban me. Hee hee. Well, here, you know what? Ah, damn, you beat me to it. Did you time him out for 24? Or did you actually get rid of him? I don't care. Whatever. We're not missing anything with Roy here. Thank you, mods. Avatala's just like, oh, fucking thank God. Thank you, Televani. I want to say Televanji for some reason. Thank you, Televani. It's that guy. Anyway. He said see ya, so I timed him out. Cool. Gave him what he wanted. Awesome. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. I still hold that, like, anytime that I start seeing this shit, I'm kind of wondering, like, where your head's at. I think the same thing about Piers Morgan. Like, the more that he makes, like, about the trends in sport. Like, I'm not going to say that he's, like, you know, attracted to his daughter or anything, but I'm at least going to say that, yeah, I think his daughter really sucks at sports. And he wants to make sure that she has no challenges at all. So I'm actually not, like, this is what got me, was the fact that he went from trans in sports to the one boxer, which he keeps constantly misrepresenting that she's trans. She's not. She was born a woman. She is a woman. She just happens to have, what is it, that fucking different genetic makeup where, yeah, she a little bit more butch than, you know, the rest of, and she just happened to have better muscle structure. And, like, you also then read about that, her opponent, who also had a weak fucking chin. Intersex. Yeah, she's intersex. Thank you. I forgot the term. Thank you. But, yeah. Yeah. She passed everything to get there. You understand how stringent the International Olympic Committee is? Like, it ain't no fucking joke, bro. Everyone kept saying it was a guy, but wasn't. Yeah. Like, that shit was fucking whack as hell because they kept saying the same thing. And then you had Piers Morgan coming out and constantly reiterating that, oh, she was technically born a male. It's like, no, she wasn't. You're dumb. You apparently don't understand the basics of this, which that tells me everything I need to know about taking your expertise on this. Trans in sport. Fucking what a weirdo. Anyway, Free Palestine, yes. Youngish Turnip, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, you're in a good place here. I also dig the Baby Yoda profile pic. PFP. Yeah, she was just better than her opponent, and her competitor got her ass beat. Game over. Yeah, and the thing is, like I was saying, there's the other side of this where her opponent apparently had a history of doing just this, where, like, she would get her ass kicked, and then she would be like, "We need to test her." It's just like, so she's a sore loser. Got it. I mean, dude, she got her face folded the fuck in. That was, I mean. Well, she should be charged with assault. They should be charged, or he should be charged with assault because they kept fucking misgendering her. Like, again, the fact that she's not even trans. God. Is this in schools or in public restrooms? Trump is attracted to his daughter, and he said that on live TV. That if she wasn't his daughter. Yeah, and he also speculated about his baby, Tiffany's, breast size when she grows up. Like, no, dude, some of those Howard Stern clips are fucking gross. And realistically, it should have been the end there. But, yeah, here we are. It's kind of, that's great. Well, where are you getting the data from then? What are you talking about? Haven't heard of trans people being aggressive in girls' bathrooms? If you just came in at the back end, I was reading the comments of some jackass in chat that I think you may have missed. Not saying it doesn't happen, but I haven't heard about it. No, the thing is, because it's not real. It's not real. Ah, shit. You okay? I just had I don't want to like say anything. So my friend just texted me and he said that he needs to talk to me because apparently something's going on in his life here, and he just said, yeah, I'm gonna have to take a minor or a little break here in a little bit to give him a call. But I'll do it during one of the first segments here. Nothing too. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. I think that something's going on. He mentioned one of his parents, so I'm hoping that he didn't get some bad news. But yeah, it kind of sucks. What do you have the most in common with your daughter? Trump's sex, probably. Yeah. When he said that. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, the dude that just said, yeah, grab him by the pussy. Dude, if your friend needs you, no worries. It's, just go. It's okay. As I said, I'm going to call him in about, like, 10 minutes. Give me one sec. Also, Andy Siddiqui? Appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. I know you guys won't be offended. Have a real one. Yeah. Here. You know what? Let's find this segment that I wanted to watch. This price is 2 minutes. Okay. Hold on. I don't know what the hell is going on with my computer. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you just got the latest update for Windows 11, holy crap. It's a doozy. Like nothing is working. Why don't you guys let us police what's happening in our spaces and hush up about it? Yeah. I mean, are you talking about trans spaces? Or are you talking about leftist spaces? Now I'm a little confused. I kind of got lost there. All right. Here. I'm still on Windows 10 on extended updates. Oh, lucky. Yeah, man. I can't because of OBS. OBS just would not work without the update, so I was just like, fuck. Oh, women's restrooms. Yeah, no, this is where I'm just like, you know what? This whole, like, I gotta protect my daughters. Notice how they don't say wives, like, 90% of the time, also. Yeah, like I said. A little sus, right? FDA withdraws studies that find that COVID and shingles vaccines are safe. Yeah, no. I mean, that was like a week and a half ago. Here, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this quick video up.
I had a full...
Is that like beating the Oval off?
This is what it's going to be for a minute. It's going to be me just going, oh, God. Fuck, it's not working. Oh, here we go. Let's do the MIA thing. Yeah, MIA, I mean, if you don't know who I'm talking about, then... It's the singer. You know, Paper Planes or whatever the fuck. I thought... I'm gonna just be honest. I always hated that fucking song. I always thought that song sucked. Anytime that I heard the fucking... the beep, beep, like the fucking... whatever... the hook, I hated it. I I absolutely hated it. So when I heard that she kind of went off the deep end, it wasn't exactly surprising to me either, because I also had heard that she always kind of sucked. So that was a week ago. Damn, I need to restructure my news intake. Yeah, no shit, right? I mean, fuck. Because I do this every day, it is kind of odd. Like, there have been times where we talked about something very, very serious. Like, I remember like when the war broke out, and then the next day I was just like, oh, that's yesterday's news. Which I think that something might be a little bit broken there. But all right, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to play this video, and I need to go make a quick phone call. So just give me a minute. There's no music here, so I will be back.
Remember the singer of Paper Planes?
All right, I'm illegal. Half of my team are not here because they didn't get the visa. Okay, I want you to know that. All right, so don't listen to what the say on the internet. Okay.
She would open for Kid Cudi and rant about politics.
Can't do illegal. There's some of you could be in the audience. Mexico. This is called tequila. All right, I'm illegal. Half of my team are not here because they didn't get the visa. Okay, I want you to know that. All right, so don't listen to what the say on the internet. Okay.
Okay, so what the hell happened here? Because let me be clear. I have purchased an MIA album when iTunes was a thing, and Kid Cudi is one of my favorite artists of all time who helped me through some really hard times in my life. And this is a tour, although they're coming to some place that is kind of far from the city. I was considering going. So I have an interest in this. And here's what Consequence wrote for their recap. Over the weekend, MIA would draw massive boos during the opening set in Dallas on Cudi's The Rebel Ragers tour, after claiming she was canceled after becoming a Republican and making controversial remarks about potential illegal immigrants in the audience. This is a quote. "I've been canceled for many reasons." According to one Redditor, MIA said this. "I never thought I would be canceled for being a brown Republican voter." These next two paragraphs, I got to be real, they are like brutal, okay? When the boos became even louder, she tried to win the crowd by saying, "I'm illegal. Half of my team aren't here because they couldn't get their visa." Multiple attendees claim she piped in fake cheers following the rant.
Damn, pulling a WWE. Shit.
This is an accusation, obviously, but knowing how the system works and, you know, the game is run here, I don't know if it was her. I think it could potentially be her saying, hey, I'm going to make some remarks that people might not find too appealing, put this in. Or it's people
the venue
that are...
No, it was Kid Cudi.
At the sound booth.
Yeah.
Directors, producers, audio
people,
like
that,
etc. that piped it in. Look, this could be, or it could have never happened. But what I know is you really need to understand who your audience is when you're doing stuff like this, because this is the outcome that she basically asked for. And it all...
Yeah, but she thought that she could like continue fucking riding on the coattails of Kid Cudi and just anybody, like her previous stances, by the way, like this is what I don't like about her, is the fact that she did kind of make her name in being like, you know, I'm bringing attention to some of like these important world events and blah, blah, blah. And then just she turned into your average conspiracy nut.
Also came when this very art...
Yeah, it's kind of weird how all of a sudden they start losing relevance. And then they kind of pull this, huh? Isn't it weird?
I said on Twitter in March of 2020, if I have to choose the vaccine or chip, I'm going to choose death. No, you're not.
No, you aren't. You fucking
It's
liar.
strong talk. You're not going to do that.
What
She'd
up,
added
Edge?
an now
Good to
deleted
see
post.
you.
Most of science is in bed with business. Business is in bed with banks. Banks are in bed with techs. Techs in bed with us. We're in bed with Corona. Corona is in bed with science, so on. The best is prevention. Another, yeah, in America, they made me vaccinate my child before the school admission. It was the hardest thing to not have choice over this as a mother. I never want to feel that again. He was so sick for 3 weeks, then docs had to pump him with antibiotics.
Shut the fuck up. My God. This is what pissed me off during the COVID thing with like the whole fucking, oh my God, the vaccines, the vaccine. This whole like, oh, forced vaccines. Dude, I grew up in the fucking 90s. You could, like, if you didn't have your shots, then you weren't in school.
To reduce the fever from 3 vaccines. We have no idea if this is true. None whatsoever. But what I will say is the same crowd that goes on about vaccines and how much they hate them.
I'm so sick of them.
The same ones that fell for fake TikToks and videos online of people who claimed to take the vaccine and started shaking. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
That's probably what she fell for too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's more. Have a healthy lifestyle. Have a healthy life, sorry. Don't live in fear. As an adult, you have choice. By then, you built your immune system. You have a choice as an adult.
That's not how this works. We're about to learn about the hantavirus.
Wishing you all good health.
God, fucking people are so stupid when it comes to health shit.
Don't panic.
They really
you are
are.
okay. You are not going to die. You can make it without stressing the medical symptoms. Just breathe. You are going to be okay. You can make it through without... God, this is like awful to read. You can make it through without jumping in the frying pan. You are fine. All the vaccines you've already had is enough.
I think I just realized that he's got the same problem I had. Like, so he probably updated his computer and all of his exposures were fucking reset.
Yeah, but
like, dude, everything. And I'm talking like things that were set in other programs just completely reset.
Now, when all
it
this...
does like mouse and rat shit. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I had a scare.
And someone goes...
Because I admit it. Like, so I found some like mouse droppings, right? And instead of like spraying it with Lysol and then waiting and then cleaning it up with like a pad or something, I used my vacuum and I wasn't even thinking about like how it aerosolizes. And I was just like, oh my God.
Who's down?
Oh, what did I do?
I didn't even mention, by the way, that she promoted
you gotta be careful with that shit,
prevention
man.
clothing.
Literally.
That she launched as a line on Alex Jones's InfoWars. I'm sorry, The Onion's InfoWars. That is where she did it. She's also been interviewed by Patrick Bet-David, and they've agreed on so many things. I mean, the math is mathing on who this person is. Now, when all of this comes to a head, you know what you have to do? You know what you are called to do as an artist?
In a broad sense. But in recent years, this fall off artistically has also coincided with what I view to be a fall off mentally and ideologically. Now, look, if you're an MIA fan, if you're somebody who's followed her career across the entirety of its span, you know that she is somebody who has always been kind of like on the fringes of politics and spirituality and philosophy. But lately, a lot of the opinions, comments, concerns, activist positions she's been taking have been aligning more with, I don't know, your average internet conspiracy-brained uncle, going on and on and on about the dangers of vaccines, literally selling people tinfoil clothing to help protect them from 5G, reposting RFK clips on Twitter, of course, because, like, why not? Oh, and theorizing about 2 diverging Jewish bloodlines, one of which is the good one, connected to Jesus, and then there's like the evil one, which reflects kind of poorly and weirdly on this new record being a Christian album. Yes, MIA is taking a newfound religious stance on this record, praising the power of God and Jesus for an hour-long record, 30 minutes of which is actually silence. You not.
Now, her political slants are the inverse of one Scott Mescudi. And with all that being said, Kid Cudi fired her. She is no longer on tour. Here's what he said. Tour update, MIA is no longer on this tour. I told my management to send a notice to her team before we started tour that I didn't want anything offensive at my shows because I already knew what time it was and I was assured things were understood. He would continue. After the last couple shows, I've been flooded with messages from fans that were upset by her rants. This, to me, is very disappointing, and I won't have someone on my tour making offensive remarks that upsets my fan base. Thank you for understanding, Rager. Mr. Rager, of course. Great album. Great track, great album. So, I go back to this. You need to really understand who Kid Cudi's audience is and how they are not going to jive with any of this. I would say probably 98%. Yeah, about there. Especially when he puts out how he's against Trump.
All right, everything's all good.
Like Kanye, because he just doesn't understand what is going on with Kanye and why he's doing this pro-Hitler slant. And the Republican Party is open to that sort of stuff. Nick Fuentes is arguably the biggest name that the Republican Party has, aside from probably Trump at this point.
That's actually, wow, that's so fucking far off base. You're not online enough to make that call, dude, for real. He's not, by any fucking means.
And maybe even J.D. Vance.
Like, you have Republican leaning people that tend to like him, but no, most of, like, the GOP, they use him as, like, the barometer for, like, okay, maybe, yeah, he's a bit too much, you know?
But I would say no.
There's a whole civil war that broke out because Tucker fucking platformed him, man.
Oh, and lo and behold.
Is my friend okay? He's fine. Yeah, everything's fine.
Dying together. Trump.
I'll just say, like, so, yeah. He hasn't talked to his dad in a little bit. They had some family issues, but I'm very good friends with the whole family and his, like, I only know my buddy because our dads were pals. So I was worried that he got bad news about his pops. No.
Hitler-loving Fuentes.
No,
and
it looks like his dad's reaching out and wants to talk to him. So
that is the future of the Republican Party.
You know,
so no
there's history there.
Booed. And I'm not saying that she doesn't have a right to do it. She certainly does.
Stop.
There will be consequences for having free speech at many points in time.
That's the one reason.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't believe that.
I'm going to have this conversation with my cat.
Because now she will be the 2027
but it wasn't anything extreme. Yeah, me too.
For
I was
the Turning Point USA halftime show.
Okay. Yeah, you probably will see her on something like that. All righty. Thank you for hanging through that. Also, yeah, MIA sucks. Is the kitty getting themselves into trouble? Oh, yeah, he is. He's been a fucking handful with this stuff. Man. Here, let's get to the... we got a few other stories to cover real quick before we get into, like, some of the other news. So, yeah, this one, crazy. Dude! Last time. He just walked up and it was funny. I pointed and he was just like, You're so cute. Come here. Come say hi to everybody. You are Catzilla. Say, I am Catzilla. Hello. Say hello to everybody so they know that you do exist, that you are being a little putz. Yeah, with the little paws. Yeah, the paws of doom. Oh no, little Lito being a pain in the ass. You have 8 cats at home. I know exactly what you mean. Dude, I have been having a problem. So, he recently discovered leather. He used to like to use wood. So, like, pretty much all of, like, my borders and just any wooden piece in my fucking house was getting destroyed. Now he wants to destroy leather. So, like, this chair that I'm sitting in, I caught him clawing this. I caught him clawing my fucking couch upstairs. Yo, is Sliwa in chat? What? Curtis Sliwa? What? For real? No way. That'd be funny. Ooh, is he now a leather? Yes. And yeah. So I also, like, I did the thing with the tinfoil. He got around that by going to another side of the couch and just being like, okay, fuck it. Ugh. All right, so whale deaths. Yeah. This is something that should concern all of us because to have this many gray whales found dead at once, not good. If you know anything about like pH balance in water and the acidic content of our oceans, this should alarm everybody because, yeah, not sure if you guys know this, but we do kind of rely on, the ocean for some food. So yeah, let's find out about these whale deaths and what's going on.
Whales dying at an alarming rate, how that might impact the food supply.
16 gray whales have died so far this year, washing up on Washington shores.
It's a record, and researchers say we could see even more in the next few months.
That sucks.
So Kairos 7's Brandon Thompson helping us understand this here. And
was it the windmills?
Brandon, and researchers think
it was the desalination plants. We cannot desalinate any more salt water. Desalination killing the whales.
They do know what the issue is.
It's just not enough food for these whales. Now, May is typically the
they're starving.
worst month for gray whale deaths, but just look at how tragic the start of this year has been. It started in March, but the whale that washed up in the Willapa River about 20 miles.
Does that mean mass algae calling?
Inland, that really got people's attention. Now, the previous record was 11 whales dying in a year. We hit that on April 17th. Now, earlier this week, a 16th whale was found dead, and researchers say they expect more.
Dude, and that sucks.
This spring.
You ever seen a gray whale in the wild? They are something else, man. I've seen a gray whale and a humpback like up close.
You're like researchers have
That's one of my favorite things I've ever done was get to reach down and touch the humpback whale.
With what we've been seeing this year.
Every year, the mammals migrate from the coast off of Mexico to their feeding grounds in the Arctic, passing the Pacific Northwest along the way. A record 16 gray whales have died so far this season.
Part of what's troubling us is
you've seen orca? Me too.
We're still early in the year, and our peak month is typically May.
John Kalabakidis, the founder of the Cascadia Research Collective, has studied the animals. Of all that have been examined,
they're scary.
Every single one has shown signs
of
starving before they made it to the waters.
Here, give me 1 second. I got something really cool that I need to frame it.
March.
I need to find a place.
Washing up on Washington's coast, including half a dozen around ocean shores. But 3 whales have been found in the inland waters of Puget Sound, and Kalabakidis says that's a sign of their desperate search for food.
What we don't know is how successful those efforts would be. And certainly these mortalities show that's not going to be able to sustain the population at anywhere near its normal.
Reminds me to do something with it.
In Alaska, fishing for king crab has been canceled in recent years. While this year it was back, Kalabakidis says it's related to the same issue.
So we can really use them as a little bit of a wake-up call. And they're huge fisheries, from the Alaska king crab and other fisheries that we rely on that would be impacted by some of these changes.
Now, boat strikes and getting caught in nets, those are certainly issues for whales, but with how many have been washing up this year, they say it's likely a climate change issue. The warming waters in the Arctic are really damaging the whales' food supply.
It's such a jarring
climate
timeline you showed us of how many deaths.
Lids.
Wow.
The climate change. They say climate change. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. Drill, baby, drill. We got to drill more oil. Get more oil than them whales. That's what they need. They need more oil. God, I hate it. All right, so let's learn about this hantavirus outbreak on a cruise.
3 people are dead, and at least 3 others are sick after a suspected outbreak of what's called hantavirus aboard a cruise ship. Now, the vessel is currently anchored off the coast of Africa with nearly 150 people on board while health officials try to figure out next steps. Here's CNN's Larry Madoa.
A suspected outbreak of hantavirus on board this cruise ship crossing the Atlantic Ocean. The MV Hondius, operated by Oceanwide Expeditions, departed Ushuaia on the southern tip of Argentina over a month ago. Details of the suspected outbreak emerged as it was anchored in Praia, the capital of Cape Verde, an island nation off the coast of West Africa, on Sunday. One American travel blogger on board issuing this tearful message.
We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people. People with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home.
Cape Verdean authorities have refused to allow anyone to disembark. However, local health authorities visited the ship and assessed 2 symptomatic crew members requiring urgent medical care, Oceanwide Expedition said in a statement. There are 17 Americans among the 149 people on board, according to Oceanwide. The company told CNN it is, quote, currently focused on the health and safety of passengers and crew. Humans most commonly get infected with hantavirus through contact with rodents like mice or rats, especially their urine, droppings, and saliva, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Early symptoms include fatigue, fever, and muscle aches, as well as headaches, dizziness, chills, and abdominal problems. Human-to-human transmission is rare, the World Health Organization says.
To have this many people clustered together on a ship, most public health officials would be looking for human-to-human transmission, and I'm sure this is going to be investigated.
I mean, that would be crazy.
Tremendously, but that would...
But also the fact that this, like, how long was this fucking cruise?
Be where the arrows are pointing.
Because I thought that hantavirus, it took up to 2 weeks to be symptomatic.
Right now.
So far, it's not clear how the suspected infections on the ship occurred. The first death on board this ship happened April 11.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, check the mess hall.
The body of a 70-year-old Dutch man was taken to the island of St. Helena, a remote island in the South Atlantic, according to South Africa's Department of Health. His wife later collapsed at an airport while trying to fly home and died in hospital. At this time, it is not confirmed that these 2 deaths are connected to the current medical situation on board, the operator said. The World Health Organization says it is facilitating between member states and the ship's operators on a full public health risk assessment, but added, quote, the risks to the wider public remains low. There is no need for panic or travel restrictions. Larry Medowo, CNN.
Our thanks to Larry Medowo for that report. Joining us now to discuss, Dr. Megan Rainey, the Dean of Yale Medical
God, Jake Tapper, you really are just such a fucking hack at this point.
School. It's so good to see you.
Oh, I haven't seen her since COVID.
You again, Dr. Rainey. Last time you were here, we were talking about, I believe, a different virus altogether, the coronavirus. If hantavirus is not normally transmitted from person to person, how is it?
Why are we calling it the coronavirus all of a sudden? I've been seeing like an influx about that where they're just calling it corona again. I'm like, really?
Possible, do you think, that multiple people on the ship have the virus?
Yeah, a hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship was not on my top 50 or even 100 things that I would worry about for a cruise ship. I and other experts really think there are 3 possibilities here. The first is that a bunch of folks were exposed when they were traveling off the ship. Maybe they went to a cave or to a house that had rodent droppings that got aerosolized and they all got infected there. The second possibility, which would worry me if I were a cruise ship owner, is that there were mice or other rodents on the cruise ship that were running around and exposed a bunch of folks. The third possibility, and the one that most worries folks like me, public health experts, emergency physicians, is the possibility that there could be person-to-person transmission. And Jake, here's the important part. There has been a report of 1 strain of hantavirus in Argentina, known as the Andes strain, which is known to cause limited person-to-person transmission. Many of us are worried that it may be that strain that got onto the boat and that may be spreading, but it's far too early to know.
So hantavirus is highly deadly. The CDC says more than 1/3 of people who develop
it's a hoax.
Respiratory systems.
It's all a hoax. We don't need vaccines for hantavirus either. Nothing.
There's
we
also
don't need
no
to even
cure
worry
for
about
hantavirus.
this.
So
Motaba what?
the passengers and crew who are being treated right now, and they may have the virus, what does that care, what does that treatment look like?
Looks like Howard Stern, has, because Howard has a sister. I'm wondering if that
So
she looks
we
like
would
this.
care for them just as we would for anyone with a severe
She looks strikingly
critical
like Howard
illness.
Stern.
If they're having breathing trouble,
Caused
we
by
might
mouth
put
shit?
them
Yeah, I
in
know.
a medical coma and put in a breathing tube. If their blood pressure is having trouble maintaining itself, we'd give them fluids and medications to support their blood pressure. We might treat their kidneys. We'd probably give them antibiotics. An important thing to know about a hantavirus diagnosis is that it is tough to make. It's almost always a lab that we have to send out of the hospital. It's not my 1st, 5th, or even 10th thing on my differential diagnosis. And so you want to treat folks for everything that could be causing their symptoms while waiting for that send out test to come back.
So passengers are not currently allowed to get off the ship. Once they finally dock, will there have to be some kind of extensive testing to make sure the virus is contained? What do the next steps look like?
So trying to figure out what the next steps are as we speak. I will say this is where I am so grateful for other
LBC?
great
Yes, I know.
public health experts, and particularly for the expertise of the World Health Organization and other folks that work on pandemic preparedness. As Larry said,
Not a big
this
fan
is
of the
very
Democrats
rare
myself, dude.
virus. We've had less than 1,000 cases in the United States in the last 20 years. The fact that we have international experts working to figure out what's happening with spread and what we should do next is amazing. Most likely, when folks get off of that ship, there will be some quarantine, but it is far too early to tell. We'll know a lot more in coming days as we start getting genomic data about whether this spread between people, where it came from, and so on.
How is the World Health Organization responding to this suspected outbreak? Joining me now is Dr. Han.
The thing is, it must not be a nasty ship if they're not immediately going to, like, yes, like they're speculating about mice on board, which at that point, it's not obvious. The thing is, dude, your place doesn't need to be nasty to have to have mice, like, at all.
Hans Klug, he's the Europe director for the WHO.
Unfortunately, if you live anywhere near a field, there's a good chance that you have mice in your house.
Thank you so much for joining.
You just got to make sure that you put traps down and make sure that they don't get into the
joining us. I imagine you're very
walls.
busy with this.
Hola. Hope
What's
you're having
the
a blessed
current
day.
plan
Thanks,
whilst
Mickey.
you figure
Appreciate
out
that.
how to contain the virus? Is it to keep everyone on the ship
DNX
and certain individuals isolated?
Where my dogs at?
Well, this is the first reported outbreak of the hantavirus on
I know it's DMX, by the way.
a cruise ship. So that's a bit of new territory, but the virus
But
itself
welcome. MAGA equals pedo protectors. Yes, it does.
is not new. Indeed, it's carried by rodents. People get contaminated through inhaling particles, mostly from feces or urine. There were 5 suspected patients or people. 3 unfortunately pass away. 2 people are on the ship, but are under medical care by the authorities of Cabo Verde. And 1 laboratory confirmed patient is in the intensive care unit in South Africa. Now, it's very important for the public to realize that the overall risk to the public remains low.
Yeah.
It's very tough to be transmitted human to human, though not impossible.
When will people be?
They're also negating the fact that, like, you don't always become symptomatic with any of, like, the hantavirus
Be allowed
stuff.
off the ship.
Even if you're around this stuff.
So there is an international coordination between all the authorities 24/7, which also, by the way, shows why international collaboration in these times are so important, and new information will be available very, very soon.
So they have no idea when they're going to be allowed off. I'm just assuming once you get the all clear that everyone's got better, they will be allowed to get off? Or is the plan not to allow anyone to get off in case it spreads beyond this?
Says the guy who's obsessed with Joe Biden still.
Ship.
As we speak, the medical authorities of Cabo Verde
Here's the difference, dude. I don't think about Trump or any of this shit when I'm not here.
are on the spot, examining the people, making the
That's
diagnosis.
the nice part about having an outlet.
We're in touch with them, and immediately if there's new information, we will share that one.
But you're not going to allow people off, are you, presumably, until you know?
Well, the examinations have to be obviously concluded, and the relevant authorities are following the protocols. What we're doing is connecting, putting all the data together, but also...
This is what's scary is, what if it's not hantavirus and it's something that has similar...
already making some progress with some...
Because, like, have they said that, like, anybody tested positive for hantavirus? Like, because I know that it's very hard to diagnose unless you have a post-op autopsy. Or, post-op autopsy. A post-death autopsy.
Observations of severely ill people.
That's an autopsy.
Because the symptoms don't appear for weeks, do they? I'm just thinking it could be weeks before you know who's got it.
Indeed, the incubation can sometimes take up to 8 weeks. And that's why the basic hygienic and sanitary measures are to be put in place. But it doesn't mean that there will be a waiting time for 8 weeks. So let's do the let's say, the next update as soon as we have the new information. But meanwhile, I think I would like to stress that the overall risk to the public remains.
Yeah, I saw that Jake Lynn got charged yesterday.
Low.
Yeah, state charges, hate crimes, and 2 felonies.
I mean, low risk does not mean no risks. And
Yeah, there's no saving him with a presidential pardon. That's nice. All right, so literally have this pulled up next.
So there's been an outbreak of hantavirus on a cruise ship, and that's led to the death of some passengers. So what do we know about this virus?
What is hantavirus?
Well, hantavirus, it's named after a river in South Korea, and that word, hantavirus, really describes a sort of family of viruses. Around 20 viral species have been identified according to the World Health Organization. It's not just one infection. It's really serious, but it's also relatively rare, and it's linked to exposure to rats and mice. The risk is typically highest when someone's doing something like, for example, cleaning out a building that's had a rodent infestation. So
Yes, and that's why, again, I freaked the fuck out when I used that that vacuum. I was like,
most of the human cases are reported in rural settings, such as forests, fields, or farms, where rodents are present, and that means the opportunities for exposure are greatest.
Where could this outbreak have come from?
That's a really, really important question, and the answer is we don't yet know. All the cases are linked to this cruise ship, the MV Hondius, which set sail from the very southern tip of Argentina at the very beginning of April. But the first 2 fatalities, who were a Dutch couple, they're reported to have travelled through South America before boarding the ship. Now, that's really important because it's possible that one or both of them came into contact with the virus during their travels. And one version of the virus, known as Andes virus, that's been identified as causing infection in humans in both Argentina and in Chile. So, for example, in late 2018, there was an Argentinian outbreak that was traced back to people who'd all gone to the same party. A single person with the virus led to 34 confirmed cases and 11 deaths.
How does it spread? Is it airborne?
Yeah, it is slightly airborne, so it's transmitted actually by rodents, typically rats and mice, through their dried urine and the droppings, which are then blown into the air and inhaled. That's where it is slightly airborne. So mostly, yes, it is spread from rodents, but there have been these relatively rare cases of human-to-human transmission of this virus known as the Andes virus.
What are the symptoms?
Well, the virus can cause 2 really severe...
Is she AI? That sounds like AI.
Illnesses. The first is called
God, I'm starting to get to that point.
hantavirus syndrome, and it often starts with sort of flu-like symptoms, really. You can get fatigue, fever, muscle aches, then followed by headaches, dizziness, chills, upset stomachs. But then, this is where it starts to get very serious. You get respiratory symptoms develop. So, for example, breathlessness. And the mortality rate associated with this type of illness is around 38%. So more than a third of the people, according to the Center for Disease Control in the United States, will die if they get that type of the virus. The second illness is called hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, and this is even more severe and primarily affects the kidneys. So later symptoms can include low blood pressure, internal bleeding, and also acute.
All right, this is fucking terrifying.
Failure. The mortality rate for this version is 50%. So
I didn't need to know it. Okay, wow.
To die.
Who should be more worried? Is it more dangerous if an old person catches it?
Well, obviously, if you're older or frail, or even if you have underlying health conditions, any sort of serious infection like this could have devastating consequences. So it's pretty serious. However,
you miss the days before AI? Me too.
Old or young,
I really do.
How do you test for it?
God.
So there are
so much fucking slop out there.
Some cases that have been confirmed.
The hantavirus is not that serious. We're gonna hire a bunch of Terminex contractors to go in and make sure that all the mice and rodents are out of our homes, and as long as you're eating beef tallow, then you guys won't get infected.
And some that are still suspected, but the way you test for it is what's called a PCR test. Now, people may remember these from the COVID pandemic, when you might have a swab inside your cheek or up your nose. What it is...
God, the nose one sucks.
Is a molecular...
So... They had to also, I'm not sure if they needed to do both, but yeah, when I had the PCR test, I have a not just deviated septum, like this side right here is like I have so much scar tissue that's pretty much like swollen together. So when they did that, dude,
biology
that
technique
hurt.
that can quickly amplify or copy specific
Beef tallow and a raccoon penis might fix the problem.
DNA segments, and that can
I was just doing my own research.
create millions or even billions of copies from a very, very minute sample. And that allows, in other words, genetic testing.
What's the treatment if you do have it?
So there is no specific treatment or indeed vaccinations for hantavirus infections. Instead, medical teams will be supporting and treating the symptoms of the infection. Things like breathlessness, for example, and that's called supportive care. So that might include everything from oxygen therapy, mechanical ventilation, antiviral treatments, even dialysis if you have the most serious version of the illness which can affect your kidneys.
So will we have another lockdown? Is this like coronavirus 2.0?
It's obviously still
Dude, we're still on edge,
a
man.
really serious situation for those who remain on board.
Dude, I'm pretty sure that if anybody like knew how much this is prevalent in every building, house, like,
Ship, there must be a
goddamn,
lot of worry
dude,
about more.
there's a good chance that where you are right now, there are mice, and you do have a chance of being exposed to this.
Cases emerging among the remaining
That's just a
passengers
fact.
and the crew on board. But the
Fuck.
World Health Organization says that currently the risk to the global population is low. But public health experts are going to continue to monitor and assess that situation. That risk assessment.
Yeah, there's no
will be
cure. They
updated
just
if
support you
think
until
it's
your immune
necessary.
system wins. Yep.
So at the moment, no. I think we are a long way from a lockdown.
Yay, another
and this
lockdown.
really doesn't look like a coronavirus.
Maybe I'll beat Witcher again and try and get a different ending.
It's understandable why people might worry about that. We all remember the beginning of the COVID pandemic when cruise ships
When introverts felt normal.
seem to be vulnerable to infections like this, but I'd say we're still some way off that kind of emergency.
I do remember actually saying that too. I was like, okay. All right. Gas prices. We're going to go there. I think so. I think that we're going to go to the gas prices. So we got some Chicago gas prices here. Let's take a lookie.
And harder to continue. Rideshare drivers say it's getting harder and harder to continue. Rideshare drivers say it's getting harder and harder to continue working here. This gas station behind me, regular gas is going for $5.90.
I know exactly which gas station that is.
a gallon, just under that $6 mark, and we know it's even higher at some
On the
Chicago.
border of Indiana and the Skyway in Chicago.
It's not affordable.
Behind the wheel with Giovanni Suarez, a full-time rideshare driver in Chicago.
I'm probably at $400 a week. $400 a week in gas.
With average prices in Chicago up more than 62 cents a gallon in the last week, according to Gas Buddy.
I mean, many guys are making under minimum wage. It's really this week, I think. I'm feeling it.
Behind the
It was a joke, numbnuts.
wheel every day for at least 6 hours
No,
a day.
I don't want a
Says
fucking
it's
another
nearly
lockdown. I
impossible
don't want
to get
another
by.
pandemic because I've already been proven through this last pandemic that y'all don't know how to act.
Even with Uber.
They said stay 6 feet away from each other. Couldn't even do that. Don't tell me what to do. I can't wear a face diaper. I can't wear a mask even though we don't know what the fuck this is. Don't tell me to wash my fucking hands. Dude, do you know how many people are walking around poopy fingers? Like, for real.
So they offer.
That made me realize that I'm never, like, not washing my hands and washing whatever the fuck, like, especially food.
For
Oh,
20
boy.
cents, even 30 cents a gallon, but gas prices have gone up $2 or more per gallon.
Telling me if you use ride shares to get around the city, you'll feel it soon too.
Mhm.
Though you
Yeah, because the
likely
surge charging is coming.
already have.
There's drivers getting off the road because it doesn't make economic sense to
Yeah,
drive
and then exactly. Then you're not going to have,
And
you know,
if there's
people
less
showing up.
drivers, there's less people able
And then when they do show up, they're going to be like, hey, man, there's a gas
to
surcharge.
pick you up at the time you need it.
A spokesperson for the
This is like the first sign of the economy failing. Hey,
Drivers Alliance.
it's almost like we're kind of catching up to, like, this is what's and I know that I'm not the first person on the left to point this out, but it is annoying to always be aware of this shit before it hits. So it is kind of like, oh my God, it's almost like we were telling you guys this was going to happen.
Telling me, quote, with gas prices continuing to rise, full-time drivers
People are
very
gross. Fuck yeah, they
scraping
are.
by. And we're seeing more and more drivers leaving the app because this is no longer sustainable work. Both the Alliance and Suarez tell us gas prices are behind a stronger push to unionize.
Gas prices.
Second time I got COVID, I'm convinced that if I didn't have the vaccine, I probably would have died.
They're just making it
I got really fucking sick.
more palpable now.
Because these, dude, that's the thing. Fucking, it's still evolving, man. Like, here's the secret. It never ended. We did the thing that you guys wanted. We opened the economy and we just kind of went, if you die, you die.
The average price for a
You're
gallon
fucking
in
Ivan
Chicago
Drogo with this
right
shit.
now, that's $1.62 more than the average a year ago. The national average
But,
stands at
yeah.
$4.42 today, all according to Gas Buddy. So when
I'm glad that your personal experience, though, I am actually glad that you survived it, and I'm glad that you're okay.
Well, I think
My brother got it, and he has like permanent damage right now.
you're starting to see
His long COVID, like, it's not going away, man.
the high price of fuel make it.
And he kind of deserves it. I'm gonna be honest. He does. He got it from a fucking Trump rally in Florida.
all different parts of the economy.
And this is when it was at its peak, and he was telling me that I was an alarmist.
not anytime
It's
soon.
the only time he's
according to
apologized to me for
Sam
something
Ori
like
with
that, where he's just
Chicago.
like, yeah, you
If
know
you're
what, you might
looking
have
at
been
the
right.
news today, it feels farther than ever. The ceasefire is really fragile at the moment. There was real kinetic activity and attacks in the Strait today.
Spokespeople for Uber and Lyft did not answer any of my questions today or address the concerns.
It is hard to take her seriously when she is dressed up like a Final Fantasy character.
We're hearing from drivers specifically here in Chicago. Of course, if that changes, we'll be the first to share that information with you.
All right.
One of the big issues ahead of this June 2nd primary in California, just like it is around the country, is the cost of living. With us now, CNN chief
it's only
data
going up.
analyst Harry Enton.
Was that a leather cape? Yes. Did he just come in like fucking... Yeah.
We talk about gas prices every day here. Another big jump overnight to this multi-year high. We talk about the national average in California. Woo, even bigger.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I mean, just take a look at the price of gasoline for a gallon of gas. The national average right now is $4.48, but you think that's bad. Go out to the left coast. Top in the United States, $6.13. There's even a gas station out there where the cost is about $10 per gallon. And of course, if you've ever been out there, you always know that the prices in California for a gallon of gas are just simply put absolutely outrageous, running well ahead of the national average. The folks in California really getting hurt by this increase in gas prices.
Part of the reason for that is they have a higher gas tax, right?
That's exactly right. One of the big reasons why you see this big difference right here is, in fact, the gas tax out in California, and our partners at USA Facts help provide this data.
Is this the way that they're going to try and spin it?
For us. Take a look here.
Yeah, technically, the gas prices aren't that bad. It's only these blue
The
states.
state gas tax and fees per gallon. You know, in the average state, it's 33 cents. California, again, the top in the nation, more than double that. It's 71 cents.
That's crazy.
Now, Johnny
I still
B,
can't
the
get
quick
over
math
that.
here is what, a difference of 38 cents?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one to do in your head, but yes, 38.
Yes, it's 38. I know, it's very, very difficult. My math lessons you're trying to work this morning. 38 cents. You know, a decade ago, the difference here was just 11 cents. So what you're essentially seeing here is that Californians are feeling the pain more and more over the last decade when it goes to the gas pump, because one of the big reasons why is that state gas tax and fees per gallon have been climbing ever higher.
How do voters there feel about this?
Okay, so you see this 38-cent difference here.
Hey,
you see
nice.
this, what is this, nearly $2 difference here, and not much of a surprise here. California standards
Did y'all just see him do
for
that?
energy and gas, not worth the added gas costs. Look at this. Among all voters,
That poor cat.
57% say it's not worth it. Among independents, it's 61%. It's going to be very interesting to see if there's a question night when it comes to those gas costs, because Californians are clearly feeling the pain, and many of them at this point say, you know what, it's just simply put, not worth it.
Yeah, so Gavin Newsom, if he was smart, he would just go in and he would be like, we're going to repeal our state gas tax until the war is done.
They're going to be talking tons about the cost of living tonight.
No, they really, yeah.
I can almost guarantee it, but it'll be interesting to see where they place the blame. On California, on the Gavin Newsom regime, or on President Trump. I think it will.
Well, on this one, it's kind of funny. They have an equal share in this.
Depend on which party they are in.
Yeah, I think it might just be, John.
Harold Etton, thank you very
Thank you, my
much
friend.
for it.
Yeah, it's almost like we can't have a real conversation about this.
The price of gas surging this morning, according to AAA. The national average price for a gallon of gas is now $4.48. That's up 30 cents in just 1 week. Let's go live right now to CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Vanessa, will we see $5 gas by June?
That is what some analysts are projecting, Wolf. But the national average, as you said, jumping 30 cents in just the last week alone. $4.48 is the national average. Look at that, a week ago, $4.18, and a month ago, $4.11. We are up.
Well, I mean, if it brought it, let's put it this way. If California was able to bring it down to the national average, fine.
About 40% in terms of gas prices from a year ago.
Time to get an
and we're
e-bike?
up
Yeah, shit.
50% since the start of the war. Some analysts believe if the Strait of Hormuz remains
I have seen how people drive in this city. There's no way.
closed for the next
I
month,
wouldn't drive a motorcycle. I wouldn't ride a bike through the city. I'm sorry.
we could see
I just
prices
won't.
jump to $4.75. But there
I'll stick
are
to the bike
some
trails, but
analysts,
that's
Wolf,
it. I will never use the bike lanes.
projecting that we could see $5
No, too
a
many people
gallon
have gotten
gas
hit.
if the strait remains closed for another month. Now, if you compare sort of what we've been talking about, the last time we saw $5 gas was in 2022 when the war with Russia and Ukraine broke out. If you look at this line chart, looking at 2022, you can see that essentially the same timeline. February is when the war started. You had gas prices climbing. And then you saw by June of 2022, that is when we saw that $5.02 a gallon gas. That is the last record that we've seen. Here in 2026, we are on a similar trajectory, Wolf. Some differences. Gas prices started higher in 2022, and we were coming off the pandemic. But this is a much more severe global energy shock to the entire global system. And that is why we are seeing prices rising so quickly. And as long as we see oil, Wolf, trading above $100 a gallon, many analysts do believe we are on our way to $5 and breaking that $5.02 record that we set in 2022, Wolf.
I just want to be precise. $4.48 is the national average.
And then what? And then what? They're still going to be like, well, I mean, so it's more than buying. I mean, it's just
for a gallon
whatever.
of gas, regular gasoline here in the United States. But in some places, it's a lot more. Like California, for example, it's $6 a gallon or even more, right?
That's right. And we're seeing higher gas prices on the West Coast, the East Coast, and in the Midwest because there's been some refinery disruptions in the Midwest, and that has pushed prices up there. As you mentioned, $4.48, the national average across the entire United States. But we know Americans on the coast and in the Midwest are being pinched even more by those higher prices, Wolf.
Yeah, it's getting up there. All right, Vanessa Yurkevich reporting for us. Vanessa, thank you very, very much.
The guy who has no idea because he takes a helicopter to work.
Roller coaster with the world's oil and gas markets continues. Oil prices have been, down, falling slightly this morning, but still have been above and are $100 a barrel. The U.S. began helping guide ships through the strait just yesterday. Some reports of ships making it. There have been some reports of some ships making it through, but shipping data still.
Some. And the thing is, you can call those unsubstantiated the same way that you were calling all the other reports unsubstantiated yesterday about this is where I can't stand CNN. They don't admit that our news could be wrong about this. This is where I'm starting to fucking lose trust in them as a news organization, ironically, because they aren't issuing retractions on this shit. It's almost like you don't have to issue retractions when it benefits the Republicans.
Still shows there is no major increase in traffic, which means what for the future of it all? Matt Egan's here with us now. Matt, what are you watching right now?
Well, Kate, look, another day, another 4-year high for gas prices, right? A gallon of regular now selling for $4.48. This is the highest level since July of 2022. It's exactly $1.50 above where gas was selling just before the war started. Now, not nearly as high yet as that all-time Biden-era record of $5 a gallon. But, yeah, some analysts do fear that we could get there if the Strait of Hormuz.
The thing is, if you, I think that if you start adding how much we're paying, on just on average, as far as per month, because this is taking longer, Like the thing with Biden, it only lasted like a fucking month, dude.
Does not reopen soon. And keep in mind,
and people barely cared because it was early into like us reopening.
Yeah, during the president's
That's why the prices were so goddamn high in the first place.
Term in office, gas prices were never above $3 a gallon. Now, well above $4 a gallon. And some states are seeing especially big price hikes just in the past month, right? $1.09 more expensive in Ohio, nearly $1 more expensive in Michigan, Indiana as well. This is all in just the past month. I mean, you could go a whole year without seeing price hikes like that. And these states are seeing it in the past month. And Gas Buddy estimates that just since March 1st, Americans are spending $24 billion more on gasoline. Now, some of that is seasonal, right? People drive more as the weather warms up, but most of it is the fact that prices have just gone up so dramatically. Now, the good news, relatively speaking, is, as you noted, oil
Holy shit,
futures,
hot dog boy. So, you said something other than
they have cooled off a little bit, right down
whatever the copy paste thing you had
on
before.
The day. I think there's some relief that the ceasefire overnight has appeared to hold up. There were some real concerns about whether or not that was going to happen. But look, $104 oil, I mean, that is not cheap. Before the war started, we're looking at $65 oil. So this is just dramatically more expensive. You can see the trend. These are oil prices so far this year.
But notice how like comfortable they were at pointing out the 2022 price.
This is big spike when the war started. And the CEO of Chevron, he was out warning that this situation with the Strait of Hormuz, that this could be...
Gas prices were lower because there was nobody driving, dude.
Potentially as big as the energy shocks.
And they started rising as we started driving more.
I know.
Hey, that Biden derangement syndrome is coming out.
Lines at gas stations. And
Biden lives rent-free in your head to this day. You're almost 500 days into Trump and you're still talking about Biden?
He said
get over it, bro.
These shock absorbers in the system, right? Inventories, emergency stockpiles, they're shrinking. And he warned that eventually we could start to see physical shortages. So
I don't call it BDS because they'll say it's big dick syndrome.
The clock here is ticking to try to get this situation resolved.
Absolutely is, that's for sure. Let's take a look at that number right now. It's good to see, Matt. Thank you so much.
Kid. God, I mean, if you could say it any more bored, and I guess, okay. All righty. Let's do this real quick. Do this right before the front half. Okay, cool. All right. Gas prices $5.61 where you are. Just remember, just because it's that where you are doesn't mean it's where it's at nationally, or, you know, I'm trying to be fair. Like, I think that we're just under $5, or we were under $5. I think it was like $4.90 something. Yeah, it was so uneventful. I continuously forget that Biden was even president. Oh, yes. That's kind of funny, considering that you got, like, the entire MAGA base was obsessed for 4 fucking years with trying to tell us, you know, oh my God, let's go, Brandon. Inflation. I care about inflation. Yeah, you know what? I also care about the price of eggs and gas. I care about the price of groceries and everything. What do you mean? What do you mean that Donald Trump's inflation's about the same as Joe Biden? Oh God, what do you mean that it went higher as the national average? Oh no. And yes, I do know that it went up to 8%, but if you're going to do this whole thing where Trump brought the gas prices down, well, Biden brought the fucking inflation down. You don't want to mention that. You don't want to remember what the gas price was when he left office, because then you'd understand that it's like, oh yeah, we're kind of fucked on this one. Like, this is where I was going to give Trump some credit, too, and just be like, oh, my God, like, he almost did it. Like, before he started this war, dude, 298 being the fucking national average, that was a win. That was a solid win that he could have fucking banked on carrying into the midterms. He also had, he had some momentum as far as, like, the economy, inflation was dropping. He did the thing with interest rates, which, could have been great, but now it's way worse. But, yeah. No, COVID actually brought it to 9% because there was almost this weird thing that shut down the world economy. But okay. If you're going to be that disingenuous about it, I mean, I genuinely don't care because I don't support Biden in the way that I worship him or anything, but I just live with objective like reality where it's like, oh yeah, we were all living through that. That's crazy. And it was actually kind of made worse by Trump. So you could argue that that was both their fucking faults, but no. Also the vaccine thing, that was Trump's fault. Plain and simple. He did Operation Warp Speed. He's the one who wanted you to get your fucking stupid vaccines, you numbnut. But whatever, man. That's fine. Better check again. I don't need to. I lived through it, dumbass. And the thing is, I know exactly what he left office with. He left office with a 2.7 fucking inflation rate. Not great. Not exactly the worst. He also left gas with the national average of around $3.58. Again, a lot better than where we're at right fucking now. But whatever, bro. Trump got gas prices down during Biden era. You're fucking retarded, Jerry. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of your bullshit. Get fucked. Honestly, I will welcome most discourse, but if you're just going to be that disingenuous, fuck you. You have no place here. The price of Coke has gone up. Yep. Short-term pain. Yeah, well, it was only supposed to be a few weeks, so where's your line there, Taylor? When do you start getting a little upset about this and worrying about it, or are you just got to continuously parrot exactly what the Trump administration, like you're just an dude, you are literally propaganda. You're not even a propagandist. You are the propaganda. They are expecting your idiot ass to go out there and say exactly what you're saying. 4 months. What are you talking about? It's only 2 months? Oh, yeah. So they're not going to, yeah. So is it the 4 months? Is that where you're going to cap off? Because that's what I asked you, by the way. The Hasbro way. I'll be upset when our boots are on the ground. Shut the fuck up. They already are, you retard. For real. The fact that you're still sitting here like, oh, we don't have boots on the ground, even though they did what to that car? You remember Carg Island? Did you ever wonder, like, did anybody set foot there? Because that's a boot on the ground, so do you care? Or is it just multiple boots on the ground? The resource is not even the commodity. Yeah. Nah, I don't believe that this guy actually cares about anything. Actually, you know what? Behind you, I'll put you in 24-hour timeout. There we go. But like I said, what's your line? How long do we have to be at war before you finally go, oh, shit, fuck? I mean, the gas prices are so high. The fucking grocery prices are only going to skyrocket even higher. Inflation's going higher. I don't know, man. Kind of crazy. Seems like you guys don't have actual, like, principles on any of this, and you literally just want to you want to troll us so bad that you're willing to sacrifice your own good for it. That's insanity. And then you're just like, oh my god, these stupid libs and these leftards, like, oh my god.
It is time now for Money Power Politics, and for the first time in weeks, investors
I'm pretty sure that this was one of the reports that Trump saw that got him to go, oh, shit.
Their optimism over the war in Iran. The Dow plunged
despite what you guys think about all this being fake news, he still watches it.
Iran launched a new wave of attacks across the Gulf region, as we mentioned. According to the U.S. military, Iran fired on American
Dow
ships
tumbles. That kind of explains why he was talking about his record gains.
Ships were hit. The UAE also said that an Iranian attack caused a fire in the largest oil storage area in the Emirates. Meanwhile, here in the U.S., the last California-bound oil tanker to pass through the Strait of Hormuz has arrived in Long Beach just in time for the average price for a gallon of gas to reach nearly $4.50. Back with us tonight, my dear friend and now colleague, Ron Insana, MS Now contributor and publisher of The Message of the Markets on Substack. And Clayton Siegel is back, senior fellow for energy security at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Okay, Ron, I'm just going to say this is probably the most normal reaction the stock market has shown in weeks.
Finally, it's almost like they're kind of catching up to the fact that Trump keeps playing games with the stock market.
Given the situation in Iran, what's your take?
Look.
Well, I think the reacceleration of military action shocked Wall Street. Everybody thinks, as you said earlier in the program, that this is just going to be done sometime soon because they're getting hints from the White House that everything's under control, that gas prices are going to come down, that oil is going to start flowing through the strait again. And with this new military altercation between Iran and the UAE firing on U.S. ships, that calls that entire line of reasoning, if you will, into question. And so, as you also
know, we actually are the #1 producer of oil. We're exporting it.
With that last ship getting
that's Trump, by the way. That's your daddy that is fucking us on that one. He's not keeping it here. He is not opening these reserve. Like, he's not making sure that we just kind of don't sell our oil. You know, it's almost like he wants to make sure that not even us, the gas companies make their money.
In Los Angeles, we now have,
because he's getting kickbacks. We're not.
Months to wait for oil to make it around the world because it takes.
Oh, that's right. We also can't refine the oil that we produce. That's right. I forgot about that.
Tankers to leave the strait and get to their ultimate destination. So, yeah, this is finally a recognition that we're approaching, pandemic level shortages of certain goods, energy goods, fertilizer, helium used to make computer chips. Market's kind of up to flat a little bit tonight. Oil's down a couple.
It's not like you could trust anything that Trump said about Iran. I mean, also as a general statement, but still.
But I think the more
Deddy, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Also, Rebecca, hey, good to see you.
Altercations, the more the stock market's going to have to deal with the fact that it's not over tomorrow.
Clayton, it might not feel like it, but this war has not hit the U.S. nearly as hard economically as places like Europe and Asia.
Yeah, it's coming, though.
Number one,
farm bankruptcies, fertilizer shortages. Yeah, we're about to have like a bad time here, folks.
That change, could we feel it as hard, or
see, here's the benefit of like kind of being a little bit alarmist about this is if I'm wrong, then I'm actually happy about that because I know. You guys think like the typical lefty just wants our country to fail and that we're sitting here cheering it on. No. I hate the fact that he's failing as much as he is, and I hate being this right about everything.
Could the problem?
Because I knew this was how it was going to go. Like, he kind of fucking told us, man.
They are facing start to spill over economically to us. This is a global economy.
Like, and he made the one decision that pushed us here. This is kind of stupid.
Hey,
but you guys are eating it up. Oh, Iran was going to have a nuke. No, they weren't.
Good evening. Good to be with you.
You guys are fucking rubes.
Well, I think that it's inevitable that if we...
Again, instead of like even chiming in with your usual MAGA bullshit, can you chime in with how high the gas price has to get before you stop supporting this man? Like, do you have a limit? I want to know, what's the limit? When do you turn against this guy? How badly do you how bad does your anus have to be bleeding before you realize that you are getting fucked?
13 million barrels per day from the closed Strait of Hormuz that eventually, like a domino effect, we're going to start to feel more and more of the pain. And you mentioned the pump prices, which have increased to well more than $4 a gallon on a nationwide average basis. And I think that they're on their way to $5 in the current direction of travel, unfortunately. And so when people in Asia hear about this
oh, thank you, Rebecca.
Story that was in the news today about the
joining the Mile Club,
reaching California before the Strait of Hormuz closed, their attitude is kind of like, hey, get in line.
Thank you for becoming a member, even though you were before.
Because they were facing
that was
cutoff
gifted.
a few weeks ago.
And also thank you for the gifted memberships,
the
folks.
World that has the most acute shortage. The United States is exporting a lot of our crude oil, a lot of our refined products around the world to make up for shortfalls. But what do you think is going to happen to prices here if that direction of travel continues?
I want to stay on that because we actually have the numbers. The U.S. has shipped more than 250
Oh, okay.
million
So, yeah, then LibFem, it really does kind of play into then why don't we just keep our own oil and lower the gas prices? Why don't we isolate?
Over these last 9 weeks to fill the supply gaps.
It's almost like they should take this up with Trump Daddy and stop asking a bunch of lefties.
Can we keep that up, Ron?
Well, I doubt it. We're drawing down 172 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve as it is already previously announced. Yes, we can export more crude oil and refined products, but, we've drawn down the
we use more than we make. That's the problem.
To somewhere between 25 and 30% of its capacity. And the other problem for us is not just can we do it, but what happens if we do? It keeps domestic prices higher than they would otherwise be because demand for U.S. crude oil is going up, not down. So that means we pay more at the pump
thanks, Rebecca.
For gasoline. It means we pay more for anything that we export outside the United States. And so that adds more inflationary pressure to an economy that's already seeing inflation well above the Fed's desired target of 2%.
Clayton, OPEC Plus announced yesterday that it would increase output by 188,000 barrels per day. And I know we say these numbers and all of us, our eyes glaze over, but all we really want to know is, will that help or is it too little too late? Big number. Can it make a difference?
No, first of all, it's not a big number in what was before the war a 102 million barrel per day market. It's a drop in the bucket. And most OPEC spare capacity is really not accessible. Most of it lies in Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia has managed to redirect some of its flows to
Guy looks like Vince McMahon.
bypass Hormuz. But for the most part, that
Skinny Vince
extra oil
McMahon.
that's been pledged by OPEC and friends is not going to make any difference to the market. But I want everyone to focus on two things here. The first one, as Ron correctly points out, is we're drawing down our inventories. That's the first cushion that the oil market has against future supply disruptions. And that cushion's getting thinner and thinner every day that we run a 13 million barrel per day log.
Well, then you might want to look up what farm bankruptcies are right now.
And so we're moving to a cumulative
Keep
loss
happening, man.
of close to 1 billion barrels, and that's going to take a long time to dig out of. The other cushion that the oil market has in the event of supply disruptions is OPEC spare capacity, and it's upstream of Hormuz. And now the United Arab Emirates, as of a few days ago, is not probably going to be participating in the policy of holding spare capacity by policy, by design. So that means thinner cushions against future disruptions, both on the inventory front and the spare capacity front.
All right, but here's the thing. High gas prices are just one of the things adding to Americans' affordability concerns right now. But I want to share this because you would not know any of this if you listened to what the president's remarks were about the economy earlier today. Watch.
Thanks to these pro-growth policies, our economy is roaring and factory construction is way up. Consumer confidence is way up.
For fact's sake.
He's such a lying sack of shit. He lies like he
The
breathes.
economy grew
Damn.
2% in the last quarter.
Way
That
up. It just is.
Nice, but it is not roaring.
It's like, no, it's
Factory
not. What are you
construction
talking
is
about?
not up,
It's the same
it is
as,
down.
like, dude, every jobs report that comes out now, everybody's glazing over like, I don't think so.
And April's consumer sentiment was the lowest on record.
Yeah.
Ron, the president can say whatever he wants.
Yeah,
but
whatever,
when it
man.
comes to the economy, I just don't think this is something you can spin to the American people. You
No.
cannot tell me my lived experience when I'm the one filling gas.
It worked for, dude, it worked for Biden and Kamala. Come on,
going to
guys.
the grocery store.
It's a
just
total
dealing with
winning
life.
strategy.
Yeah, and we know this from the prior administration. I mean, you just can't. And listen,
Get
quite
on the
frankly, the Biden
gas line.
administration's economy was
Shine it
stronger than
down
the
on
economy
me.
we're dealing with right now. We have 2% growth. We've had zero job growth since April of 2025. We've lost 75,000.
I miss Biden's prices, low gas costs, $5 for pound of lean beef.
GDP by
Oh,
about
well.
three-quarters of the growth.
She
of
got what they voted for. Yes, they
saw
did.
last quarter, the first quarter of this year, and that is going on. Consumer spending is reasonably healthy, but this is not a runaway economy. Consumer sentiment, as you said, is
No.
at the lowest level we've seen since 1957.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
Like-
I'm loath to quote Sherman Potter from MASH here, but
It's
there's
kind
a
of
lot
funny.
horse
Like
hockey being thrown
the
around.
few people that I still talk to that are MAGA in my real life, they ain't happy right now.
And,
And like I said, I haven't seen any fucking Trump flags
people are
flying
saying
in
that the
my
economy's on
neighborhood.
fire, it's a
So
golden age. We have tariff.
it's not like anybody's going out and just being like, "Oh, yeah, just had to buy a new one."
Prices are up. Insurance costs are up. Housing prices are still up enough so that it is unaffordable for many first-time buyers. It's not quite the economy by any stretch of the imagination being
No.
described by the White House.
No, and he's only hurting, like, he really is only hurting himself with that kind of shit. But I also have the feeling that MAGA's not seeing it. Like, for as much as Trump is on TV, I really don't think that his base watches him all that often, which is not great,
So Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Like, that's the reason they think we're always lying about him. They're just like, there's no way he would do that. It's just like, well, here.
Maybe out of Congress, but she is not going quietly into the night. She recently gave a speech that got a lot of attention down in Texas at the Ron Paul Institute, talking about her fallout with Trump, spilling some of the details about the text messages that he sent her, and saying that MAGA is, quote, dead. Let's take a listen to a bit of what she had to say.
It was the most shocking thing when I sat in a conference meeting.
The weirdest part is I'm not taking what she says as like anything but just her being kind of salty that she,
that the
she got thrown under the bus.
Didn't want to release the Epstein files. I was like, what? Yeah, come to find out, he was very much against it. So we kept
the Ron
on
Paul
trying
Institute?
and kept
Yeah,
on
that's what I
talking
was kinda
about
like,
it.
what?
And then the president told Mike Johnson, no, do not bring that resolution to the floor for a vote. He told the Rules Committee, and
I mean,
Johnson
not
told the
who, I know
Rules
who
Committee,
Ron Paul is,
no,
but still.
you will not mark up any bill in the Rules Committee
Was she ever like identified as a libertarian?
that will allow the Epstein
I don't think so. I
files
think
to
she
be
was just pure
released.
MAGA, right?
And the resistance built and built and built. He told Pam Bondi, don't release the Epstein files. He told everybody, don't release the Epstein files. Well, I'll never
I mean,
forget it.
objectively, she
I
is
was
right
in my
about this.
office in the Rayburn building, and I got a phone call from the president. And he was at the White House, and he wanted to talk to me about the discharge petition that I'd signed my name on. And he said, Marjorie, you're going to have to take your name off that discharge petition. We can't let, this is a hoax. We can't carry this. This is a hoax. It's a Democrat hoax. And we've got to just put this
Damn, she really is spilling the tea, though. Holy shit. She saved the good stuff for this.
away and stop doing this. And he
Damn.
said, my friends are going to get hurt.
I mean, we did know about
He
this
said
conversation, but
his
to hear it in like this long of a
Friends
context,
would get
like,
hurt if we released the Epstein files.
and I think that he really
I've
did.
saved
He
you-
was pressuring Lauren Boebert.
His text messages. I'd probably get put in jail if I released them publicly, but I saved them. Where Donald Trump
release
proceeded
the
to tell me
texts.
that it was
Release
my
the
fault.
texts. Come on, Marjorie. Let's
And that
go.
I deserve it. If my son gets killed, I deserve it because I was a traitor to him. That is our president of the United States.
Damn, dude.
Pretty remarkable stuff there. Number
He
one,
said
her
that to her
saying that he
face?
told her overtly, my friends will be hurt if
You
the
know what,
Epstein
Marjorie?
files are released. Yeah, and you'll be hurt too, buddy, by the way.
If something
And then
happens to your
these text
kid, it's your
messages
fault.
where she
Totally-
went through,
totally your
this
fault.
one was relatively nice to me. Susie Wiles
Yeah, I
didn't
wanna
even
see
get
those
back to
texts.
me. Trump said, you will deserve it. You will deserve it.
Damn.
And she's told those stories now multiple times. They haven't been denied yet, or at least, or maybe they have been by the White House. I'd have to check. But yeah, just to
He
make
keeps
clear.
well, what was her? What was the nickname for Marjorie?
I call on her to release
Marjorie,
the text message.
Marjorie Trader Brown.
She should release the text messages. I agree. I just wonder with
should.
her how much. I think the big test is the electable conversation around this, because look, we're all online. We know the MTG conversation. But at the end of the day, the Trump endorsed guy to replace her, she resigned, the Trump endorsed guy to replace her, he won. And this is the big test actually is coming soon with the Thomas Massey primary, which we really have no idea which way it's going to go. The polling remains small. Massey has a huge war
That's actually
chest.
fair.
Obviously, I'm pulling for him. But I think the bigger
if
meta
Massey
question,
loses,
especially
then
with Tucker, with MTG and everything,
it
is
would
like,
not
what's the
do us
actual
any
appetite
benefit
for
to
this?
ignore
Because
that
remember Harry
there-
Enton
he
did
does
some
still
of
have
the
some
CNN
fucking support.
polling on Tucker, how he has all these net favorables, have plunged with a lot of hardcore Republicans, but at the same time, he's more popular than ever. The question is like, what's the lane for that? And I just don't know. Like, I really am curious. I do think it's millions of people. The internet is huge, but how does it channel into political energy? Like, I'll give you a good example. Sean Ryan just had Cenk Uygur on his podcast, and I saw the clip where I was like,
oh, really? We're gonna have to watch that.
and Sean was like, do we need a new political party?
You'll be
and I was
back?
like, oh,
All right,
no.
Rebecca.
Oh, no.
I'll catch you in a
Anytime we
minute.
I've seen it too many times. I get it. Why everybody wants to go down that road. How many? We've lived through how many? Jill Stein and third party and Andrew
People's
Yang
Party
and the
and-
people. It's
yeah.
just, guys, like the evidence is clear.
Yeah, but the evidence is there that most people are fucking independent. It is. This is what gets people like fresh out of high school to kind of like go like, why don't we vote third party? Why isn't there a third party if everybody is identifying as fucking independent? Why don't we have more an actual independent party. Like, what the fuck?
It is what it is. You got to take one of these parties and do with it what you can.
You know,
So
usually I'd be like, oh yeah, you fresh face, you know, you just got out of high school, okay. But now I am kind of like, I'm back there where I'm like, you know, they're not wrong.
That's the reality.
Right, but when I start to see
fuck are
stuff
we
like
doing?
that, you see a lot of angst, but then you're like, okay, but how do we channel this angst into something useful, right? Or into something
wait, the answer is, oh yeah, they're gonna kneecap everything because of special interests and, you know, money in politics. That's the answer.
impactful. And I mean, obviously, you know, this is my job is the angst. I don't
Yeah.
know about the channeling, but
I mean,
I'm an analyzer of the useful, and I haven't seen it yet.
Here's what I'll say is I feel like there's sort of a mirror process of what was going on leading up to the 2024 election on the right, where you would have these individual people who would kind of drift to the right. And any one of them you could kind of write off, you know, like Naomi Wolf going on Steve Bannon's show all the time. Naomi Klein wrote a whole book about like the mirror world and her getting confused with Naomi Wolf, but she went from being this feminist to being this like hardcore right-winger and anti-COVID vaccine activist and all this stuff. And she's going on War Room. You see, you know, RFK Jr. is this long-time lefty environmentalist, et cetera, and he's now shifting over to the right. And you see these various influencers and sort of, you know, high-level people who are gradually kind of indulging in some of the right-wing language and showing up on these podcasts, becoming more and more amenable. Then next thing you know, you have Maha as a whole thing and getting subsumed into the Trump coalition. And so at first I didn't take it that seriously because any one of these people, again, you can kind of like dismiss as a one-off or a crank or whatever. But when it all came together, it added up to something real.
Yeah,
it also
added up to 51.
Yeah, and it also added up to a public perception of this side, the Democratic side, is losing even some of their stalwart, longtime defenders to the right or to the Trump coalition. And so it created this sense of like where the vibe in the country was going. And it was enough that then Trump ends up getting elected. So I kind of feel like there's that reverse thing happening right
Dude, he was also the main backer of Gamergate.
Now
you might want to just realize that, yes, they are creating these issues for all of us to get mad at and fight each other because these rich fucks are stealing from us.
Got the Marjorie Taylor Greens,
They're robbing you
she's
every
not
fucking
becoming a
day.
Democrat, but she spends
You're not going to find me blindly supporting the Democratic Party.
pretty much all
But you are blindly supporting Trump and his cronies robbing
of
us.
her time.
You're sitting here just constantly fighting like TDS. Oh my God, you guys got TDS for pointing out that everything sucks.
Trashing Trump, trashing MAGA, like being very aggressively critical of the side she used to be part of. You see, you know, Tucker, who, again, not a Democrat, but being very critical of Trump. You can see, you know, the Tim Dillons, the podcast bros, like any one of these, Sean Ryan.
It's not left versus right. It's top versus
One
bottom.
of these you could kind of dismiss, but when you add them all together, it does create this overwhelming sense of a backlash. And then, of course, you add to that just the reality of like how bad the situation was with Iran, gas pumps, disappointments on the Epstein files, et cetera. And it does create something real. So if it was just MTG, especially now that she's not in Congress, it's like whatever. But especially because, and this is again goes to the Naomi Wolf comparison, Bannon loved to build her up as like she was an advisor to Al Gore. She was a feminist. I can't believe she's here agreeing with me now. There's kind of a similar dynamic with Marjorie where she talked about in the speech, she's like, I was the biggest Trump cheerleader. I was a Trump soldier. I spent millions of my own dollars going out and getting him elected. And now if I can see this and I can say this, just imagine how bad things have gotten. So that's why I think
that's
she's
actually very insightful. But see, this is where a real political leader is necessary. And when you were talking, I'm like, there's only one Democrat who could do that, Ro Khanna. Literally, that's it. He's the only person who has at least has the foreknowledge, has the leadership on the Epstein issue, has the ability to go and to talk to any of these spaces, doesn't code as like a horrific shit lib, or like he doesn't code to me as a culture warrior, although I'm sure it's like polar opposite, right? But willing to go into various different spaces. Somebody like Gavin, I don't know how he feels.
Like I don't know how he actually
the
like
thing
is.
What was Trump's ultimate superpower? Trump literally convinced people that, like millions of people, that he was going to pay for their IVF. Which you and I both know, if you believe that, you're a fucking idiot. Like, let's be honest, right?
And the thing is, I have somebody in my life that totally voted for him because of that.
He's going to pay for my IVF. So he took that guy, some guy who talks about glyphosate a lot, like
Glad
the
everything's more
glyphosate
expensive
guy,
for them,
and
though.
then a Mitt Romney country club Republican and got all 3 to vote. That's how you win. That's a coalition, ultimately. So your point is very correct, but
no, you're right.
Gotta have the right leader.
The opening
to
is
do
there.
That. Yeah,
it's who can pull that together.
Right.
And you know, I do think that especially as the economic situation gets more dire, which sadly I think it's going to. I mean, even if the Iran war stopped today and the blockade ended, we're going to have months of dealing with the fallout, and things are going to get worse before they can get better. And that's just the sad, horrifying reality that we're dealing with at this point. There is such a wide open lane for someone to come in and really care about that, like in a meaningful way.
Everything
care
Trump
about
touches
that.
turns
and
to shit.
There's also a wide open
Baba
lane
Ganoush,
for someone with a clear
O'Reilly.
message
What up,
on
dude?
AI, which
Thanks
is
for being
becoming
here.
a deeply
Baba Ganoush.
disturbing and important issue to people, and I think is only going to rise in importance as the
That makes
impacts
me think
continue
of
to be felt, both
MXC,
locally in the
most
community in
extreme
terms of the like,
challenge.
societal fallout. It's all there for the taking, but you're right. It requires
You need a real leader.
someone
Think that's what
who
it
is a
was?
leader, who has courage, who says things that make sense, who is broadly appealing to a
Takashi's
wide
Castle.
swath of people. Doesn't just
right.
code as being of this faction or of
By the
that
way,
faction.
guys, I'm going to do it just
And
one
so,
time.
that
Please
is
hit the
gonna
like
be
and sub to the
question
channel
mark of
if you
whether
haven't
there's
already.
anyone that actually pulls that off.
I wish I had confidence it would go that direction, but I don't see it. I hope so. Like, I really do, for the good of the nation, because ultimately political entrepreneurship, which is ultimately what a lot of people thought Trump was doing in 2024, is melding, destroying like old barriers, bringing people into a coalition, setting a new political and majority paradigm, because ultimately that's what it's all about. But it's a tough order. The reason why it doesn't happen is because it's hard and it takes like genuine skill. And then you see somebody who could have done it and then squander it within, 6 months, and then put the nail in the coffin with the war. It was shocking. It really was to see. So I don't know. Maybe somebody else could do it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to...
One more piece here that they wanted to get in, because I do think it ties into the way that Americans have shifted, because they've seen these lies, they've seen through the lies, they've
All right, here we go. Here's the Daily Wire.
seen the horrors on their own timelines and developed their own opinions about what our relationship with Israel should be and how we should conduct ourselves in the Middle East. So the media outlets, Daily Wire, with their most prominent personality being Ben Shapiro, has really suffered
Dang boot eaters.
in terms of viewership in the recent years, really post
right.
October 7th, as the public and as conservatives in particular, young conservatives in particular, have shifted away from this view of we should have lockstep support for Israel. And so they just conducted significant layoffs. We don't know exactly how many. Candace is out claiming like 60%. I have not seen any
let's just not
solid, concrete numbers.
There were layoffs for sure.
There were significant layoffs, and the number that's been floating around is actually 50%, but none of this has been confirmed. They haven't confirmed it either.
Zigo.
But there's a
Yo,
lot
how are you?
to be said about this.
Good.
Number one,
How
first
are
and
you?
foremost, like I said, I
Welcome
think
to stream.
the ideological positioning has been a big
Appreciate you
problem
being
for
over
them.
on Twitch.
And if you look at the views for Ben's show in particular, it has just really fallen off a cliff, as people are, increasingly, even in the conservative movement, are increasingly having a different view. And then the other piece is just like a sort of like business piece, which is that they built out this huge organization. They wanted to do children's stuff. They wanted to do movies. They did all of that stuff. And, in the non-corporate media, although they have corporate backing, they have big billionaire backing, whatever. Anyway, it's just very difficult when you have a personality-driven company to build out all of that overhead and make it a sustainable project. So I think you have a confluence of those two things coming to
Yeah, people point to the Ben Shapiro YouTube. Look, I mean, it's a tough business. We've all been in it. I'll say it's not been that tough for us recently, but in general, I don't like to nickel and dime like, oh, he's got 20,000 less subscribers or whatever. He's got 7 million subscribers. Okay, so that's not like the biggest indication to me. The biggest indication is a sustained drop over the last 3-year period, and the fact this company has to do layoffs. Now, why do they have to do layoffs? Because they're overcapitalized, or because they took in a ton of money.
It's because they spent a bunch of money on a fucking movie nobody's gonna watch. Can we be real? And also, Jerry Boring is kind of a bad businessman. Let's be fucking real real.
Period. Right? It just did not work.
Damn.
And that's very clear,
It's
especially
not as sexy
as a
as
conservative
just being like,
coalition
oh my God,
begins to
it's Ben
fracture.
Shapiro
And
being
you can especially
Zionist.
see it. I mean, Ryan got applause
I mean, it doesn't
recently at
help,
some
but
event with Emily, where he said that they should sanction Israel. This is a young conservative event. He got applause. Okay, so that's what the reality of what we're living in now. So that's just not really going to cut it. I also think as Trump reaches all-time low unpopularity or all-time low popularity in the U.S., that the appetite for just like the most, like, you know, Trump can do no wrong. Like, oh, but what about the? It's like, bro, gas is $4.50 a gallon. I don't need to be hearing about some high school in I don't know, in Boston, right? Like, you know,
is
it's
that
like,
movie going to come out? Because I know that Jonathan Majors, like, I think that he's suing the Daily Wire over the whole not fake glass situation. Because if you don't know, Jonathan Majors is he was trying to make his comeback because, you know, of the whole court thing that happened to him, and you know how right-wingers apparently do, where they're just like, you got accused of beating a woman? Come on, be in our movie. You know, Marvel don't want you? Well, we sure do. We don't hold that above you, or over you. But what happened is the stunt team forgot to change out the pane of glass that they were supposed to, like, go through. So they went through an actual pane of glass, and he got cut up, like, real bad to the point where he had to get transported to an emergency room. So
that feels very trite to me.
Yeah,
right now.
the woke college.
I wouldn't doubt, like, I'm kind of like, oh, is that coming out?
They're selling the way they used to.
I'm telling you this as a person who also hates that, but I'm also self-aware enough to say nobody gives a shit about CRT like curricula.
That's actually awful.
In a local Boston school district.
It's day
while
one
gas
shit.
is $4.54 a gallon.
Fuck, dude, I did like college plays where we had like more coordination.
It's the truth, right? Like,
college
you know,
plays.
what is a woman and all that ain't hitting today,
What do you call
in
them?
my opinion.
Fucking
It was a very different and specific period of time. And that's fine.
Theater club,
But
that's
my
what it
point
was.
is just like that era of politics and content is just
It's fun, though.
not going to sell.
I took a
in
stage
this
combat course. That was a lot of fun.
immediate term. And their appetite, just generally from what I've been able to see, I mean, they have some good reporters and others who really do care about the news.
I think
but
that
a lot-
incident directly precipitated the layoffs that happened over the last few
you know,
days.
their main driver is going to be that type of stuff, and that's just not. It's not going
Yup.
to click right now. Especially with Ben, and especially with a lot of the way that they have to try and approach the Trump administration, because for them they want influence too, and you can't be openly critical. So they're in the same spot as the Blue Anon guys were when Biden was at his nadir. Remember, like Harry Sisson, sorry, Harry, I know you had it on the show and we appreciated you coming on. But my point is, like, those diehard Biden guys, they look like idiots. Like and when Biden, especially around the debate and that time period, we're like, bro, what are you doing? Like, they had their audience, like a lot of, even their own like blue, Democrat audience was like, hey guys, like, you're really defending Biden a lot here. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
little do these people know that wearing pink is for real men. Only real men are very, very secure in their sexuality, Mean Gene. Let me tell you, I'm the pinnacle of being secure in my sexuality, yeah. But you know who isn't? The people who stare at Macho Man and think, I'm wondering why he's wearing pink. Looking a little sexy in the pink. Always thinking, looking sexy, yeah. Might be something with you. I don't know, but you might want to seek a therapist.
I just don't agree. So it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
I think in political coverage.
He also lost
That's
a
good to
couple of
bring
his
back.
biggest, most prominent personalities.
back,
Candace
yeah.
obviously left in very, contentious circumstances. You had Brett Cooper, who also, went independent, and now
fired her.
I haven't followed that closely, but it seems like she's tried to reposition herself somewhat and have, more of an independent approach in terms of her views on Israel. And, she's got this very young audience. She herself is very young, so she would have more finger on the pulse there, et cetera. So that also shows the limits of what you could do, because there's no reason, putting aside whatever personal or ideological conflicts, once you're as big as Candace Owens, there's just no reason to stay. Why would you not do your own thing and make your own money and set your own terms and not have to deal with a boss. Why would you not do that? But to your point, Sagar, about how the woke college kids or the CRT curricula isn't selling the way it used to. That's actually a point Tucker made in his interview with the New York Times. I don't know if you listened to the whole interview, but he said, listen, I think the only thing people are going to really focus on is economics because it's getting that dire. Whether it's AI, obviously with the Iran war, affordability crisis, that is where the energy is going to be. And if you aren't focused on that, then people are not going to be interested in what you have to say. And I think he's probably right about that.
It's just so obvious. I don't think it takes a genius really to figure it out. I mean, at the end of the day, the cultural stuff is what gets your base animated, and then you get the swing voters and others to come on your side when you convince them that things are going to be better for you, right? I mean, is it the culture
Cultural
can be
issues? This sounds too dismissive. I'm not saying they're not important, but it's almost like a luxury to get to focus on those sorts of debates because if you're just trying to make it through month to month and like survive and keep the lights on, of course that's going to be your number one concern first and foremost.
Yeah. That's why the culture war, the most culture wars that we had in my lifetime was in the 90s because shit was fine. Like everything was mostly fine. Now, a lot of people will get mad, but that's the truth. Okay, like most of the time, why do you think Lewinsky was such a big scandal? Okay, when the Dow and the S&P are up so high and we're living in the unipolar moment, that's only in this very unique moment in time. Could anybody even pretend to give a shit? With about Ken Starr and Lewinsky and the wall-to-wall coverage. When things are really dire, nobody wants to hear it. Like whenever we're talking about, some of these 2022 controversies. I mean, imagine even trying to seriously talk about that right now. We barely have time for like vitally important stories because we're in the middle of.
What are they going to do? Live in their bunkers?
A global.
At some point, everybody's going to get fucking real pissed.
Happening in not only in the Middle East, which is spiking gas to existential levels for American households.
No,
that's all.
Dude. Biden was used as a puppet by the DNC, and you go back to 2019, they knew this.
Is going to want.
But you know what's fucked up? Even with his cognitive decline, he was still somehow a better president than Trump is right now.
Imagine.
And if you're going to bring up cognitive decline, then you better be willing to look at Trump and be like, yeah, this motherfucker's kind of losing it.
Covering like the racial
he
makeup
really
of
is.
the Little Mermaid remake at this point. You'd be like,
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, you can see in our own coverage.
I'm telling you, as a person,
war in economics.
This is a person who, I'm not saying I don't care about this stuff, but again, I care a lot more about the price of gas and about the ability of my fellow citizens to not die from starvation or something like that than I do.
Hindsight's nice
about those things. Those are just fights for another day, I think, at the current moment. But if that's all you've got in your quiver, it ain't gonna be good for
you're doing good. You're a streamer.
Forward.
Give me
$1.
$1.
3 more years.
Wait, you think that just because I'm a streamer, I'm doing well?
Shit, so let's see. Let's see how much Let's see how that works out for said crew. All right. Speaking of important stories, which we haven't been able to cover as much as we'd like to, let's go down.
You only knew.
Hey.
No. All right. I have one more Breaking Points thing that I want to watch because I was not expecting to do as much Breaking Points coverage today, but they had a debate. Oh shit. God damn it. Where is it? This is not the debate I was looking for. Where is it? Damn it. There it is. It's the SCOTUS decision. Here we go.
We also wanted to make sure that we cover this Supreme Court decision, which
this is really bad for everybody, by the way. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you guys don't like gerrymandering, which I'm not, dude, I live in Illinois, trust me, I get it. But this made it so much worse because now it's like, okay, so the gerrymander it's as simple as this. You live in a red state, it's going to be all red. You live in a blue state, it's going to be all blue.
I think could be very significant. Let's put this up on the screen. So this is a real curtailing of the some aspects of the Voting Rights Act.
You hate Kamala so much. Thank God Democrats agree as well. What do you hate? Like, see, the thing is, I'm so indifferent. I didn't love her, hate her, really. I kind of thought that it was based when she was talking about possibly doing socialized medicine, but then all of a sudden walked that back just as quickly as she said it. Then she put in with fucking Liz Cheney, which was like, ugh.
The drawing of these
realistically, man, she wasn't that fucking bad. My God, like the way that you guys demonize her, and also I hate to even say this, you guys, you did it so poorly with Hillary that you kind of made it so people started standing up for her that really they never really would have before.
Minority districts to make sure there was black.
You guys are so disingenuous in the way that you attack people that it's hard to take you guys seriously.
Representation is the most significant in the South. And the
Why is my name different on this now?
Court
I don't know.
kind of split the difference, or they tried to sort of split the difference
here?
in terms of their decision. But
I don't
it
control
still
any of
looks
that.
like the outcome is going
Also,
to be fairly
people
significant
of
in
Earth.
the ability of states, and it was Louisiana's map that was being challenged in particular, and the ability of southern states to redraw their maps and eliminate their majority minority districts. So the Cook Political Report analyzed what the impact would be, along with Larry Sabato's Crystal Ball, which is published by University of Virginia Center for Politics. And they both estimated that this could result in roughly 7 House seats shifting to the GOP. So, you know, the redistricting wars are fully on, launched, of course, by Trump originally. You've had California and Virginia, I think a couple other blue states that are redrawing their maps to optimize for Democrats. There are some other states, like Illinois is one that hasn't gone yet, that could do that. Apparently, you know, there's a possible New York gerrymander. So there are some compensating moves that Democrats could make, but obviously this is a significant win for Republicans in terms of trying to
Yeah, it's kind of like me with Biden, whereas like, no, some of the things he did was just, it was good.
Draw them.
What he did with the UAW, I don't care what your fucking politics are. The guy was great with unions.
Maps to be.
Do you not like unions?
Or favorable to them. And it also, I mean, in a lot of these states will effectively cement like one party control. In a lot of these states, the only district that Democrats win are these majority minority districts that have been, you know, have been protected by the Voting Rights Act.
About it, because on the merits, it's a ridiculous policy.
You do understand that I could easily put my hair up if I was like in a fight.
Because the policy stems from the Voting Rights Act of
I don't live in a time where we're constantly at battle, asshole. Dude, I hate chuckle fucks that fucking think like this, where they it's always these hunter types that are like, well, I just want to be prepared. I go out in nature and I make sure that I can fish and live off the land and blah 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 blah. But meanwhile, they still shop at fucking Costco and fucking like they still live in a house. They have centralized heating or they have centralized air, and then they also have fucking indoor plumbing. Like fuck off.
And not to get too granular, because I spent a lot of time actually reading about this voting rights provision when
also blatantly ignoring the Viking culture.
I was doing a lot of research on affirmative
and Indians
action.
Yeah.
The principle of,
or I shouldn't call them Native Americans.
American jurisprudence is that you have to prove.
Because in Native American culture, they literally, I mean, having long hair is part of being a warrior and part of living, you know.
Prove intent.
It shows your experience.
Now, this Voting Rights Act actually obfuscates the proven racial discrimination and assumes racial discrimination on the basis of something.
Because you're a survivor and you're a big manly man. Go live in your fucking manly, you know, log cabin.
Called dilution. Dilution says that the mere presence of minority populations there without representation is evidence of discrimination itself, not that you have to prove said discrimination. Now, if I put myself in the minds of a lawmaker 81 years ago, literally when the law was passed, I could understand that in the era of Jim Crow. But 81 years later, here in 2026, or sorry, 61 years, I don't know why I said 81 years, 61 years later, I'm sorry, like, that is a ludicrous proposition. Like, it is a total violation, in my opinion, of the Equal Protection Clause. And I would give, you know, for all the liberals.
This is where cool people hang out? Yes, we are the cool people. What's up, Fish Guru?
Ventilating about this. I live in Virginia, which is what, 54-45 in terms of Trump. What did Virginia just do to our map?
How have I been? People of Earth.
They just nuked all conservative representations. They're going to be a 10-1 in terms of Democrat to Republican. I don't hear you crowing about my minority rights, of my ability to represent myself, or the dilutive effect of me living in a plus 80, you know, city. Like, I just think it's, look, I'm not.
If you want to be a cool person here,
trying to be glib,
you know what to do.
But it's pretty obvious this is a black carve out from 1965,
double tap that screen,
which,
folks,
in my opinion, totally violates the spirit of the Equal Protection Clause. The Supreme Court, Justice Alito, you should read his decision. What he said was that you have to prove racial discrimination. And you can't assume murder. You can't assume intent in anything in American law, except here in the South, which, again, I
Reformed
accept
conservative.
that
I
we
remember you.
needed some sort of post-civil rights settlement to force Jim Crow states to basically not discriminate against black people. But I'm living in a world where Georgia has 2 Democratic senators after our Democratic president just said that they were enacting new Jim Crow as of 2022, which obviously is bullshit and incendiary. So I don't know. Like, look, maybe a lot of liberals will get mad at me, but like, at the spirit of the law, it's just not right. And especially whenever you're looking at what Virginia just did, you're all celebrating over that one. You don't care.
No, but the thing that you want to do is now you're just like, okay, I don't agree with what they did, but you shouldn't make this any worse, and you definitely shouldn't fight back.
Care about minority representation.
The Virginia is direct retaliation for what was done in Texas.
It is literally direct retaliation for fucking Texas. I mean, this all goes back to Texas. If Texas just shut the fuck up and waited until the next census, we wouldn't be here. But Trump decided, I need 5 seats. We need 5 seats. Otherwise, we're fucked.
Whenever it comes to their side, it's only here because they're like,
it's almost like he could have won with being, a good president. It's almost like he knew he was going to suck.
Because of a historic black population. But I mean, if you can't prove explicit racial discrimination, like, you can't just assume it.
It's very difficult, I think, to prove explicit discrimination, which is why this was crafted the way that it was. I mean, I think you and I probably have a different view of how prominent and significant racism against black Americans in particular still continues to be, and especially in the South, which is probably why we come down in a different place. I see your point, though. I mean, one thing I will say is that the way that these districts operate is you end up with these very machine, black politicians that are very, the Jim Clyburns of the world that are very dedicated to the party apparatus and never step outside of that, and tend to be some of the most significant enforcers of the pro-corporate status quo.
I'm glad you said
in the Democratic.
That was going to be my next.
In the Democratic caucus, which is very unfortunate. I will say though that I think to wipe out effectively all black representation in the South is I oppose that, and I think that is a setback.
Didn't you support the Virginia thing? You just wiped out Republican support in Virginia. We literally live in an occupied state now. If you have no, it's true. I mean, we're going in the direction of California.
There is no
one
doubt
cares about Republicans in California.
There is no doubt that we are in just a total race to the bottom in terms, and that was kicked off by Trump. I mean, that was escalated by Trump. I shouldn't say it's kicked off by Trump. Now, I will also say Democrats have offered a nationwide.
They literally had the off-ramp. They were just like, guys, we could stop this now. This could be just a unilateral vote where we just don't do this.
A gerrymandering law that Republicans are opposed to.
Fair.
So, happy to pass that legislation and have fair districts drawn across the country. And I absolutely think that that would be a better result overall and guarantee that, that all groups receive the level of representation that they should have. But no, I mean, on the merits, do I think this was a positive decision in terms of small d Democratic representation in the country? No, I do not.
But see, that's where I have to disagree. The idea of dilution in and of itself, that some one district, just because they are black, they deserve a special carve out, it doesn't apply to anybody else in the whole nation. It's an explicit era of Jim Crow.
Because we have an explicit history in the country, Sagar, that continues to loom large over our politics.
It's been 61 years. And why don't you support affirmative action? It's been 61 years. We don't have these explicit racial carve-outs anymore. We are trying to live up to the spirit of equal protection. This is explicitly created and directed at the South, which, again, I totally get back in 1965, but it's 2026. If you want to live in a country where you have equal protection,
You're a Republican, what's
and
my fault?
application of said law for all racial groups, then this directly violates that, because now they, like everybody else, have to prove the intention of discrimination. And in the same spirit, can I prove that Democrats wanted to disenfranchise?
That's actually a good analogy. Republicans stepping in shit. Why does it stink everywhere I go?
All the Republicans in Virginia? I mean, honestly, probably
at this point. I mean, but that's the same.
But they don't
care.
There. That's what I'm saying. They don't care at all. So don't come crying. Look, you're looking at it in the what is it? In the interim, this race, in terms of this particular race. In the long run, I think it's a better off decision, because it creates the legal justification that anybody, whenever you have to prove
not having congressional districts based on skin color is a good thing. Come on.
Discrimination.
I mean, honestly, we'll see.
You have
the thing. This is where I think that you don't understand that this could backfire, especially if Trump is as unpopular as we all kind of see that he is.
To be able to.
I mean, if the polls are right, dude, this could really backfire for
you
him.
and I benefit from this when it comes to defamation law. All Americans benefit from this whenever it comes to. I know, I'm trying to think.
We're also ignoring why, the whole Civil Rights Act had to happen in the first place, and it's not like we've really addressed the systematic racism that has caused the need for that.
Like anytime you're criminally accused or of anything, even
as much as you guys like to say it, it's like, no, we really haven't.
Whenever it comes to really not from heinous crime to the presumption of innocence, it's like a basic bedrock of American society.
Like I said, it's not. Somebody said it perfectly in chat today. It's not left versus right. It's up versus down.
Now, as I
top first bottom
said, I totally understand
Epstein class versus the fucking poor. And I'm sorry, if you're not Epstein class, you're part of the poor, just like us.
Why?
Like even if you make $1 million, eventually it's going to hit you.
In the era of Jim Crow, that you would want to put something like this in place.
Systematic racism does fucking exist, and I think that you would be remiss to fucking say otherwise.
But when Georgia
come on,
is a
man.
swing state, I'm sorry, which was the capital, like the beating heart.
Taylor, I mean, based on your fucking name, I'm gonna guess that you're white.
Of the Confederate, what's the lost cause ideology in Senator Richard Russell, who was the chief opponent, and when his predecessors are now literal, one of them was a black Democrat. I just don't buy it anymore. Like I just think it's a long relic. And
Prove
my
what?
final
that you're white
point was on the machine thing, and I got into my argument with the father-in-law over this because he was talking explicitly about representation, like skin color of
that you got
the
me
person
curious.
who's represented. And I was trying to make this point. I said, the Congressional
shit,
Black
you are
Caucus
black.
is one of the most machine
All right,
captured
dude, I got
and
my face.
pro-corporate lobbies in all of Washington.
All right.
This is a well-known fact.
So you're telling me that you've never experienced something that like systematic racism, like you've never had a bad experience with the police or any of that? I mean, if you haven't, okay.
And it's like, has it really worked out necessarily to the benefit? I mean, I understand this.
All right.
I don't need an
I'll eat that one. I made a generalization. I was wrong.
Indian person to represent my interests. My interests are my interests.
But I would
right?
say they are much
Where are you from?
better than a Republican in the same district.
Okay.
On the merits in terms of what they will vote for. And and I, at the risk of repeating myself, I just think our difference comes down to, you say you can understand why this was put in place when it was, given the level of racism, et cetera. And I just continue to see a level of racism that continues to justify this level of protection and see it as a loss that black voters throughout the South, black voters throughout the South are basically going to lose, their congressional representation.
And they're going to be living off redlining until 2200.
Make sure you save some of that. Black lung is still a thing.
It's one of those where, look, we live in an evolving society, which everybody can understand whenever it comes to social justice.
I'm just genuinely curious about this. So when you're mining, do you do the thing where do you wear a mask, as far as
but apparently
not like a gas mask,
the
but you know what I mean?
sins of 100 years ago,
it's like a purifier,
But
are
it's not
never
it's
ever
not
forgotten.
the sins of 100 years ago. I mean, we've had,
6 years.
But I think you have to acknowledge racism is still a real matter. You can look at wealth disparities. You can look at outcome.
Wait, you're a coal miner in Illinois?
Disparities.
Where the fuck do we have coal mines?
You can look at health disparities. Basically, anywhere you look.
Like pawpaw or some shit?
In terms of American,
It all breaks down
some of it is class-based, but some of it is also over racial.
Also, flexing six figures in 2026 is kind of funny because that even with that, you're bound to see some fucking hits here.
And we have a long history of that, and that doesn't, it doesn't just vanish over, it truly, in terms of the grand scheme of time, a few decades is a very short period of time. Just the decade before I was born was all the debates about busing, and that's when desegregation was. This is very recent in terms of a historical scale, and the legacy still continues,
That's
in my
fair.
opinion. So
I can understand that view, and I get how it's a liberal headline like Voting Rights Act struck down, but I beg you, grapple with the points that I made, because I don't really see. I see people hyperventilating about it, but absolute refusal to apply it to literally any other group, which, again, you don't care at all. at all about minority representation, especially in the wake of Virginia. You happen to care whenever you can dress it up as some sort of like civil rights era cause, but that's not how U.S. jurisprudence works. Like the law
But you understand how this works, because I have heard this talking point from Republicans where they're just like, well, I don't like the way that the Illinois districts are drawn because they purposefully go like, I live in one of the most gerrymandered districts in America, bro. Like, trust me, I do kind of know this. But the thing is, it's gerrymandered to benefit Republicans, because when they remade the district, they decided we're going to go all, like, now it stretches from the fucking, from Lake Michigan all the way out to the fucking like border of Wisconsin and down a little bit to like the fields. So you have a bunch of representation from Republicans. That was the whole purpose, was to try and give Republicans more of a voice, because we had a whole bunch of people crying about it. Now I'm starting to see it again where they're just like, well, it shouldn't be drawn up by race. But we definitely need to draw them in favor of some Republicans because, yeah, we don't have enough representation.
Implicitly
says, so you kind of get it.
That we should not be discriminated based upon
There's a whole part of that you're just like,
on our race. And to have explicit racial carve-outs is just not really something that we should have anymore in the year 2026. That's why I support the
Mississippi and other southern states literally still celebrate Confederate Memorial Day. So that's where we still are.
Okay.
Great country.
So, I mean, I
don't think it's a good thing.
I know, but I'm just saying the notion, oh, these are all colorblind utopias. Like, I just think that is.
Yeah, maybe Republican voters should tell their representatives to join the Dems and get rid of partisan gerrymandering.
Defies the reality of what it is like in most of these deeply southern
I was raised, but this is the thing. In Illinois, a lot of people say that it's the Democrats. We had an independent commission come in and draw up the maps.
In the South. So
that's why we ended up with a whole bunch of Republicans.
First of all, in literally Confederate states. So, like, it's.
But instead, you have a bunch of disingenuous shitheads that can't get over the fact that they live so close to Chicago that are just like, yeah, I still don't have enough representation.
Not like I'm not exactly.
Look at all the red in Illinois. Look at all that Southern.
Familiar with Confederate or
that Southern Illinois where, you know, there ain't a lot of people.
Lost cause ideology. However, I've also watched my state go from 1990.
But if they had it their way, somebody that lives in fucking Metropolis, Illinois would have just as much representation as somebody from Chicago.
It's like, you know, we're probably where something like that could have happened, where now, as you just said, James Tallarico is polling in a place.
Dems aren't in charge, numbnuts.
Where he might win.
Dude, Donald Trump has like complete control right now. House, Senate, Judiciary. Shut the fuck up. The only reason America is fucking dying off is because of the Republicans and Donald Trump. Be mad at the people in charge, you fuckhead. What the fuck? I'm so sick of you disingenuous shitheads.
Entire state. So
get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Right.
You know,
although Texas is a little
this is
bit
where
different.
Democrats need to fucking wise up and start shouting a little bit at these idiots and going, you're in charge.
Than like Mississippi,
Try
Alabama,
harder.
just in terms of both the demographic makeup and also the massive influx of like Californians who've moved to
That's
Texas.
fair. Yeah. Well, you know what I would say?
Georgia also has been a beacon for people moving in from out of state,
maybe that's
which really
the fault.
changed the character of
You're
the
right,
state.
which is maybe that's the fault of Mississippi and Alabama for not becoming a more attractive place. I'm joking, okay? So it's one of those where at the end of the day, what I think is equal application of the law is not based on your skin is the most important bedrock principle. I think it when it comes to affirmative action, and I think it whenever it comes to Voting Rights Act. Yes, it will in immediate term, it will affect my so-called minority representation in these states, but we don't do that in literally any other case. And we should make it so that that is what you strive for across the board, including, yes, gerrymandering, which obviously many Republicans in these states thought would use to their advantage. I actually still don't really fully buy, not to just drag this out too much, but I still don't fully buy that the gerrymandering, even with these 7 seats that will go up, will still net out in some sort of Republican favor. Because
I think it's still very much, it's hard to say.
Right, because I was looking,
we'll
at approval ratings. Clinton had like a 50% approval rating and also lost like 52 seats in 1994.
Yeah.
Trump is at an all-time low bottom. So even in a gerrymandered world,
I think Democrats are still going to take the House. I just think it will be a smaller margin.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Anyway, I'd seen people be like, "Oh my God, we're not even going to win now." I'm like, really? Like, I just don't think you're really.
I think it's going to be too big to rig, Sagar.
It's going to be too big to rig, but at the same time, like she said, not a lot of seats.
If you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment.
All right, second debate of the night.
In Afghanistan,
Have you guys noticed a trend with the whole like debates on some of these larger channels or even like a CNN where they're starting to kind of figure out that people enjoy this? I mean, even Piers Morgan. I don't want to give Piers Morgan this credit, but I kind of have to. As far as like the bigger channels, he was one of the ones that kind of like caught on where he's like, well, you know, this Andrew Wilson guy and some of these like the modern day debate channel, they got some traction. Let's try this. Let's try this.
Since World War II.
You are telling young people they shouldn't be asking questions. I think, honestly, Adam, that's immensely ungrateful to American service personnel and the people who keep us safe every day.
We do not need nuclear weapons to control the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz are right there. You can't change geography. They need...
The vote was not 9-0. What are you talking about?
Small speedboat.
I'm not...
Why dude, this is the thing. If you're going to come in here and lie, like, at least make it a good one.
In the class,
like at least have your information like ready.
Briefings in either use. So just
where
be quiet
is it
for a minute.
buried?
And
We
let
know
me
it's
finish.
buried.
At the start of the war, Americans were pretty evenly divided in the.
It's like that motherfucker that came in here the other day where he's just like, gas is $2 or $2 something in fucking wherever bumfuck state I'm in.
Support for the conflict, but now 61% say that the campaign in Iran,
Oklahoma,
was a mistake,
It was
and there
Oklahoma.
is a clear generational gap too. While older Americans are split, 61% under the age of 35 oppose the war, and 80% of those under 30 say there were no sufficient reasons to attack Iran in the first place. This generational divide, I think, when it comes to war, has always been a thing in America, but it seems particularly acute right now, Adam.
Yeah, for my entire life, the United States has been at war with some country in the Middle East, and young people have constantly been told that this will make us safer and make us better off. When we look around at the world today, we are less safe and we are worse off. Millennials grew up watching all these headlines saying that Iraq had been, defeated, that we had taken out Saddam Hussein and we had killed all the bad guys. Well, that turned into a grinding counterinsurgency that cost us $1 trillion, and it was a catastrophe. The same thing happened with Afghanistan. And now Gen Zers are going through the same thing with Iran. We are watching the same people who defended these first two failed wars go on television and defend another failed war. This war is failing. We have not gotten any political concessions. And I'm sorry, I'm not buying this trust the process line. I don't trust the same people who got us into the prior wars, amassed trillions of...
Thank you for the very kind $50 donation. Holy shit.
27
Thank you, Rebecca.
Australian dollars. Love to you and uni. Revolving hearts emoji.
dollars in debts and are not putting America first on the global stage.
So putting aside, perhaps for a moment, even the politics of this current moment, I mean, is it fair for young people to have that level of distrust of the people, to Adam's point, who maybe defended the last war and were wrong and are defending this war too?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, honestly, Adam, that's immensely ungrateful to
How's
American
that?
service personnel and the people who keep us safe every day. After 9/11, it was by no means guaranteed that there would be no mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil in the immediate aftermath of that attack, especially since we had events in Madrid, in London, et cetera. And after the attack on Iraq and the elimination of Saddam Hussein's regime, we took a terrorist supporting enterprise off the map. We don't talk about Iraq anymore as a threat to national security because it isn't. And those who would pretend as though Iran is not a national security threat, and are just frankly dismissive of the extent to which American service personnel get up every day to stop these people from executing the attacks on American and their allies that they plan every single day. This is a thorn in our side. It absorbs a lot of American taxpayer dollars,
Yeah,
to
it's
say
just
nothing
like,
of the
this is
energy
not
of our
my
service
treat.
personnel. And I just think it's just ungrateful I am so to say grateful. that the service personnel are not keeping you safe when they are.
No, I feel less safe due to the actions of our leaders. I am incredibly grateful for our servicemen. You're doing
your
these-
feelings don't make
Wait,
it a
listen,
fact.
you are
Your
doing
feelings, the way you feel doesn't make it a fact.
You are doing.
We are more
let me
safe
finish.
with Iran
He was
having
talking to
been
me.
attacked.
He was talking to me.
Hold on a second, Hal. I'll let you respond.
No one was talking to me.
Let him
Thing is a
finish.
problem.
You are doing the exact same thing that I just laid out in the opening. You are telling young people they shouldn't be asking questions. They shouldn't be questioning the people
I'd
in power
love
because
you
it's
to ask some
ungrateful.
questions about the nature of the
Okay, then
Iranian
what was
threat.
ungrateful about what I said? I said that the leaders are making us less safe, and I can prove that. Right now, Iran has control over the
Adam's cooking, dude.
Strait of Hormuz, and that is a weapon they didn't have control of 2 months ago.
Of course they did. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz in the 80s.
And we opened it up in the 80s.
And by the way,
was there free passage
Iran
to the
with a
Strait of
nuclear
Hormuz?
weapon, you think gas
ago.
prices are high right now? Iran with a nuclear weapon, we'd have unlimitedly high gas prices. They would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they would blackmail the world.
And how much farther away are they from having a nuclear weapon? Where's the enriched uranium right now?
They're non-existent.
Where's the enriched uranium
We're
right
going
now?
to get the enriched uranium.
No, where is it? I want you to answer.
It's buried right now. But
where is it buried?
You're asking me. I'm not in the classified briefings, and neither are you. So just
where
be
is
quiet
it
for a minute.
buried?
Wow. It's almost like you don't know any better about the other shit you were just fucking spewing.
No, it's buried in Iran.
Let me finish.
Okay, Adam,
we are more safe than we were before we took out Iran's nuclear capabilities. Absolutely more safe. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, and Iran's not going to control it. That is absolutely going to happen. It doesn't matter if it's 2 weeks or 2 months.
It does actually matter because
not.
economists are saying if it's closed for a few more months, then we're going to go into a recession. So it does matter. It absolutely does matter.
No one's predicting that because the markets that are all-time high.
No one's predicting that?
The markets that are an all-time high, the markets aren't predicting it.
With the oil markets?
The inflation rate has stayed where it is. And by the way,
what was inflation
by the way, unemployment has stayed low. So when you're talking about everyone's predicting this.
Can you look the average American in the eye?
Just to be clear, inflation has ticked up.
Yes.
It has not stayed the same. But Bobby, you were around for the politics and the conflict of the last two Middle East wars. I mean, what do you make of this generational debate about whether it's wise to be going into another conflict in this
region? Like a depression,
well,
not a recession.
I can't fault the logic that when you've seen this happen through your lifetime and you're still living with the consequences of it in one fashion or the other, you're bound to be reluctant to get into the war. Nobody is disputing for the fact that, for a moment, that the Iranian regime are bad guys. But when you hear the president and our leadership constantly changing the explanation they're giving for why we're at war, constantly changing the timetable of how long this is going to last, and then forgetting how long it has been going on, then you're right to...
But this is where, again, Democrats or like people that debate this stuff should be a little bit better about pointing that out, where it's just like, you guys keep moving the goalposts. You guys remember when you guys were talking about, oh, it's going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be 4 weeks, 6 weeks. Now we're 2 months in.
To push back and say, kindly give us a clearer explanation for why we're there, how long we're going to be there for. It's not enough to say, sit at this table and say, it'll be over, and then the Straits of Hormuz will be open. We've got no indication of that being the case.
Very clearly, the administration has determined, because they've basically ended the kinetic conflict of it all, they've determined that the only way to actually get the things that we want, which is Iran abandoning its nuclear ambitions, moving away from funding terrorism, is to get to the negotiating table, which is the same truth that existed a year ago after they did the first set of strikes. So, I mean, I think that's part of the problem, is that war has not necessarily gotten us the outcome that they say that we are trying to get here.
No, and that's because the rationale for the war has shifted multiple times. No one here has ever said we want a nuclear-armed Iran. That is a red herring at this point, because it's the only talking point that the pro-Trump folks have, because they've gotten themselves into a situation that they were unprepared for. And what's incredibly ungrateful, you know who's incredibly ungrateful? Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, for the men and women who are serving in this war, who are on deployments that are extra long, who are not getting their ships resupplied, who don't understand what they're doing over there, who are being taken for granted. Our military is the greatest in the world, and the men and women who serve are the greatest in the world, and they are being taken for granted as props in a political effort by Donald Trump to make himself feel better till he can distract from everything else that's going on domestically. And now he's gotten himself into a situation where he can't even explain cogently why we're there, what's going on, and why the American people should have to pay the price for it. So that's what's going on here. I mean, when I was a Republican for many years, we absolutely looked at Iran as the threat that it is, and absolutely were trying to do things to make sure that they did not continue to be the world's sponsor of terror. But this isn't it. This is not it.
Noah, you talked about Adam, you accused Adam of being ungrateful. I just want you to look at these charts. Look at what happened to public opinion when it came to the war in Afghanistan. Was it a mistake for the U.S. to send military forces to Afghanistan? The war started out as incredibly popular, and then it became much less popular. So about half of Americans said that it was a mistake, and about half said that it was not. The same is true of Iraq. incredibly popular, right decision, 72%, back at the beginning of it. And by the end of the conflict in 2014, it was down to 38%.
Oh, no.
I mean, are all of these Americans ungrateful? I mean, I imagine many of them they ended up tasting the consequences of the war, including the impacts on their lives, people that they knew, people who may not have even lost their lives in theater but came back forever scarred by it. I mean,
to clarify
ungrateful?
what I had said previously is that it is, in my view, ungrateful to American service personnel to say that they have not kept us safe when we do not measure.
That's not what he said. Dude, this is the only way that they can even try to fucking posit that they're winning an argument like this, where it's just they have to make up shit. They have to put words in people's mouths.
But that's not what but he didn't say that. So you have to acknowledge
No. He's saying that we can measure non-events, which is to suggest that the attacks that have not happened, which none of us are aware of, were not avoidable. Because of the nature of these conflicts. And the conflicts themselves are what inspires the attacks. It's almost inviting the notion that America is responsible for the terrorist.
That's not really the argument that he's making.
No.
The argument that he's making is that
dude, that's a dirty tactic, and I gotta say, good on Abby for fucking calling it out. I'd like to see her do that to Scott, though.
The people who made the arguments to go into these conflicts in the first place misled, which is a fact. And secondly, that the conflicts ended up lasting a very long time, costing a lot of American treasure, and those are also facts. So he didn't say it's because they're they didn't keep us safe. That's not actually what he said.
Well, that is kind of what he said. But let's not belabor the point. I have all the time in the world for criticisms of the president's rhetoric. All the time in the world. In fact, I think a lot of the reasons why the public is soured on this is because the president never approached Americans and solicited their support, told them the burdens they were expected to bear, and told them why they were going into this. But as important as it is to criticize the president's rhetoric, it's also important to talk about what's happening on the ground. And we are closer today to opening up the strait by virtue of what we heard from Admiral Brad Cooper today and the operation that was engaged over the course of the last 24 hours. Very important.
I covered the war in Iraq. I was there for all the arguments going into that war in Iraq. I remember people saying this was the major sponsor of terror. And you pointed to 9/11. Iraq had nothing whatsoever to do with 9/11. And going into Iraq and toppling that regime, as much as I hated the regime as
liked and sub. Thank you, Diane.
Right-thinking people spawned from the direct consequence of that, the Islamic State, also a terrorist group that came directly out of our actions in Iraq. So, if we want to look at historical precedents, we should not cherry pick little bits out of a larger picture.
Oh, I was listening to that. All right. Oh. All right, to the Alex Jones bit. I was kind of waiting for somebody in mainstream media to cover this. For some reason, CNN just was not interested in it at all, which you'd think they would be.
The lights have finally gone out at InfoWars. After nearly 30 years, the far-right conspiracy site led by Alex Jones stopped broadcasting and shut down its Austin headquarters. It's being liquidated to compensate families of the Sandy Hook mass shooting. They won a $1.4 billion
and my mom's dead
judgment against Jones after he spent years hounding them and falsely calling the shooting a hoax.
You are 2 for 2 in your guessing.
Now the satirical
as far as
newspaper
being
The
wrong.
Onion is on the verge of taking over InfoWars, although a Texas appeals court temporarily has the deal on hold until at least May 28th. But Jones is vowing to fight on, clothed or not.
I've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep.
God, this was weird. They already took the shirt off my back.
The Democrat Party.
They literally took the shirt off my back. So if they're gonna wear my shirt, then they might as well take my skin. And I want to show them exactly what type of skin they're getting.
Law firms already got a civil rights lawsuit.
Look at this barrel chest. Come on.
So you think? Look, that's because you're wearing my shirt.
Dude, he's such a weirdo.
So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing.
He is jacked, though. I'll give him that. Well, at least this area. This is all a little, you know.
I feel like I need some hazard pay after being forced to watch that.
It's like, I don't want to see that.
I feel like that was a moment where we should have warned our viewers before we showed that clip.
Joining us now to
I watch Fox News clips and right-wing sources as well.
discuss if they're not too traumatized.
It's almost like I'm not scared to go and just listen to other people's opinions and kind of think for myself. It's almost like you guys don't want to do that, so it's easier for you to just look at any of these sources and just be like, CNN, fake news. All of it's fake news. Anything that's not Donald Trump's mouth is fake news. But I don't even listen to what Donald Trump says. Anything that he says is technically inconvenient for me.
Drozny, senior enterprise reporter for MS Now, and comedian Jason
He was
Selvin,
wasted.
one half of the Good Liars comedy duo. So, Brandy, you have covered.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. I hope they're paying you well.
She's like, thank you.
Yeah, you've
Share my
covered
pain.
this ecosystem for a very long time. Did you ever think you would see the shutdown of InfoWars?
I hope
Not this way.
And yet, like, we do have to say, like, Alex Jones still has a show, right? He is still making his show somewhere. We won't send viewers to that show, but like, this is a really important moment, even though he still has his show somewhere, because InfoWars has been, for some like nearly 30 years, been promoting the craziest conspiracy theories all the way back to the Oklahoma City bombing, right? Which he still propagates on his show. He has harmed so many people. He has done such irrevocable harm to the biggest victims among us. And it's really been...
He's also actually done a lot of disservice in the conspiracy community because he can never just stop. It's always the rabbit hole. Like, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper.
Transparency is the new objectivity. Transparently, I think his website's horrible. I think InfoWars has hurt countless people. I'm so glad that InfoWars, it's poetic justice, that now it's truly comedy, and a comedy site now is very
funny.
Close to owning
Tim
it.
Heidecker's doing a great job.
Things with the InfoWars.
The real worry that I have is that if his viewers just go to InfoWars and they read the satire from The Onion and they still think it's still InfoWars, and then we really have a real problem if they can't differentiate. But to your point, because like this is satire and he was lies. So I mean,
But it does matter in that, like.
No, I mean, of course, I agree with you. I'm worried about
your terrible life's work is now a joke, like literally. And so, like, there's also something in the fact that the Sandy Hook families. I remember watching the judgment come down, the 1.4 or the $1 billion judgment. Yeah. And I was actually sitting next to Ben Collins because, again, transparency. Ben Collins was a colleague of ours on the disinformation beat, but because the world is so weird, he's now CEO of The Onion and doing a really good job, weirdly. And so, we were sitting next to each other, and I remember Alex Jones, when the judgment came down, he was sitting in his studio and laughed, and he said, they'll never get a penny. They're never going to get a penny. And they will now. They will. They'll get it from merchandise sales and from other agreements that they have now with The Onion and the Sandy Hook families. They're going to get something, and that matters.
It's hard to talk about just how bizarre the world of Alex Jones is, because on the one hand, as you well know, there's all of the hatefulness that he
MS Now is the worst. They're not the greatest, I'll tell you that much.
So many years that really hurt tragic
Very
survivors in the aftermath. He was a leech that was using their pain and suffering for his own financial gain through his empire. And then there was also just the simply ridiculous. And I want to play, I'm sure Brandy has her favorite comical Alex Jones, but I want to play my favorite. And Jason, hear what you think about it.
Okay. It is his spot, dude.
You think I'm like shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Dude, classic.
Do you understand that?
Oh, this is classic Alex Jones.
Serious crap.
Oh my God.
I mean,
I think I get.
How come I never hear anybody saying like, "Oh my God, calm down"?
I do understand it. I understand it.
Gay frog, but
yeah. I mean,
thank you for the two.
I've been to a lot of Trump rallies, and if you talk to somebody who's wearing an InfoWars shirt, they're going to tell you some really out there conspiracy theories. Like,
I hope you're doing well.
I talked to somebody in North Carolina right before the election who said that he thought that the hurricanes that were created by the government, and they were hitting the United States on purpose, and the government was making them stronger.
Gay
And
frogs.
he also said he got all of his news from InfoWars. So this is not a big loss that Alex Jones is going off the air.
Transphibians.
But like you said, he still has a megaphone and a platform. But also, with him off the air, there's also...
They can change their sex anytime that they want. Did you hear about the one frog that technically is asexual and it can asexually produce?
So, lots of other conspiracy...
As said, transamphibians.
Theorists who have filled the void right now. And we
Transphibians.
hear about them
There
at
we go.
Trump rallies, and they're people you've never heard of, but they have like thousands of followers on Telegram. And I think you've watched a lot of Alex Jones footage, unfortunately for you. But would you agree? Like,
oh my God,
he is playing a character.
Did y'all know that Jesse Ventura, went and discovered the HARP facility that could control the weather? Did y'all know that?
He's playing a character.
That's where Marjorie Taylor Greene wasn't technically all that off base.
Like half pro wrestling. So
she just had to go and make it about the Jews, which that was a little stupid.
Oh, interesting.
It's
he
kind
doesn't
of
believe it. Not all of it.
Not all. I don't think he believes all of it. And I think that now Tim Heidecker is taking over. Who's like hilarious, comedic genius. He's taking over InfoWars and hosting it, and he's kind of...
The guy looks like a Pixar villain. It's the haircut.
Now just
he totally does,
character.
though.
They're both playing character, so it's living on with Tim Heidecker.
You bring up an important point about Alex Jones and the space he occupies in Trump. He's actually been breaking with Trump recently on some of the Iran war stuff, which is very bizarre. But it's interesting to see whether or not this fracture, does he peel away some of these folks that you saw in North Carolina? Are they going to be diehard core InfoWar fans, or are they going to be Trump fans if they have to choose one or the other?
Well, I would think, when you've, just from talking to conspiracy theorists, like if you put so many chips on the table with a conspiracy theory, like it's hard to not stay pot committed to it. And I think with some of the Alex Jones fans, they're going to continue to believe some of these out there conspiracy theories. And I know Donald Trump had a break with Alex Jones and said, I can't believe he said some crazy things about Sandy Hook, some terrible things about Sandy Hook. Donald Trump was on his show after he said those things in 2015. So it's really hard to take him seriously when he says that.
Randy and Jason, you're
great to see you guys.
I'll be honest, it was weird when Alex Jones started kind of going to bat for Trump, because he was always so anti-establishment that he would just, it didn't matter if it was Obama or, Bush, he would just attack both, and he'd be like, the conspiracy, you know what, it's all the globalists and the deep state, they're coming for you. Technically, they're all the uniparty. But then Trump comes along, he's just like, I trust him. He's going to come out here and he's going to drain the swamp. He's not a politician. He's definitely not one of the elites. He's definitely not part of the elite class. I think that he's going to come out and he's going to be our savior, and he's going to out the globalists, and he's going to make sure that that everything is on the up and up. Trump will be our savior. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, God damn it, turns out that he's technically part of the Epstein class. Oh, man, I don't know how I fucked up. I don't know how I fucked up so bad, not dealing with the Epstein stuff. And then this Candace Owens bitch comes out here taking my shtick. I gotta say, can you imagine how, just in reality, how pissed off he's got to be watching fucking Tim Heidecker have his show, Candace Owens winning an audience doing his thing, and then he also did kind of miss the whole boat with the all right, well, it turns out that Trump is such an effective tool for the globalists that technically he fooled me, but I gotta say, you know what, I've seen past it, and now we're coming for you. You globalists and your stupid elites. Charles Schwab. You guys know who that guy is? The Schwab Foundation over in Germany. Technically, this man, he's the main globalist, but gotta say, it is a little weird that Jeffrey Epstein just happened to have dossier on everybody that I constantly am now saying that they're all clear. Dude. It is kind of laughable. All right. Hey, we got Valhalla. Like I said, got some right-wing sources, even though he's America first. But yeah, you know what? Just because I got disagreements with him doesn't mean I'm not going to watch his content.
I mean, he's going after Tucker and Meghan
and it is also funny because he's pointing out the obvious to, you would think, his base.
Candace and Alex Jones.
Hey, you're back.
More than the guys who supposedly are trying to take his life. Again, from the guy that we
$1
know holds a bigger
it's, what, 400 million? But yeah, the biggest thing is his donors were going to pay for it. Now, all of a sudden, we're on the hook for it. Ain't that fun?
Then literally anyone mysteriously has no interest in talking about these guys.
Roll.
Again,
cue the intro.
Yeah.
Valhalla VFT. This isn't news. This is awesome.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And we've had some pretty wild developments in the White House Correspondents' Dinner debacle, I guess we could call it at this point. And that is that the government released new high-fidelity security
this shit's wild.
footage that shows us exactly.
When you watch it in slow motion, you're like, 1,000, 1,000. Or actually, no, it's funnier if you go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi?
Exactly what actually happened, and whether you believe this was real, it was staged, it was security failures. Yeah, this is not good, because what we'll see is that a canine handler police officer was seen talking to Cole Allen literally moments before he rushed through the lobby. We're also going to talk about how odd it is that Donald Trump has literally not said a word about any of the people who've tried to unalive him. He can only talk about the ballroom, which is a little bizarre because this guy will attack literally anyone who's wronged him other than the people who supposedly tried to take his life. Very bizarre. Then we're going to talk about what's going on with the case in the backside of this because it's very, very odd things happening in the courtroom. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Okay, first thing we're going to do is look at this new security camera footage. Oh, boy. And break it down together and see if we can come to a conclusion on, was this obviously the most staged shit we've ever seen in our lives, or is this just the biggest security failure in law enforcement and Secret Service history? Because it's going to be one of the two. All right, so for some context here, what we're going to be looking at. All right, we've all seen the really grainy, shitty security footage that was released right away. Then there was that AI slop that was put out by Benny Johnson and the administration via CapCut. But this is actually different high-fidelity camera footage from the actual hotel, as far as I know at this point, because this is going viral right now. All right, so now what we're looking at, we've all seen, the original footage of him racing through, but we can actually see what happens before he comes out of that door, which is not what the administration showed us up until now. Let's take a look. All right, so this is actually something we haven't seen before, and that is the footage rolled back just a little bit before what we're used to seeing, and that is where we can see the suspect literally walking into this side room, which looks like maybe a bag. Hard to tell, but again, right in front of about 10 law enforcement officers, already showing how strong the security is, but then let's watch what happens next. We can start to see here literally a canine with the dog handler right behind him follows the suspect into the room. And see, the dog goes all the way in, is what we can see here. Now, it's a little hard. We'll zoom in. He is literally talking to the suspect. You can see he's in a conversation with the suspect right now. The dog is very interested in what's going on. And he just turns around and walks away.
Turns around and
literally
walks away.
Seconds.
And the dog, by the way, is totally flagging him.
After this happens, we see the suspect rush. Yeah. And there he goes. This is super, super important because we talked about this before, and that is we had some serious questions about the suspect shooting a law enforcement officer in the chest with a shotgun and buckshot. Somehow the officer was completely fine. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to us, but what we can actually see here,
like, you kidding me?
Look at this.
Yeah,
this
kinetic force isn't a thing.
Being fired. We know Cole Allen was not hit by any bullets. Where is this gun pointed? Directly at all of these officers. Now, if we zoom the beginning of this in a little bit more, we can literally see him talking to the suspect. Dog walks in.
Oh, that's not set up at all. I mean, dude, you got people that are like, now they're seeing this and they're like, oh my God. Because my theory is that this wasn't like staged the way that like this guy's a paid actor. I think that they let this guy do all this and like they knew that this, it's like, all right, let him get so far and then we'll just kind of, we'll get him.
Sees him. Dog walks.
I'm pretty sure that they knew exactly where he was at all times. I think that's why the dog and this guy was just like, I mean, I I'm wondering if this dude asked him, like, you ready?
It's out. And he starts talking to him.
I mean, fuck, man.
You can see him talking to him. Looks like he's smiling. Dog's concerned, and they walk off. Seconds later. So what does this mean?
Fuck, man?
Well, what this means...
He was staring at the guy. There's no way the guy was just like, yeah.
Is, again,
like, what the fuck?
One of two things just happened. They literally just allowed him to do that.
That's
or
fucking crazy.
This is, again, the worst failure in security I think I've ever seen in my life. Keep in mind, this isn't even outside security perimeter or anything like that. This is in the hotel. He runs out of that room and then immediately runs down the escalator and is one room away from where the president and the entire line of succession of the government is. What I also see here is that it starts to look like the reason why we haven't seen that police officer come out and give an interview about what happened, the one who was shot, was, well, most likely it looks like he was shot by another officer. Now, some other things I find interesting about this as compared to, let's say, the Charlie Kirk investigation is, man, we literally got everything on this guy within minutes. We had known. We knew who he was. We knew where he went to school. We knew things he was doing back in 2014 with NASA projects. They released his manifesto. They showed us the weapons used. We still haven't seen the actual rifle used by Tyler Robinson by the FBI 9 months later. But they were so quick to show us everything here. Look at this picture they released. I mean, they got selfies of this guy in the hotel. Here he is. Again, we can see.
What the fuck? This is totally proving my theory where it's like, dude, I'm pretty sure that they knew. Like, that they released
all the things
guys,
that he was
carrying. And the fact that they had the vice president, the fucking president, and the Secretary of State all in the same goddamn building. And this guy was allowed to fucking be in the building? They didn't go and search room to room like you would think they usually do? Or is just every movie I've ever seen about, like, you know, the Secret Service and, you know, all the president's men and shit like that? Or is that all just, you know,
look at this. They
make-believe?
Released all of this actual evidence for the public to see. We still haven't even seen the shell casings from the Tyler Robinson case.
What do you
so
mean?
Again, it gets a little bit weird to me when in one case you won't show me anything, and in another case you will freely show the American public all of the footage, evidence, manifestos,
dude,
selfie
I love
pictures,
that, like, a lot of people are just like, no, homie.
But again, Donald
sense.
Trump has not said a word about this since it happened, other than to call for the ballroom. Now, things are getting very bizarre as the trial is almost already underway. And the
thing is, it's not arresting him if it, like, for pre-crime or anything like that. All they had to do was sweep. Like, do a security sweep, and they would have found all this shit.
Who has now placed him on a live watch. Great. We know how that goes. And also was apologizing to him for the way he's been treated. Very bizarre. I'm sorry, the judge told Allen. Whatever you've been through, I apologize for that now. A federal judge apologizing to the would-be suspect. It just all feels real performative, all of it. But let's just say this was, again, a massive security failure, because if it wasn't staged, then we can see 100% right now, literally
this
from
is
that
how cover-ups go when nincompoops are in charge.
Again, the most pathetic security ever provided for a president. But what did the White House administration have to say? Well, they didn't quite get their messaging right between the administration and all the paid shills. I'll show you that here in a second. But here's what Todd Blanche had to say about this.
We are investigating this matter fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain. But we also should recognize what did not happen. Law enforcement did not fail.
Oh, wait, you what? Law enforcement didn't fail. They literally let a dude come to the hotel a day before, check in with a bunch of weapons, didn't check anything about him, and then literally let him just run through the lobby. And you're telling me security didn't fail? Now, that's interesting, because once this new footage came out, well, the new MAGA talking points all of a sudden changed.
I think that was fake. Of course, the IDF photo, I think that was fake.
Shills with their coordinated talking points. Again, they don't even try to make these look different, which is so bizarre to me. It's very easy for everybody to tell that you guys are.
They don't even do the hard work.
The same thing. Tatum comes out and says, "Massive failure with the sirens." The canine dog alerted the handler just before Cole Allen ran through security and charged straight for the president. So it was a massive failure. Again, didn't get our talking points right. Oh, this one looks familiar. It's almost word for word copy pasted from Graham Allen, who again has been caught running paid smeared campaigns against Candace Owens before, says it was a security failure. A canine dog alerted the handler just before Cole Allen ran through the security and charged at the president. Oh, that's literally the exact same thing with the exact same video that Tatum posted, and a bunch of them posted the exact same thing. As always, we're getting used to seeing this. Now, again, I also really want to dig home because this is very bizarre to me that Donald Trump, who again will not let any slight against him ever go unchecked, refuses to say a word about Thomas Crooks or Butler or now Cole Allen, other than to, again, build the ballroom. And for the reminder, this is the type of shit he says all day, every day. I mean, he's going after Tucker and Meghan and Candace and Alex Jones more than the guys who supposedly are trying to take his life. Again, from the guy that we know holds a bigger grudge than literally anyone, mysteriously has no interest in talking about it again. Yeah. Again, pretty bizarre. All right, now let's get some takes from the internet.
The fuck? They were definitely running from the Secret Service pointing at that one. Okay, yes, the cops are running away. Wait a minute. Yeah, why are the cops running away? Wait a minute. 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 I understand them getting out of the way of like line of fire. That's fine, but why they keep wait? You're the cops. Wait a minute.
Staged, it is a gross negligence.
Yeah, like this guy's style. Got nice thick beard and got the nice thick sunglasses. Aha!
Of duty. Let's take all politics out of it and say that this is not staged. First, you have a guy that's able to breach their entire security system.
It doesn't make any sense.
With a long gun. Do you know how difficult that should be? He doesn't follow the dog's senses. He just walks in there aimlessly. Next thing you know, homie is running through with a freaking shotgun. You got overweight cops leaning on the wall with their hands tucked in their vest. Top of all that, you have one guy that decides to blaze out with his 90210 side piece. Dude in the backdrop of the crossfire almost got smoked. The guy is not even hit one time.
Again, the whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. Again, whether it was
even
staged,
has the voice,
whether it was real, it's just a massive embarrassment no matter how you look at this thing.
Looks like dog sniff. By the way, what's the point of having a dog if you're not going to go off the lead if it's not staged, by the way? Yeah, but Fox News misses an entire portion of the video. Well, let's play this video to see what he missed, because
I love that. This is what happens when you get like the Charlie Kirk America Firsters, that they already don't trust the FBI. They already feel abandoned by MAGA. So now they are finally just like, I don't believe anything these shitheads say.
Staged. If this isn't staged, then did they let him in? Just walked right past. Is the cop talking to him? It almost looks like
no wonder Trump loves the uneducated red hat pigs, so dumb, gullible, they will believe anything. Yes. And so B Diamond 545
for all the people.
Also, welcome to the show. Hit that sub if you haven't already.
I want to say this is ridiculous. The idea you could say this would be staged. We can look at this with our own eyes, right, and go, well, that doesn't look normal. That doesn't look right. No. Something seems a little bit off here. And given the fact that everything is completely fake and staged, it feels like in our reality at this point, why would we think anything else? Again, we know almost nothing about the Charlie Kirk situation, but we know literally everything about this guy in the first 4 minutes. I don't know, guys. You're free to believe whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you what to believe, but I can tell you for me, when I look at things like this, again, I see one of two things, which one very, very clearly seems staged, not just from the event, but by what they did afterwards.
Trans men can get pregnant.
The entire thing turned to build the ballroom, whether it be Congress, the Department of Justice.
I think it's weird that you think trans men don't exist.
The entire paid MAGA shill group.
They do.
All throwing down your throat.
People.
Oh, we got to build the ballroom.
But you're the one who's just like, you're like, ew, it's ewy to me. I don't like it. And so I don't think that they should be able to live the life that they want to live.
Guys, all the time. If you're trying to figure out if something's a false flag or not, watch what they
I think that you should have your rights.
Do afterwards. And then now when you add this type of security footage to it, man, I don't know. It's rough. And again, if I could be wrong, it might not be staged. But if it's not staged, Again, this is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. And we should probably have congressional inquiries and investigations into the Secret Service to find out, how does this keep happening? If these aren't fake and gay, then what the hell is actually going on with the Secret Service? But I bet you there will be no investigations and they won't be concerned because, as Todd Blanche said himself, law enforcement did everything right.
Yep.
And when you come out and tell me that law enforcement did everything right and I can watch that video, I immediately think you're full of shit. But it's going to be interesting to see what comes out in trial for this guy, because I don't think they're going to be able to prove that he actually shot anyone. But maybe we will. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out this law enforcement officer just took a shotgun blast to the chest and was completely fine after. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. So that's all I got for this one. Don't forget to catch us tonight, 5
Janine Pirro is the one that's really going out there saying like otherwise.
It's been going on over the last week, and it's a lot. All right. So it's going to do it for this one. I'll catch y'all in the next video. I mean, he's going after.
I appreciate that. Here's the leftist take on it. Let's see.
All right, y'all. So it's official. It's official. We got new video from the alleged attempted White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. The guy by the name of Cole Allen tried to get into the speech that the president was giving. Now, we already did a big breakdown of it, you know, the day after, where we walk through all the weirdness,
Dude, you record your videos. I don't know.
The discrepancies, the way everybody reacted.
He could just be like, nah.
And looked at it from basically every single angle. Well, now, this is kind of crazy because we have official HD video. This is not the AI-enhanced HD video. It's actual HD video. And we have new surveillance security footage of Cole Allen sort of wandering around the hotel right before he launched the attack. So with that being said, let's go ahead and pop this up on screen and take a look at this. Here we go.
Oh, this is a different angle.
So he's walking down the hallway here, looking at the gym. Seems like a pretty tall, skinny guy.
Okay.
So this is
like
Friday night. I'll show the
he's mapping
time here shortly. Approximately 3 minutes pass. Walking down the hallway again. Approximately 8:23 p.m. Here we go. Puts on a coat that he didn't have on before.
Yeah, this time, yeah.
All right, so now here we go. You have a whole bunch of law enforcement officials, different kinds of law enforcement officials, sort of standing around. They got the metal detector. You can see the circle in the distance. That is Cole Allen. And Cole Allen is about to walk through this door. But what happens next is kind of fascinating. Take a look. Here we go. So he walks.
Oddly enough, why didn't Valhalla cover the other security there?
Security just sort of standing around there.
Who left the rifle? Dude, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because he wasn't carrying anything.
So boom, he walks
Unless
out.
he like brought it in the room with him, and that's where he was just like, all right, here we go.
He's able to grab his weapon, or I would say take his weapon out of his backpack, but if you look at the earlier videos, he doesn't have a backpack on. So it's kind of bizarre. I don't know.
The bald bitch Joe Rogan gets own series. That's great journalism. Kalinske is going all out these days.
Did he keep it like under his coat when he put his coat on?
Yeah, that's what I think
I'm
he
not
did.
quite sure. But he walks out past that door, grabs his weapon somehow, which I guess is sitting there.
So ramen,
very
how's it going?
strange, sort of contradicts with the official story. And then, shockingly, there literally only like one of the law enforcement officials is even looking in this direction, okay? Now, there's one law enforcement official where you can see that it says police on his back. Take note, he's going to pull out his gun here, and he's going to be the one who rings off some shots. Again, contradicting the official story. And I believe he ends up hitting another law enforcement official. So the person who's standing on the bottom left of the screen here that says police on their back, he's going to take out his gun and shoot.
Don't worry,
and
even the most hardcore MAGA
this
poster boys
person
are
standing against the wall
turning
in the
against
back,
Trump.
in the middle, is going to get hit in
be
a
a real
bulletproof
circus.
vest. All right, here we go. Ready? So there he is, walking back in the door in the distance.
God, I still can't believe that the dog, like, the dog tagged, like, looked at him. The guy, the security looks dead at him.
And he runs out with it.
What the fuck? I still can't get over this.
Now, what the fuck happened there? There was a dog.
Yeah, that's fucking
Look at this.
wild.
What in God's name? So now more law enforcement comes in. They got him on the ground. They somehow get his fucking shirt off. More law enforcement. Playback speed decreased to 35%. Here we go. Now we're going to get to see this more in slow motion. So a couple things I want you to witness. Number one, again, the police officer on the bottom left and the person standing against the wall in the middle, in the back here. The bottom left is going to shoot, and it's going to hit the one in the middle in the back. So take note of that because, again, they say, no, he shot. He's the one that shot.
How does the dog not go to the guy? Because aren't they... I thought that they were trained to smell gunpowder.
The bulletproof vest of one.
Am I wrong here?
The law enforcement official. That's bullshit. This was friendly fire, and they're covering up for it. Okay?
Yeah.
The other thing that you'll notice is, look in the back in this door that he comes out. There's a police dog looking right there right now. And there's an officer looking through that door. And he comes running out of there in like 2 seconds. What the fuck happened here? Look at this.
Yeah, this is wild. This makes absolutely no sense.
He's going to come flying out of that door. Look at this. What the fuck did that... The dog was warning the officer. The officer didn't do dick. Look at this. So now this guy's shooting. The police officer shooting. And there's a lot of officers in the background where they shot. Literally missed Cole Allen every single time from fucking point blank range.
That's weird.
Dude was running like Usain Bolt and got right by them.
As someone who has fired 9s, like, that's weird.
That shit.
You have to be an awful fucking shot to miss that.
It's crazy, bro. That shit is crazy. Now you got more Secret Service, you get police, you get all these law enforcement officials. Some of the law enforcement officials ran away. Some of the security people ran away. The ones that were leaning against the wall, I think one of them was the one that got hit, ran away. Now, by the way, let's also look at this one. No, but for real, what the fuck was this cop looking at?
No, they are trained to... That's what I thought.
So this is strange.
I thought that was what it was. Because, yeah, they got a bunch of those at sporting events, man.
So the dog appears to alert the officer.
Or lies and staged assaults from Trump.
Here, I'll play it.
Independent.
The dog is looking... That's where Cole Allen is, right through that door. And there's the officer looking through that door. Looking through that door. Again, the dog's
way,
like,
if you're
hey,
just joining us for the first time,
over here, bro.
Welcome in.
Look, over
Appreciate
here, bro.
You being here.
Then walks away. Boom, that's when he comes flying out. Look at this.
Dude.
How the fuck is that?
The fucking cop is like, what in the fuck? Like, dude, okay, yes, I'm glad they circling this guy, because this guy right here, the one with the dog, like, he's just like, what the fuck?
What the fuck, bro? Look at this.
Yeah.
Where the red circle is. That is crazy. Look at this.
Just like,
the dog's
good,
like,
man?
hey, over here, through this door, there's a potential shooter, and the cop is looking, or Secret Service, whoever that is, and then boom, runs out. Like, what the fuck is this? Now he's just looking confused.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
Really did.
This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. This is one of the craziest fucking things I've ever
I can't
seen in my life.
Like, how with the official narrative do they sell this?
Wild, bro. Wild.
Did they think that nobody was going to break this down?
One more time. Looking, they got him, and then boom, he runs out. So crazy. So, look, they're lying to us about the official story. The idea that Cole got the shots off, he didn't. He didn't get the shots off.
No.
It was a friendly fire incident for sure.
Yeah, the shots heard were the Secret Service.
And I don't know how Cole wound up on the ground with no shirt on. All of it's very, very bizarre. So, look, I'll just say it. Everybody's been talking about it, but I've seen there's more people who seem to disbelieve the official story than believe the official story. And that is not something that was the case. With the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting, in the immediate aftermath...
Come on, if anyone thinks this was not staged, you're a dumb shit.
It was like 90+% of people.
Like I said, I think that they just were tracking the guys.
Believed, of course.
It was kind of like Pearl Harbor, where Pearl Harbor wasn't set up, but they knew it was coming.
Of course, that they tried to kill Trump, and
they could have moved our ships out.
An atrocity and yada yada. Over time,
9/11.
it came out that it's more like, online is more like 50-50, that like half the people think it was staged now, the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. But this one, like, immediately it was like 60 to 70%. We're like, nope, I'm not buying it. This is bullshit. They lie about everything. They're lying about this. Here's the shit that people are saying. Let me show you this tweet.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that it was like right after Trump got his approval numbers, and he was just like, what do you mean I'm not popular?
Top question so far following the White House Correspondents' Dinner alleged assassination attempt in no order of importance. Staged? Why was there a post from 2023 that simply stated the shooter's first and last name? Why was the shooter's shirt off? Why did the SS look so disorganized? That's Secret Service. Why has Trump skipped every White House Correspondents' Dinner until this one? Why did the shooter mention he especially...
It was staged by the fucking administration,
He was not targeting Kash Patel.
And honestly, now that you're all right, left and right, it's all left and right with you people. It's never just them fucking over the lower classes. I'm going to fucking harp on that one, man.
That one gets me too, bro. That one gets.
I'm glad that you need your team. Like I don't care who it is, but if you need your team to function, you're fucked.
That's me too. And
you really are stupid.
The reason that gets me is because the FBI has a history of basically grooming people.
And I don't understand what it is about, like, and this is where I will do the right versus left thing. At least the left does recognize that there's like this whole class fuckery happening, but on the right, you guys are constantly just like, nah, don't tax them billionaires, they'll leave. Nah, don't bring up the Epstein class. Then they'll get mad and they'll start taking away our tax cuts. You know, the big, beautiful bill really helped me out, man.
Attacks and then stopping them from doing the attack.
They aren't serious people. I know.
Right after they tell them to do the attack. It's how they got like a bunch of, like mentally ill young Muslim teens during the war on terror. They would say, FBI foils terror plot. And then you go look at the specifics and they like groomed somebody to do an attack and then stopped them from doing attack right after they said do an attack. And so why would he say not Kash Patel? It seemed very, very bizarre. They continue. Why was the shooter's name searched hundreds of times in Israel a day before the incident? Why did Caroline Levitt's husband warn a Fox News reporter to be very safe prior
It's not every day I get somebody in here with a name that actually matches exactly what they are. A cope tard.
to the shooting? Why did the shooting just happen to occur at a time that Trump's poll numbers are at the lowest of any modern president? Why did the shooter book a $3,000 a night hotel room months ago for an event that Trump never attends until he recently announced he would? Why was Trump's deputy chief of staff climbing on a chair to start a chant of USA, USA? Why would an award-winning tutor, Caltech grad, and NASA intern try to pull off such a crude, unplanned attempt? Why did the Secret Service lower their security protocols that night? Why was Hegseth seen laughing very shortly after the shooting event? Why was VP Vance removed before the president? Why was the president allowed
I'm not a debater. I'm a streamer.
to stay on the scene and observe with seemingly no security protecting him? Why did right-wing social media all come out with the same ballroom talking point only minutes after the shooting? That's another one that gets me, bro. I don't like. It was literally minutes after the shooting, and
why would I be scared to talk about
all
Graham
of the MAGA
Plattner?
accounts and the group chats were like, ballroom, 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 ballroom. Why does it appear that the same
cares?
Secret Service agents that
He's
failed
likely
in
going to win. I don't know. Did you see Susan Collins?
Pennsylvania were on the scene at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Why did the Secret Service agents appear to be grossly untrained, frequently mishandling their firearms? Why did the entire cabinet look downright jovial after being put through an active shooter event, not traumatized like most people would be? Why was nearly the entire cabinet, president on down, present in one location, a serious break in national security policy and procedures? Why was the post from 2023 by a NASA scientist named Henry Martinez linking him to NASA to intern Cole Allen? Why did Trump lie about tripping?
Yo, I'm like a 20 viewer Andy any given fucking stream. This is actually good for me.
Falling to the ground. Why did a Fox News correspondent have her phone call cut off when she revealed what Caroline Levitt's husband told her? How does a person reportedly carry multiple weapons?
Hey, man, as a country bumpkin with a room temperature IQ, I respect that.
Initial screening at a presidential level event. Why would a planner send incriminating intent before escape or success? How did the Trump administration know the intent of the shooter just minutes after the event? Why was the narrative outpacing formal ID confirmation? How did the
That wasn't Susan Collins.
administration know it was a lone wolf situation?
Susan Collins is the Republican in the general election, dude.
So quickly. Why did the Washington Hilton have layered screening? Why didn't the Washington Hilton have layered screening protections? Was this a true breach or something else entirely? Why would someone with no criminal record suddenly risk being killed for such a low success probability attempt? The other thing is, in his letter that he sent to his family, like 10 minutes before he attempted this, he said, like, well, something to the effect of, like, oh, probably in the hospital now.
Oh, yes, got under my skin by low-key giving me a prop.
Need to be in the
Thank you.
hospital, but much of my own doing. In other words, like, he sort of knew he would survive, but how did you know you would survive?
Oh, he's so triggered, he just admitted that technically he's got a lower view count on any given stream than he has right now.
When you're going to
try
to kill the president, when everybody assumed if you try to kill the president, they would immediately kill you? Like,
what the fuck?
I don't know. That part is weird to me, too. Like, and also, how are you drafting your fucking, like, manifesto?
It is crazy how much you guys self-own.
10 minutes before, when you're, like, doing all the planning and last-minute stuff to get it ready, and you're doing your letter at that point.
You're not into politics, and I just genuinely curious about what people think. Politics just makes me sad. Yeah, that does happen. And with all my other problems, I have a hard time following everything. Jonathan Nazaro, Jonathan Zazzaro. There we go. Got it. Number one, welcome to stream. I appreciate that. After this video, I would gladly tackle that.
Seems bizarre. Why were there reports of inconsistent?
Politics are stupid, but important. Also, you are healthy, but you should at least pay attention at least maybe once a week. Get like a get caught
Or
up.
absent ID checks at the
don't
event. How did a
completely check
person
out,
allegedly
so.
carrying multiple weapons penetrate what was supposed to be a layered security event close enough to engage inside the perimeter structure? Why, after Butler, Pennsylvania, were security protocols not more rigid? The questions keep mounting, and blah, 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 goes on and on. I see more people disbelieving this than believing this on social media, and that's not just liberals or leftists. There's plenty of conservative people who are now going, I don't fucking believe it. And look, all I have to say is, what does that say about this moment in U.S. history? I think what it says is, this is the reality that Trump brought us. Trump, I told you for the longest time.
I'm not in Maine, so I'm not going to fucking vote for the guy. I don't give a shit.
Postmodernist, so he doesn't believe
in
objective
cool.
truth. He doesn't believe in the truth. He believes in his truth. He believes in the power of narrative and storytelling, and functionally making stuff up and running with it. So he created this sort of post-truth world, this post-empirical, factual, objective reality-based world. And so it's more like whatever we say goes. We make it up, we run with it. It is what it is. Well, through force of will and through narrative pressure, we can change the conversation. And so since he brought us that world, now that's bled out into other realms too, where, the left was always associated with science and facts and reality. And now many liberals and leftists and independents and moderates, now everybody's sort of going with the...
You gotta get back to work. Well, Jonathan, I appreciate you being here, man. Definitely come on back. Hit the sub so you can catch the next stream.
No,
it does help me out.
You destroyed...
for real, if you guys are having a good time, even if you don't agree with me, stick around. Sub to the channel, because that does help me. But yes, I would also, I welcome conversation, even if you're
the factual world that we live in. Well, then fuck you. We're not going to play by those rules either.
Keep it in TOS, people.
Like
that's my main goal, or my main rule on this channel is keep it TOS.
Speculate more and to question more.
All right,
and to maybe play a little loose with the facts.
All right, you got to go. Catch you later. Rebecca, thank you again for being here. Also, thank you for the kind donation. Really appreciate it. I will catch you on the next one.
It's basically like he opened this door to a post-truth world and dragged everybody else through that door into that post-truth world, where now we're all here, right? Now we're all here. And a lot of the characteristics of the right have been picked up by liberals and leftists and independents and moderates. And, they got their wish. They got their wish, which is we're going to drag everybody down and we're going to make our political environment much more crass, much more coarse, much less measured. And now here we are. But again, Trump brought us this world. And the fact that the guy told over 30,000 lies in his first term, and he can't seemingly go a day without telling at least a dozen lies, that set the stage for us to be where we are now. Because if he lies about everything else, why wouldn't he lie about something like this? Like, this is the thought process. And that's a reasonable thing to take away, is it not?
Thank you.
That is a reasonable interpretation of the situation. He lies about everything. Why the fuck wouldn't he lie about this? Of course he would. There's nothing held sacred for this man. As Jeffrey Epstein, of all people, said, he's a man with no scruples. That's Jeffrey Epstein who said that about Trump, saying Trump is even lower than him, and he was a pedophile. So, I mean, that says a lot right there. So, new video just dropped, and yet again, it's not answering any questions. If anything, it's raising more questions, and I do think...
That tends to happen every time they do this.
In the long run.
I mean, Kash Patel, he's, definitely the king of that. All right. All right, yeah, we got another debate. Here we go. Last one of the night, and then I'm going to go into the iron laws of oligarchy.
So you tell me, looking at these maps, how that is a fair representation for Republican voters in states like Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, et cetera.
Right, and we can play the same game in South Carolina, in Alabama, in Louisiana, in Georgia, in Florida, in Texas. You conspicuously left all of those out, but that really raises the question here.
How come my Canadian friend got me that security footage days before anybody was reporting on it? I don't know.
Because gerrymandering is happening everywhere, shouldn't Republicans support...
We need new faces in position in government that aren't out for special interest groups and the billionaires that get those people elected. So honestly, this is why we, the people, really need to pressure all of these potential politicians to commit to abolishing Citizens United. That would take care of a lot of this shit, okay?
A nationwide ban on gerrymandering, and yet when that was put forward in 2020... Yes.
Yes, the Democrats did that. That's just a fact.
Gerrymandered seats in America are not from Republicans, as
Yes,
we
they
just showed
are.
on the maps. I want to ask you this question.
Take a look at. Wait, hold on.
Oh, he's got puppy.
Let me respond to what you just said. First of all, take a look at Dan Crenshaw's previous district, and then tell me that gerrymandering doesn't exist in these Republican states. But second of all, every single Republican voted against the 2021 Freedom to Vote Act. Every single Democrat voted in favor of it. That would have banned partisan gerrymandering nationwide. Republicans right now have full control of government.
We all
House,
know
Senate,
that the
White
language of
House.
that benefited
There are no
Democrats and did
Republicans
not
putting
do
forward
what the
legislation.
title says.
Excuse me. Let me just finish what I'm just saying. There's no legislation being put forward to ban gerrymandering nationwide. So you can, if you think it's such a scourge that you can point to New England and say that there are no Republican representatives, Republicans have the power right now to fix it, but they don't because they know that they benefit from it.
No, they don't. No, they don't. We're not empowered, dumb bitch.
Democrats are the ones who've been
I'm sorry. I can't listen to that shit and not just get kind of mean about it.
Democrats don't have control of government.
No, they don't have any control.
Right now,
they have no leverage either.
I want to ask you this.
Gotta move on, huh?
Do you
support it nationwide?
I support the Supreme Court ruling because I don't believe in drawing congressional districts based on race because that's racist. Can Democrats win?
Because you
I
want.
have a question.
Wait.
Brian,
wait.
do you believe that Democrats can win?
You think it's racist to have representation?
The Supreme Court just desegregated
you
the
think
South.
having one
Democrats
district
in the South were
in South
segregating
Carolina.
the South by having race-based congressional districts, which the Supreme Court just ruled against. That's what just happened.
So when they crack,
the funny part is I don't actually agree with Brian fully on this one.
Unless they draw districts based on race, whether they can't win elections because people are fleeing.
Yes, and this is where the appropriate counter argument here would to bring up how it's like, but you understand what it's like not having representation and then getting drawn out of having representation. So how do you not see how this would actually, like, just by accident even become racial because there are populations of people that happen to congregate by race.
Blue states for red states.
Like
and
fucking
they can't
A,
win
man.
elections because in the census,
Yeah, she's
they
full
are
of shit.
counting illegal aliens as part of
No, they're not.
congressional districts, which
No, they're not.
Democrats are opposed to taking out of that because they need them for congressional representation.
If anything, they're actually taking into consideration that there's more people that are in the rural areas, so they're trying to actually give them some fucking representation in this.
So when they crack these districts, and black voters in South Carolina,
they can still
in
vote
Tennessee,
wherever they want. You just don't draw the lines based on race,
Blah,
which
blah,
is
blah.
racist.
Trump's White House has rendered American politics as a joke. Chris, you're not wrong.
You're
Thank you for your
you're
take.
being purposefully obtuse, and your viewers can
You're
see that
being purposely
because
obtuse.
they know exactly what it means when you crack a district from a jurisdiction where there are overwhelmingly black or brown voters, and now
I'm living
all of
in
a sudden
Ireland and I'm
those districts are
fascinated and fucked up by this
into
madness.
3 other districts.
Michael Fogarty, I appreciate you being here.
So
and
that-
also, I kind of envy you.
Their voting power is diluted. This is exactly the impetus.
I know that George
Hold on,
Wallace
this is
and Joe
exactly
Biden
the
were
impetus.
against
This was
desegregation.
exactly
Hi,
the
thank you for all you're
impetus of
saying.
the Voting
Thank you.
Rights Act of
Republicans are not for
1965.
that, and neither
This was exactly the impetus of the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Brian Tyler Cohen, thank you. Talk to you soon.
That was News Nation host Katie Pavlich ending the interview with me after I pressed her on the recent Supreme Court ruling gutting the Voting Rights Act. Now, first of all, she tries to suggest that gerrymandering is only used by Democrats.
Holy shit, I just realized he's starting to look like Sam Cedar.
And that those poor, innocent Republicans are but mere victims, which, to be clear, is just fiction. Republicans have gerrymandered Texas, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, and virtually the entire South. She points to New England states.
If you don't want me skipping your comments, then you can pay to have them read.
Having no Republicans serving, and yet when
What super chats are
I
for.
brought up the raft of red states with gerrymanders, she pretended that she didn't know what I was
I
talking
get to you,
about.
I get to you.
The reality is that there is only one side that actually wants to eliminate gerrymandering. It's the only side that's introduced legislation to do exactly
Ace
that.
Ventura.
The Freedom to Vote Act in 2021 sought to
Alrighty
ban
then.
partisan gerrymandering nationwide. Guess how many Democrats voted for it? All of them. Guess how many Republicans voted for it? Literally 0. So if you think gerrymandering is a scourge, that's completely justifiable. But if you think gerrymandering is a scourge when the other side does it, and only when the other side does it, and you refuse to lift a finger when you have full control of government to stop it, then you're a hack.
Thanks, never engaged before?
Too blind to see it.
Well, I appreciate you being here, man.
But then
Thank
she
you.
goes on to say that she supports the Supreme Court ruling gutting the Voting Rights Act because drawing congressional
thank you for the
districts based
sub.
on
Appreciate
race
that.
is, quote, racist. To be clear, the Voting Rights Act is a response to states diluting black voting power by expressly cracking their districts and ensuring that they don't have representation. It's not racist to give black people voting power. What's racist is taking their voting power away, whether by conservatives before the 1965 Voting Rights Act or by conservatives now in 2026. You can't look at a response to overtly racist behavior and call that racist and expect to be taken seriously, or expect people to think that you're not being completely disingenuous.
Yeah, he's not
and
wrong
as I
about
said
that.
in the clip, that phenomenon is why the Voting Rights Act was first adopted, because of that racism. And it's why it was upheld and extended and amended in 1970, 1975, 1982, 1992, and 2006. Because, surprise, racism did not end, nor did the need for these protections. And the fact that the first thing that these southern states did the moment the Voting Rights Act was struck down just a few days ago was to move to eliminate the only remaining black districts in their states is a testament to exactly that. Look at what these states did within a day of the Voting Rights Act being gutted.
Yeah, but this is something that's not being covered because it doesn't fit into the doomer mold. This could backfire spectacularly on them. Because as they start bringing in those like if they write out those black districts, that doesn't mean that they don't get to vote in that district still.
Louisiana,
like they are going to still vote.
The governor called
now it's just a matter of, okay, do they outweigh, the rich area?
State of emergency and immediately suspended congressional primaries. A state of emergency, not for...
But because black districts tend to be in cities? This could fuck them.
Or a natural disaster, or the sky-high poverty rate, or the high crime rate. But
rather, not could, it will, Pat.
To make sure that they can eliminate districts with black representation.
You're more optimistic than I am on that.
The state will redraw its map and could eliminate at least one black district. In Alabama, Governor Kay Ivey called a special session of the legislature to
Yeah, but you're acting like that, you're acting like that means this automatically means that it will fucking then turn to a Republican seat. In some cases, yes. But
instate a gerrymandered map that had previously been struck down by the Supreme Court. And obviously with this new decision, that map will likely be able to stand. The state's 2 black opportunity districts may be eliminated.
I can't even argue down
Governor Lee has convened a special
He's barely left.
session starting tomorrow.
No, he's what you would call liberal.
They're seeking to eliminate the state's only
I don't
black
even like playing that game because fuck it.
In
we're
South
all
Carolina, Republicans are calling on the governor to
weight.
call a session to redraw the maps and eliminate the only black opportunity district
I'm not
currently
any
held
better.
by Jim Clyburn. So here's a little explainer, and I'm going to try to make this really simple. If you think that taking away the only representation that black voters in the entire South have...
I mean, our political system is an abomination to humankind, but Democrats have hella fucked up. I mean, they have.
By spreading...
That's objectively true.
Spreading them across existing districts with white conservative representatives is...
They got way too complacent. They didn't want to... They never want to, kind of pivot to be a little bit more progressive. They don't see that, some younger people would totally vote with them if they weren't such corporate assholes.
Good, and that any effort to give them a voice in politics is racist, then you are the racist in this scenario. The reality
Why is nobody shouting stop? What do you mean?
Are proving in real time why...
Like to Trump? Dude, a lot of people are.
The Voting Rights Act was necessary in the first place. They are hell-bent on denying black Americans representation, which underscores the need to not just pass a new Voting Rights Act immediately, but also expand the court so that they don't just immediately slap it down. And I'm sorry, but it's been too fucking long that we have waited to be done with this Jim Crow era bullshit. It's been too fucking long that racist white conservatives have been trying to silence black and brown Americans. We need a new generation of Democratic leadership that is willing to sack up and fight not to achieve compromise, not to achieve parity, but to win. And that starts with expanding the court that 6 right...
This is fun. I should get drunk more often.
Don't get to run the entire United States government. As I write
You're like, I like doing this blood sport
new
thing.
Book the day after, the first order of a filibuster-free Congress should be reform of the Supreme Court.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Not the second or the third or the fourth, or it will be too late to save the Republic and our independent judiciary. If any subsequent reforms are to stand a chance at surviving, we cannot leave in place a rogue branch of government with the power to strike down anything that doesn't comport with its far-right ideology.
Yeah.
If the root of the problem is that we have a rogue branch of government that will always strike down any and all progressive legislation, including a Voting Rights Act, then we need to stop being so precious about that branch of government. Remember, 9 justices is not in the Constitution. And remember, if Republicans needed to increase the number...
Okay, so we got to pack the courts. We get it, man.
...justices, they would do it in a heartbeat.
Why can he never actually get to the point where it's just like, and you need to cater to more people?
Will not win if we're only responding. If the original interview clip that I showed you anything, it's that these people on the right will twist themselves into pretzels to justify their desperation for power at all costs, even if they have to disenfranchise millions of people to get it. They are fundamentally anti-democratic.
This is a great stream to follow when you're unsober.
You have to go on offense because that's what Republicans have done
Natch,
for
I
nearly
appreciate
my entire
that,
lifetime. And it's about time we fight back while we still have the chance.
Hey, he's not wrong. I mean, this is called High on Politics. We definitely welcome people to be in a certain state of mind. All right, guys. Who's in a learning mode? Because, oh my God. Yeah, let's see. What do we got? We got the billionaires are afraid of philosophy. We got, you know what? Let's do the Piers Morgan thing, and then I'll get to the iron law of oligarchy. Because, yes, I want to learn about, I want to teach you guys and learn something with y'all. The iron law of oligarchy is something that I had absolutely no background and I didn't even know existed, to be completely real. Oh yeah. I mean, here. All right. So here's what this is, guys. And I think that Republican or Democrat could kind of Republican or Democrat, right or left. I don't care where you fall on the political spectrum. I think that this is important. Now, this isn't set in stone as far as being 100% on the nose, but it's definitely there. So my buddy sent me this and he was asking me if I had known about it. I did not. So the iron law of oligarchy is a political theory first developed by German-born Italian socialist Robert Michels, I think Michels, but anyway, in 1911, in the 1911 book Political Parties. It asserts that rule by an elite or oligarchy is inevitable as an iron law within any democratic organization as part of the tactical and technical necessities of the organization. I kind of agree with that. Michels' theory states that all complex organizations, regardless of how democratic they are when started, eventually develop into oligarchies. Michels observed that since no sufficiently large and complex organization can function with purely as a direct democracy, power within a organization will always get delegated to individuals within that group, elected or otherwise. As he put it in Political Parties, it is organization which gives domination of the elected over the electors. Who says organizations? Organizations says oligarchy. According to Michels, all organizations eventually come to be run by a leadership class who often function as paid administrators, executives, spokespersons, or political strategists for the organization. Far from being servants to the masses, Michels argues that the leadership class, rather than the organization's members, will eventually grow to dominate the organization's power structures. All of these mechanisms can be used to strongly influence the outcome of any decision made democratically by members. In 1911, using anecdotes from the histories of political parties and trade unions struggling to operate democratically, Michels applied his argument to representative democracy at large. He believed that historical evolution mocks all the prophylactic measures that have been adopted for the preservation of oligarchy. So this is where I'm going to say I don't necessarily disagree with his assertion on this one, because it does kind of make sense, when you look at how everything does kind of organically turn to, the what I would call a parental power structure, where it's you always got somebody that you have to look up to, or and it's kind of like the whole thing about power corrupting. But this is where I disagree, is he's asserting that it always leads to that, where no matter what, it's going to turn be corrupted. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Like the fact that the USA does just shows you have a terrible argument. Oh, shit. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Michels kind of cooking. Yeah. That's why we need regulations with checks and balances. So he brings that up. He actually does bring that up. So in 1911, Michels argued that the socialist parties of Europe, despite their democratic ideology and provisions for mass participation, seemed to be dominated by their leaders, just like traditional conservative parties. Michels' conclusion was that the problem lay in the nature of organizations. The more liberal and democratic modern era allowed the formation of organizations with novel and revolutionary goals. But as such organizations became more complex, they became less and less democratic and revolutionary. Michels formulated that the iron law of oligarchy, who says organization says oligarchy. He later became an important ideologue of Benito Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy, teaching economics at the University of Perugia. So again, he could be a total piece of shit. He could definitely be wrong about stuff, but that doesn't mean that this is necessarily wrong. Like I did say, like, if you can appreciate the fact that, yes, this is more, I wouldn't call it the iron law of oligarchy, more the bronze law of oligarchy, because it can kind of, it's, be a little more malleable. Well, that took a turn. See, yeah, I knew it was going to go there. Reasons, Michels stressed several factors that underline the iron law of oligarchy. Darcy Leach summarized them as bureaucracy happens. If bureaucracy happens, power rises, power corrupts. Yeah, it's like the absolute power. Yeah. Okay, so we know that argument. Any large organization, Michels pointed out, has to create a bureaucracy to maintain its efficiency as it becomes larger. Many decisions have to be made daily that cannot be made by large numbers of disorganized people. For the organization to function, centralization has to occur, and power will end up in the hands of a few. Those few, the oligarchy, will use all means necessary to preserve and further increase their power. So that actually, I kind of brought up a similar point, and this is actually more Sam Cedar's point. I have to give him all the credit on this one. Sam Cedar made a breakdown one day where he was talking about, like, okay, so if you're truly anti-establishment and then you become the power structure, then you by default become the establishment. So what's the difference here? And how do you guarantee that you're not going to fall into the same, corruptible, system? So, Mitchell, what up, dude? I thought you were here. Wait a minute. What's up, man? Okay. According to Michels, this process is further compounded as delegation is necessary in any large organization, as thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of members cannot make decisions via participatory democracy. This has to date been dictated by the lack of technological means for large numbers of people to meet and debate. Okay, so we've met that. Obviously, we live in a pretty strong technological information age, so like this could theoretically be worked on, and also by matters related to crowd psychology, as Michels argued that people feel a need to be led. That is also true. I learned that in hockey when we were delegating, like when I became the captain of my hockey team. It's funny because like so many of the dudes on the team didn't even want to be in the running, and I was like, okay. And then my coach kind of was just like, yeah, some people want to lead, some people want to follow. He's like, you have natural leaders, and delegation leads to specialization, to the development of knowledge bases, skills, and resources among leadership, which further alienates the leadership from rank and file and entrenches the leadership in office. Michels also argued that leaders in organizations, the desire to dominate is universal. Yeah, see, that's where I'm not sure. These are elementary psychological facts. Damn, he's kind of a dick. Thus, they were prone to seek power and dominance. I mean, these are elementary psychological facts. This is like right-wing troll speak from 1911. An example that Michels used in his book was the German Social Democratic Party. One of the best-known exceptions of the iron law of oligarchy is now defunct International Typographical Union, described by Seymour Martin Lipset In his 1956 book, Union Democracy, Lipset suggested a number of factors that existed in the ITU that are supposedly responsible for countering this tendency towards bureaucratic oligarchy. Participatory subgroups and countervailing power. Jonathan Fox, 1992 study of Mexican peasant organizations focused on how participatory subgroups within membership organizations can generate a degree of countervailing power that can at least temporarily mitigate the iron law of oligarchy. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's like the subchapter thing, but then again, he's not necessarily wrong as like far as like having, people, and I hate to use the term like power structure, but you're always going to have somebody that is like at the head of, whatever organization, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will always break down into the iron law. Okay, so here it is. The iron law of oligarchy is similar in concept to the theory and practice of oligarchical collectivism, a fictional book in the dystopian novel 1984 by George Orwell, who had written a review of James Burnham's book, The Managerial Revolution, several years earlier. The fictional book begins throughout recorded time, and probably since the end of the Neolithic Age, there have been three kinds of people in the world: the high, the middle, and the low. They have been subdivided in many ways. They have borne countless different names, and their relative numbers, as well as their attitude towards one another, have varied from age to age. But the essential structure of society has never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, the same pattern has always reasserted itself, just as the gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, however far it is pushed one way or the other. Like I said, guys, didn't really know about this theory. And I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You're middle and low. I mean, I was about to say I can't even claim to be middle. I'm low. And it sucks to be on the low end of this, but political theory has come way further than this stuff now. Oh, outdated? Absolutely. That's kind of where, like, it was funny because I saved this for the end here. My friend that sent this to me is pretty hardcore libertarian. So when he asked me this, because he texted me first, he's like, have you heard of the iron law of oligarchy? I was just like, no. Then he sent me this wiki, which, again, usually I would take that as like a condescending, like, well, here's the Wikipedia. It's just like, okay. I mean, I do use, I'll use Wikipedia. I try to look at Wikipedia and then also look at the edits and be like, okay, this one's not real. But, oh no. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I came back at him with just like, okay, that was interesting, I will admit. He's not necessarily wrong in like the way that I was thinking, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. But at the same time, it really is negating the fact that there really are good people out there. Like and that's a fucking super pessimistic way to live, by thinking that like nobody is altruistic enough to kind of like check their power. Now, he did have a good point about like how if it like spreads too far and you have too many people in the organization, that yes, it can essentially eat itself. I mean, look at the way it functions in our politics, where we have the farther left and the farther right, where like you got the extremes, then you have the center, like the centrists, and then it's the same bullshit. So you can't live game theory. Yeah, you really can't. But anyway, who wants to find out if we're heading towards a global depression with Professor Jiang? Wait a minute, isn't this other guy? Wait a minute. Yeah. Who is this other guy? Fuck, he's on Bill Maher a lot. He's kind of a dick. Stephen Moore. Oh my god, yeah, I haven't seen Steve Moore in a while. This guy has been I always thought that he was the guy that wore like the jacket with all the question marks. That's not the Riddler that would go around Washington just be like, "Have you seen my book? Look at this." What was that for even? Fuck. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? Anyway, I might have to actually like look this up. Anyway, let's get to the Piers Morgan bit here.
Are we heading for a global recession?
By the way, 22 minutes until the 420 on the show.
I think that we are heading towards a global depression.
I'm terrified. People are not going to starve to death. They're going to die of thirst.
Where is Russia? Where are the Brits? Where are the Chinese? Where are the Europeans? I think that's been a big problem for Trump, is nobody seems to be helping.
If you want to get people to help you, probably don't call them a bunch of morons all the time, would be my starting point.
It seems like you all can't determine who's the good guy here and who's the evil.
You're the bad guys, for God's sake.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's my point.
Okay, if you can't realize that America is the evil
You're
empire,
the bad guys. You're saying the United States is the evil empire.
Yes, stop reading Hollywood scripts and realize which planet you're on.
Okay, then if we're the evil empire, why is it every immigrant in the world wants to come to the United States?
Nobody wants to go there now, mate.
Yep.
This is a serious warning, announced the IRGC after firing at a US warship. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The 100-mile choke point along Iran's southern border has become the regime's most powerful weapon. Clearly, the United States has no military solution for opening it. And while President Trump may boast that the US doesn't need the strait, rocketing gas prices and spiking inflation say otherwise. Recent polls show that voters now trust Democrats more than Republicans on the economy for the first time in 16 years. The fact is that oil trades in a global market. That means Americans will pay the price just like the rest of us. And while the White House has promised immediate relief as soon as the strait reopens, most experts say that economic chaos will reign for months or worse. So how bad could it all get? Well, one of my guests today is warning of everything from recession to famine. Joining me to debate is the economics professor and commentator Steve Keen, former economics advisor to President Trump, Stephen Moore, and returning to Uncensored, the game theorist Professor Zhang. Well, welcome to all three of you. Steve Keen, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you.
What is going on here economically? We keep being told this is the worst stress on the global economy through energy that we've ever seen. Is that right? And how much worse could it get?
Well, it's right. And every measure I've seen said it's larger than 1973 with the Yom Kippur War, larger than the price rise in the 1979 when prices increased by a factor of 4. And it's basically destruction of a large part of the planet's infrastructure for getting oil out of the ground and everything else we get along with oil. So it's not just oil that's being destroyed. It's something like about 30% of the world's helium supply. It's something of the 30 to 50% of fertilizer. Sulfuric acid is half of the sulfuric acid we use for industrial processes is gone. This is going to cause a monumental shock to the production system of the entire planet.
The markets so far have been remarkably resilient, given how stressed this has all been. Why is that? And are we going to wake up, as some predict, I think you'd be one of them, is there going to be a massive backlash to all this in terms of a potential recession, do you think?
Yes, I do. And like I'm just smiling because I remember listening to George Soros once explain his approach to how he made money out of the markets. And he says, forget the efficient markets hypothesis. That's a load of nonsense. What actually the markets actually do is they underreact in the first place and then overreact later. So he'd pick something where there was going to be an underreaction, like, for example, what's going to happen to the British pound, where back in the days of fixed exchange rates. And he'd say he'd buy them at that stage and know that they, up or down, take a put or a call position, know that the market's going to come up to his position later and make a killing. Now, that's what's happening right now. I spoke with 5 people who are financial markets experts in a Twitter forum some couple of weeks back, and I finally got bored and left the damn thing because not one of them talked anything about the physical manufacturing processes behind what's happening in the Strait. And when you destroy helium production, when you destroy fertilizer throughput, when you lock all those resources up, the production system has to fall over. So this is going to be a financial crisis caused by a damage to the production system, which is the opposite of the usual situation. The financial system screws the manufacturing system.
Stephen Moore, welcome to Uncensored to you.
Thank you.
You've been very supportive of Trump economics, Trumponomics, as some people call it. It struck me that this was...
Oh, boy. Oh boy.
Always a massive.
Guys, that was the nail in Biden's coffin, was Bidenomics. Once they started coining Bidenomics and then trying to sell us at like it was a good thing.
Ooh. By President Trump. And that the potential downside was big. And it's turned out to be very big so far, with very little at the moment, I would say, very little tangible upside in terms of concessions from the Iranians, because they've realized that by strangling and controlling the Strait of Hormuz... I
can't stop laughing that Chiang's there. I mean, even he's starting to look a little uncomfortable.
Coupled with their strategy of attacking their neighbors, their Gulf state neighbors, that two-pronged strategy can be very effective
drinking blue milk soon.
In damaging the economy, both for the Gulf states and for the global economy with the Strait. You know, how bullish are you about what is going on here if this carries on for a few weeks or months?
Well, I certainly agree that, look, energy is the master resource. Everything that we have is derivative of energy. And so...
You have an oil pipeline right behind you? Oh, my God.
When you see,
what
the price of oil go up to as high as...
Just remember, these are the assholes that are like... that keep telling us just like, this is worth it.
$110.
Like this guy, that was like his whole shtick.
Barrel from, it was at... almost
during
half
the Bush
that
years,
level.
He was just like, yeah, so what if it's for the oil?
At the beginning of the year. Remember, at the beginning of the year, thanks in part to Trump's drill, baby, drill strategy, we had the lowest gas prices in 50 years adjusted for inflation. So everything was going swimmingly with respect to energy. And then all of a sudden you have the straits closed down, you have the bombing, and that has certainly disrupted things in a very negative way. And look, a higher price of oil is just basically a tax on the world economy. It affects everyone. I agree that, so many industries, from our technology industry to our transportation industry to our manufacturing, is all very dramatically affected by a higher price of oil. And the real question is, how long will this last? Now, none of us know that answer. I would say that the best way of gauging how long this will last is to look at the futures market. In other words, you can buy a barrel of oil 3 months from now and you can pay a price for that. And so the futures markets are telling us that the price of oil will migrate back down to $70 or $80 a barrel. And let's hope that they're right. Because if it doesn't happen, it's going to be really bad news for the Republicans come midterm elections.
Right.
Because the one thing that we all know is that Americans hate paying high gas prices at the pump.
Yeah, but the person that knew that better than anybody was President Trump. I've known him a long time. You have. Yes, it was a massive gamble. I understand he wants to stop Iran developing a nuclear weapon. I understand the argument. I just felt like going to war with Iran in the way that's happened had so many potential negatives to it that it was an enormous political risk, never mind anything else, and a huge, as it's turned out, economic risk. And the truth is about the future markets, for example, with this, I don't think anybody knows, do they, Stephen? I mean, the truth is, I don't think President Trump knows. What we do know is that the IRGC, the Iranian...
Also, does anybody else think that that's a little weird, that the futures market is just like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to place a bet, because that's what it is. It's a bet that oil's going to be, $80. So I'm going to buy these theoretical barrels of oil at that price now so I can what? How does that not influence the fucking market, especially if it's like a certain person in power? Like, get fucked.
Regime remains pretty well in charge. That seems clear because the people...
Hey, guys, you know what? Fuck it. I think that we should all start paying what the futures of every commodity is. So, like, say we go to the grocery store and you're just like, they say, all right, that'll be $400. It's like, here's $100. I'm paying for what the future price of this is going to be.
Are not rising up at all. We know that the Strait of Hormuz remains pretty well closed.
Do you think they'll let us?
They have control of that. And, if they think they can hold America to economic ransom, it is highly likely, given the history of this 47-year regime, that that's exactly what they'll do. Right, that they will affect maximum leverage economically, knowing that that is actually their most effective weapon.
So I would simply say to that, Trump has said short-term pain for long-term gain. And the big question, of course, is how long is that short-term pain going to last? And so I don't have an answer to that. I am not a foreign policy expert. I'm an economist. I'm here to tell you if the price remains.
Do you understand how wrong he was
high
about 2008? Like, I remember specifically him being very off on that one.
It will have a very negative effect on the economy, especially given the fact that we are now moving into this incredible new age of AI, robotics, where the data centers, where our energy demands are going to double over the next 10 years. So we're going to use a lot more energy. And I'll just say one other final point. The world is not running out of oil and gas. The world is awash in oil and gas. This is a supply chain problem because the strait is being shut down, and the world has to come together to get those straits open. Where is Russia? Where are the Brits? Where are the Chinese? Where are the Europeans in helping get that done? I think that's been a big problem for Trump, is nobody seems to be helping.
Well, one of the problems is he keeps trashing them all publicly, which is, if you want to get people to help you, probably don't call them a bunch of morons all the time, would be my starting point. Let me bring
we've helped. Well, look, we've helped them for 40. We've spent $100 billion on the defense of Europe. So, I mean, for them to sit on their hands, I think Trump is right to say maybe we're going to have to reinvestigate this relationship with Europe.
Well, it could just be that a lot of European countries were not persuaded that Iran was about to imminently have a nuclear weapon. And the reason for that, I can speak for my country, the UK, although if I'd been Prime Minister, I would have absolutely allowed America to use our bases for any military action they wanted. I do think—
Of course you would. You're a fucking cuckboy for Trump.
We have quite long memories here of what happened with Iraq, where we were assured that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and we went to war. It cost enormous amount of money, enormous amount of lives lost. It led to the rise of ISIS. It was pretty well a catastrophe. So I think people in Britain and others in Europe that went to war in Iraq over the,
By the way, guys,
issue of WMD
I'm not sure
like,
if you figured it out yet,
but
but you are technically in the political stoner circle. And if you guys want to celebrate with us, we have 10 minutes.
persuaded. And they should be allowed to be not persuaded, in my opinion, without the president going completely berserk as he's done, because I don't think that helps persuade anybody to help in the way that I think you reasonably put out a sort of narrative here that, yes, of course, all the countries have a vested interest in the strait being reopened, ought to be working together to do it. But it is quite hard when the guy that started the war but led to it being shut is just trashing you all the time. Professor Zhang, let me bring you back into the debate here. Welcome back to Uncensored. We always get a great reaction when you come on. So thank you for sparing me some of your valuable time. Stephen mentioned there China and why China isn't doing more to help. It is interesting because China really gets more energy through the strait than anybody else in the world, and therefore has a bigger vested interest, you would think, in getting it reopened as soon as possible. Why is China kind of sitting this out?
Well, China is not sitting this out. We have the ceasefire in place because China did a lot of backdoor diplomacy in order to pressure the Iranians to attempt a ceasefire. This is out of character for China. China does not like to involve itself in
diplomacy.
Other nations' affairs. And so I think without Chinese pressure, we would not have the IRGC agreeing to the ceasefire in the first place. The issue is that the United States continues to be unreasonable in negotiations with the Iranians. The Iranians have done a lot in order to try to accommodate the Americans. But, when J.D. Vance went to Pakistan for the first time to negotiate with the Iranians, basically, it was a very heavy-handed ultimatum to the Iranians. And after that, I think that the Iranians recognized that there really is no hope in negotiating with the Americans. The Americans want to escalate. Why the Americans want to escalate, we don't know, but we can expect that over the next few weeks, the escalation will increase. Trump has talked about using U.S. naval ships to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. This is clearly a provocation, and we might have a Gulf of Tonkin incident, which will allow Trump to justify a ground invasion.
Right, and a ground invasion, Steve Keen, would be
Yeah, except we weren't at war beforehand.
To me, just pouring fuel onto what is already a burning fire of mayhem over there, which I think could be horrendous.
Expensive because gas
for the
is
United
fucking
States.
expensive.
Absolutely. And I think the soldiers on the ships are having much the same reactions. We don't know whether the nuclear aircraft carriers taken out by Iranian attacks or by sailors stuffing their own clothing into the sewerage system to block it and force it out of the conflict. Those are our two choices. You have probably the least willing American military in the history of America's military.
If you haven't followed, or
supposed to go up against a country of 90 million people who know they face an existential risk. It's absolutely ludicrous to be talking about ground troops going into that part of the world.
Oh, this is a nightmare fucking roto.
I'm not an expert in military matters either. We've
Definitely.
all that. But from what I've got from reports,
this guy seems like he could be fun.
People who I know are experts in that area. Unless the Americans have Star Wars style weapons to use against the Iranians, and this is going to be a slaughter of those American troops. And then I've completely
this motherfucker's just like, if they can make Iran Alderaan,
we can set up as another false flag, which America should be famous for. The Gulf of Tonkin, which dragged them into the Vietnam conflict in the first place, was put across as an attack by American ships in international waters. It was actually an American attack within Vietnamese waters. All this stuff, America sets up these wars and then loses them.
You've described Donald Trump as an anarchist who behaves like a mafia boss with no idea of consequences. And you've sent this message to world leaders: get rid of Trump, stop this. America has to concede defeat and step back to give us a chance to rebuild the world's physical infrastructure before global famine sets in. You added, it's a clusterfuck coming out of America. If you're going to see regime change to stop this war, forget about seeing it in Iran. You need to see it in America. I mean, that's strong rhetorical stuff there. Just explain what you're getting at.
Well, first of all, I mean, my perspective on Trump comes from having a personal relationship with somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. And everything, I think the one advantage of that relationship in the long term was I understood Donald Trump, I think.
Look at Steve just fucking sitting there
wants to make
turning
himself
red.
the center of attention. And
So
it doesn't
embarrassed.
matter how you do it. You make a center of attention by giving a nice dance or by invading another country. He just wants to be the center of attention. I think that's why he fell for Netanyahu's provocation, which 40 years of previous American presidents have resisted, and went in the belief that it would be over in a couple of days. I mean, all the talk about, we've got to get Iran to be reasonable, around the Iranian regime, yada, yada, yada. The very first thing the Americans did was assassinate the top leadership of the country, including the father and I believe the wife of the new leader. You want to be taken seriously as somebody to negotiate with? That just tells you don't negotiate, defeat them on the ground. And just like Vietnam was a war where they brought in enormous firepower and lost to a guerrilla army, this is bringing in enormous firepower and taking against a political system which has broken itself into 31 like heads of a hydra, so that you can't take it out collectively. So all America's tactics have backfired so far. They'll continue backfiring. The only way out is for Donald Trump to declare victory while conceding defeat.
Stephen Moore, I mean, look, I can't imagine a scenario where Donald Trump tries to get out of this without at least presenting a case for total victory. That's his nature. But in terms of this war and the impact it's had on his legacy, how was the tariff war doing before all this? In other words, the Trumponomics, which he launched with a huge gusto, a kind of year ago, how was that playing out, do you think, globally before this? In other words, was his economic strategy, do you think, working? And has this put everything back? Or was it not really working, and this is added to the general sense of chaos?
Excuse me.
Well, first of all, I just have to say, I mean, come on. It seems like you all can't determine who's the good guy here and who's the evil. And by the way, I'm not even a big fan.
We're the bad guys in this one, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my point. If you actually think that we're the bad guys and the Iranians the good guys. You have a personality.
No, it's literally like, if you're gonna break it down from good to bad, yeah, we're kind of the baddies on this one, man.
Sort of, my friend.
I'm sorry.
And it really is amazing that you think that we're the villains here, and that this is a regime. And by the way, again, I wasn't even necessarily in favor of this incursion.
No one takes Trump seriously anymore. He won't do it. Trump has the frontal lobe dementia, no cure, allegedly. Only gets worse.
But
BB Doodles, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here.
Come on,
yes, I agree.
This is a regime that was killing thousands, murdering their own people. This was a regime that's building a nuclear weapon. So how are we the bad guys by trying to save lives? And I do think, look, I think to Trump's credit,
you guys haven't already subbed to the channel, please do.
This is a humanitarian mission to save lives that were being slaughtered. Now, in terms of our economy, look, we've had now 5.5 years of Trump's presidency with an incredibly strong economy. Trumponomics has worked. If it hadn't been for COVID, Trump would have been reelected with a 40-state reelection landslide. The economy was very strong going into 2026. And it's true that the Iran situation has really changed that picture dramatically, which is why Trump really needs to bring this to an end as quickly as possible. But by the way, I'm not just attacking Steve. I think there are a lot of foreign leaders too who can't seem to figure out who's the good guy and who's the bad guy here. That's very troubling to Americans.
I was facing being conscripted to fight for freedom in Vietnam. And the one thing that threw me is, why am I being conscripted to fight for freedom? Okay, you go into Vietnam, you attack it, your whole thing is about going to stop the communist invasion of Southeast Asia. Who was the first country Vietnam has a war with? China, the first and last war. That turned out completely against what you thought was going to happen. Afghanistan, Iraq.
I was against all those things.
You should be against this one as well. Grow up.
Matthew Lesko. That's the guy
but I'm saying,
it's the evil empire here. Then you've.
It's the United States. You're saying the United States is the evil empire.
Yes, the United States began this. What country has invaded America? How many countries has America invaded? Please stop reading Hollywood scripts and realize which planet you're on.
I seem to think that not.
Here, real quick, guys. This is the guy that I think he looks like. Am I wrong? Oh, shit.
9/11 was an attack on America. Maybe you don't agree with that, but.
Yes, okay. That's which country I said before.
Oops, you forgot about that one, right?
No, I didn't forget. I said country, and no country did that. That was a rogue, and the rogues came from Saudi Arabia, not from the bloody country you related in the results to it. You guys have got a Hollywood version of your own history. It's a joke from the outside. Nobody takes you seriously anymore.
Okay, that was for the evil empire. Why is it every immigrant in the world wants to come to the United States?
They really don't.
Nobody wants to go there now, mate.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, right. You should be at the border. You should see. We have millions of people who are signing up to get visas to come to the United States. They don't want to go to any other country. They want to come to the U.S.
I mean, look, from my point of view, let me be crystal clear. I do think Iran is an evil regime. For 47 years, it's been oppressive to its own people in a despicable way. And also, it's been the key sponsor of terrorism to the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas through the last few decades. And we've all seen where that has led. And that's been part of the big picture problem. President Zhang, let me bring you back in here. People are looking at manufacturing resilience as one of the reasons why China ultimately will prevail here in the economic aspect of what is going on. That China's moved beyond cheap labor to advanced automation. Steve Keen has noted that if global trade stops, China has the internal infrastructure to survive, whereas the West has outsourced its survival. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the past couple months, China has been much more resilient and much more able to adapt to a new economic circumstance than other countries in Southeast Asia, especially the Philippines and Thailand. And Japan's also a lot of stress as well. So it seems like the Chinese government has been preparing for this eventuality for a long, long time. They've been very strategic. They've been very long-term in their thinking. The issue is that the long-term strategic scenario does not favor China because China is still an economy that depends on exports. And if there are these wars raging around the world, then it's going to be very hard for China to export its manufactured goods to the rest of the world. The second issue is that China consumes a lot of resources. Yes, I do understand that China has renewables, and I do know that China has a lot of inventory and stockpiles, but eventually all this is going to run out. So from a long-term strategic perspective, China is not as well adapted to a change as, say, maybe Russia or the United States.
Will what's happened here with Iran, and actually to a lesser degree, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has also been now, you know, we're 4 years in now, and it's becoming a real quagmire. Will what's happened deter China from invading Taiwan, for example?
I think that given the current geopolitical outlook and given the fact that this situation in Iran is only going to escalate, and this may have ripple effects throughout the world, I think that China is going to be much more cautious in its approach. In fact, we may see that China begins to become much more isolationist over the years.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would certainly be tempted to if I were them. Steve Keen, what is your prediction? We've talked about what is happening and what we feel about it, but what is your prediction for how this plays out?
I'm terrified about what the consequences could be here, because the Iranians have done a very clever tactic of basically guerrilla warfare at a national level, far beyond what the Vietnamese were ready for in the very first instance. And they are doing tit for tat. Anybody who's been a supporter of America, of course that includes the Arab principalities and kingdoms and the Israelis as well, will be retaliated for any attack done on specific similar resources inside Iran itself. Now, there's already been one attack on a desalination plant in Iran, and I think I've seen figures to say that 96% of Iran's water is natural. You look at the other side, the Arabian states, some of them have 96% dependence upon
But it's all
desalination.
desert. What you
If it
talking
goes
about?
that far, then we will, and you have no idea how this stupid attack is going to turn out, then that could mean that those areas have to be evacuated because people are not going to starve to death. They're going to die of thirst. Now, this is the horrific possibilities here are just ludicrous.
Your wife's health gets better.
And it's absolutely a monumental failure of judgment to begin this conflict in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, Stephen Moore, that is the problem, it seems to me, is that no one can say with any real confidence what is going to happen. And the one thing that global economy needs is confidence. And no one, I don't think, can say that. We've also got this kind of geopolitical turmoil now with the Gulf states where they've all been attacked. They're seeing their business model to replace oil, which was going to be tourism and come here, it's safe, it's sunny, we're going to have entertainment and sport and so on. You know, we're seeing a dramatic dialing down of investment in things like golf. The Live Golf investment is ending and so on. You're seeing lots of immediate reactive signs that this has been very damaging to the ongoing future business model of countries like Saudi Arabia, states like Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and so on. So there's a lot going on here, isn't there?
I mean, UAE was gung-ho until all of a sudden they got hit.
There is. I mean, I don't know kind of where to start. I would simply say that, I mean, one really, really positive thing that's happened the last couple of weeks is the UAE dropping out of OPEC. I mean, as long as I've been alive since I was a teenager, I go back to the 1970s, you know, we've had OPEC with a blade at our neck where they could, just by turning on and off the spigots, they could really throw the American economy into recession and causing global recession. And the fact that OPEC is falling apart, or at least appears so, is a very good thing. And by the way, the real reason OPEC is falling apart is that the country that has the most oil and gas in the world is the United States. We're the #1 producer now, which is amazing. And how do you have a cartel when the #1 producer isn't part of your cartel? So what, you know, whether you like Donald Trump or not, everybody has to agree that his drill baby drill strategy has been amazing for the U.S. economy, that it's made us less reliant, although we're still relying on Middle East oil, made us much less so. So I think the approach going forward for the U.S. should be produce as much energy as we possibly can at home, our oil, our gas, our coal, our nuclear power. And when it's appropriate, we could maybe get some oil energy from wind and solar, use it all so that we don't have to be captive to the Middle East any longer.
But is it naive?
Years,
is it naive, Stephen, for President Trump to take a view of, this is not our problem, right? The energy part of this. We produce our own energy, almost pretending there isn't a global energy economy.
No, that's true. I'm not,
that America inevitably will be dependent on.
Of course, and there's a global oil supply and a global oil, demand. And what I'm saying is that we can somewhat inoculate ourselves from that because the more and more we produce, the more valuable the oil is.
It was all Trump's fault. Anything that Biden did wrong was Trump's fault. You see how that works?
Professor,
do you see the ridiculousness in which you guys fucking think?
Zhang, the inevitable consequence of all this, I guess, is that many countries, as Stephen Moore just indicated, will become, as you said earlier about China, more isolationist. What impact will that have, do you think, on geopolitics globally?
I think that we are coming to a point where the world's going to be very similar to the 1930s, when the world became much more isolationist, when the global economy collapsed, and when war started to flare around
what was going on then?
The world. I mean, even though America is the wealthiest country in the world, even though it is energy independent, its economy is still globally reliant. So the GCC collapses, then it loses its petrodollar, it loses trillions of dollars in investment, and we could see a financial crisis in America over the next few months, which would lead to a catastrophic global depression. So the outlook for the world is very, very grim.
Steve Keen, you've been very apocalyptic about the future of Bitcoin. Explain why.
Oh, mainly because people talk about Bitcoin as being an alternative to money. And this is, to me, just naive about the nature of money itself. And this is common across the entire economics profession. Economists, weirdly enough, in their mathematical models, do not include banks or debt or money. And they treat money as if it's a commodity, when money is fundamentally a promise of a bank to you to honor your liabilities to them. That's
wow, even Stephen's just like, yeah, he's right.
So when Bitcoin was formed, it was based on the same idea as a simulacrum to gold. The trouble is that gold actually does have a value outside its use in the monetary system. The production cost of gold is about $500 an ounce, I believe, at the moment, and that's pretty much its floor. If you don't use it for money, then this price will, or a hedge against economic danger, then its value will fall back to its cost of production plus a margin. Its use in all sorts of, from jewelry to computer devices. Bitcoin can only be used as either a store of value or a means of payment. Now, we've had almost 20 years of Bitcoin now, and it's still not used by any scale as a means of payment. And the main thing is it's been treated as a store of value. That's where the term HODL comes from, hold on for dear life. So the idea is you've got a device which is supposed to be replacing money, but it's focusing upon the store of value side of money rather than the use for exchanges. Now, if you focus upon the store of value, you don't spend. So on my feeling, it's actually wrongly set up in the first place. So it's only got value while people think its price is going to rise. Now we're reaching the point where maybe you've got as much as its penetration will ever go. And when it stops rising, then the only way to go is down. Where I see the bottom isn't zero quite, but it's at the stage where there are transactions you don't want to put through the SWIFT system or through the monetary system. Illegal drug sales come to mind, and weapons sales and that sort of thing. That's its floor, way, way below its currently $60,000 price roughly.
And is the particular issue with Bitcoin also that it uses up enormous amounts of energy, and therefore if there becomes a global energy shortage, that puts even more pressure on Bitcoin.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the first thing that should go. It should literally be outlawed if we start having fucking to conserve energy.
I'm totally on the other side of the fence on.
We start having fucking blackouts. The first thing that needs to go is data centers and Bitcoin.
Global warming, by the way, to Stephen. He probably knows that.
But I got this feeling. That's not what's going to happen.
In that case,
I have a feeling it's going to be a bunch of apartment blocks that end up in blackout zones while the data center is up, up and running. Got to make sure that people get their AI slots.
if we are forced to say we've got to cut back on energy consumption, then the two easiest things to end.
I don't know, guys. Even if you disagree with me politically, do you think that that's a fair assessment? Like, if you're MAGA in chat, please answer me, like, seriously. Don't be a fucking schmutz. Can you please just answer if you guys would freak out and be on board with everybody else in your community, even if they were leftist or Democrat or whoever the fuck, that the first things that need to go is Bitcoin, data centers, if we start having to conserve energy. I'm not even talking blackouts. I'm talking like they come to us and say, hey, these are peak hours. You cannot be using X amount of electricity. And say, excuse me, no. You can't.
Or international.
Or are you guys going to run interference and just go, yeah, you know what? Data centers are important. Bitcoin's important.
Tourism and Bitcoin.
Stephen, oddly, I saw you nodding pretty much throughout everything Steve Keen just said. So have we reached a point of agreement here?
Well, maybe. I'm glad that we have alternative private currencies out there, which is exactly what Bitcoin is. I got to tell you, I'm not an investor and I don't own Bitcoins because I don't understand it. And it makes me nervous. And I think it could crash, but who knows? I know people who invested in early who are now millionaires. So what I would say, though, the reason I favor these kind of alternative private currencies is for too long, we've let central bankers control our money supply, and they haven't done a very good job of it with herky-jerky inflation. And so I think this is a good way to keep, by the way, the central bankers hate cryptocurrencies because they don't want the competition. I'm kind of a libertarian, so I like the idea that cryptos are out there, but I'm not investing in them myself.
Professor Zhang, just finally, are we heading for a global recession, do you think?
I think that we are heading towards a global depression, and this is a process that could take decades. We are in a new normal. We are in the undiscovered country. We are the level of destruction, a level of
not the best Star Trek movie
of pain.
Actually, it's not the worst, but not the best.
And suffering that we are moving towards.
I hate the Enterprise bridge in that movie.
Is unimaginable. So buckle up.
Can I answer that question?
Yes.
Look, we are entering the greatest period of the greatest productivity revolution in the history of civilization. Nothing will over the next 10 years we'll never see anything like what is coming with respect to this incredible robotics revolution. So that's going to raise living standards. This is like the invention
but is it
of
though, Stephen? Because surely the big question with that is if the future is robotic, then aren't humans just going to get screwed in the process?
No, it's like saying, well, gee, isn't a machine gonna make people poor? No, economic progress and productivity makes people richer, not poor.
What? No, we're talking about like displacing people in the jobs market, fool. What the fuck are you talking about?
And so we're going to see.
No, come on. You can't be that fucking pigheaded or that disingenuous.
Amazing.
There's no way.
And by the way, not just in the area of production, because, literally in the next 10 years, we'll have technology through the blind people will be able to see, people in wheelchairs will be able to rise up and walk.
Yeah, and then they won't have a job to go to because AI took it.
We'll be able to cure
what the fuck?
Cancer. I mean, this is an incredible future we're facing.
Oh, fucking bullshit. Dude, we pretty much cured cancer like in the early 70s. It's never going to happen because that upsets the fucking profits. Until we have socialized medicine in America, that ain't happening.
And it's going to not just be good for our health, but our wealth as well.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay.
God, every time this guy fucking opens his mouth.
So we have two options, Steve Keen, finally. One is a global depression over the next few decades. The other one is a global explosion of euphoric joy and success.
Narrator voice. He was that disingenuous.
So what do you say?
And here you have 4 disingenuous folk, even though you have the teacher who is not as disingenuous.
Remember the old movies? Remember the old moving sliding doors? Okay?
Yes.
You make it through the train, you don't make it through the train.
Yes.
I think we're at a sliding doors moment.
There it is, folks.
I'm completely disagree with Stephen, and we haven't talked global warming, and I think he's completely wrong on that front. Global warming will end.
You don't think that the technology will?
Let me.
I'm just saying, do you not think that the technology will cause more growth?
Technology requires
technology can't stop a tornado, motherfucker.
Energy. One of my little shorthands, labor without energy is a corpse. Capital without energy is a sculpture. If you don't have the energy, the economy collapses. We're seeing that right now with what the Iran war is doing. We're going to see a 10 or 20% fall in energy levels. Quite literally, when you look at the data, a 10% fall in energy means a 10% fall in GDP. That's as big a downturn as the Great Depression. So that alone is coming our way right now out of this stupid war that should never have been commenced. Then the long term, I would love us to get to that future. I'm a technology designer myself. I understand this area. I would love to see it happen, but it means we have to avoid catastrophe from global warming. I know you believe that it's a myth. Your side has won the public debate over that. We're going to find out the hard way in the next 5 years whether you're right or not. That's the sliding door. We could make it to the other side. We'd have the future of plenty. If we don't make the other side, we go back to caveman.
Trump just announced that Project Freedom or Operation Freedom? Here, give me a second. Project Freedom is officially over. I want to try and make a deal with Iran. So Project Freedom, we're backing out of this strait. We're no longer gonna help the ships. We're gonna let it sit.
Yeah, technology is.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. He just came out with that.
Is the solution to climate change. In other words, the only way, if it's really happening, the only way to avert it is through
the only country that's getting there is China. China is the one country that seems to be pushing itself heavily in towards.
We live with such a stupid leader.
Alternative energy, both renewables and nuclear.
He's just so dumb.
And it's even got.
I can't take it. He's just so fucking dumb.
The world's first relatively successful thorium reactor. So America's wasted its time invading other countries, blowing up the rest of the planet, trying to control the oil system, rather than building its own infrastructure.
So
China is the winner.
You're saying China's going to use energy that's twice as expensive as oil, gas, and coal, and somehow they're going to get rich on that. I would bet against that, my friend.
No, but he's also negating the fact that they now have actual clean coal. We just saw how it worked yesterday.
People used to say the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. Now we're saying the Strait of Hormuz doesn't always flow. And that's far more significant. We're going to see a huge desire by people.
That's true. That's true. The oil pipelines can get destroyed. The fact that the straits can be fucking blockaded. This great point about the whole what are you gonna do on a stormy day, motherfucker?
The rest.
Have you heard of batteries?
To the world to liberate themselves from reliance.
Oh, wait, stormy, you say, with clouds? Oh, I could use my windmills.
On oil, whether you think that's economic or not.
It's almost like one day it's windy, one day it's sunny. Odd. Did you know that solar energy can also work through clouds? It's the same way that you can get a sunburn on a cloudy day. Whoa!
It's no kind of
science.
That being economic.
You know who tried to do that? Germany tried it. Look at Germany today. They're
actually okay.
Germany also turned off its nuclear power. Germany turned off its own nuclear power stations. That was monumentally stupid. Okay, China is the one that's been developing the nuclear technology. I think China remembers the.
Now for nukes.
Good. Okay,
China. Nukes. I'm for nuclear.
China remembers the Opium Wars far better than the rest of the world does. They know they can't trust the West. They're building self-sufficiency and technological leadership. If you want to see technological leadership and where robotics might lead to people benefiting, it's going to be China, not America.
Today on TMZ, very small podcaster Pep Talks with his show High on Politics admitted that he wants it all to be bad. Here's the clip.
Okay, we've got to leave it there. Fascinating debate, gentlemen. Thank you all very much. I really enjoyed that.
Actually, it was not bad.
Thank you.
All right, as far as debates go with that shit, that was pretty good. Oh my God, the Ethan Klein thing. Do I want to do it? I don't know. Here, I do want to do Billionaires Are Afraid of Philosophy, because this will fucking want to make you pull your hair out.
A couple of weeks ago, I had a full-on existential meltdown during a live stream.
You said something that I love and I never hear other entrepreneurs talk about, but I think it's super important, that you don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero. What the fuck? If I had a friend who said that to me, if I was hanging out with one of you, grabbing a beer or something, and you said to me,
hey, Michael, can I tell you a cool thing I'm thinking about? And I said, yeah, tell me cool. I want to talk. I want to talk to you and hear what you're thinking about. Let's do it. And you said to me, I have 0 levels of introspection. I would first say, do you know what that word means? Do you understand what introspection is? I would ask you that. I would be gentle about it. I wouldn't be yelling at you. I'd be screaming on the inside, talking to you like a person. But I would be asking, like, do you know what that means? Because what is introspection, guys? It's the ability to think internally. It's the ability to step back. Have you ever fucking David Hume, my guy? Like, what are we doing? I'm not even a Hume head. Is this the day I break? It might be.
I was reacting to Mark Andreessen.
Shit. Here, I forgot about this. We got the debate. Here. Where is the debate? Where the fuck is this California debate? Hold on, guys. I'm looking for the California debate tonight.
This is very, very slow. Also different than it looked. But we got 5% of the vote here. And again, the stakes, the Democrats, this would cement control of the state Senate if they retain this seat in the special election. These are the component counties here, Midland, Saginaw Bay County here. But again, it's just a small scattering of votes that have come in so far. Republicans could move into a tie in that chamber in Michigan, and just the mechanics of the sort of parliamentary maneuvering there, they could really cause headaches for Democrats if they are able to do that. That's what winning this would require. Again, we say coming into these special elections, the Democrats have been overperforming in this type of election so consistently since Trump came back to the White House. You'd have to think just on the basis of that, they're well positioned tonight, but we'll see what those results bring very, very slowly, clearly. Speaking of slowly, we are waiting, as we said on this one. Love to see if that Vermilion gets updated, if it really is done. And we are waiting on the 6th district, where, again, nothing new here, but we have
a new characterization in 23.
Does anybody have a fucking link to this debate?
We are going to call it too close to call. That's where we stand.
Okay, this just changed. I think we just got Vermilion. Okay, this is the thing I've been sorry. It is now. You see what this did. This went from 66 to 95 without the vote changing. It means what the decision desk told us. The vote was all done. Now it's updated in the system. And again, look what that did. Remember, this was sitting at 86%, right? It looked like there was still a fair amount of votes. Well, just these numbers have not changed, and this now is up to 91% because we confirmed and put in the system that there's no votes still to come in Vermilion County. Now, this is my question. We've seen this happen 1, 2, 3 counties here. Is this one the same story? Is this any different? This is the question for the decision desk. I'd love to know, because if there's still vote here, look, Copenhagen's winning this county by nearly 20 points. If there's still vote here and she's winning it by 20 points, she won't make up all of this, but she'll take a bite out of it. And then the idea that she could overtake Deary in Montgomery County is plausible, right? We're saying right now, if there's no votes left anywhere else, she has to win Montgomery by a margin. She's not winning anywhere else.
I'm not going to go to Dieter's because
if
he's
this kind of vote, it's up to 95. Wow, okay, that's it. That's huge. That is all the vote in Warren. Look what just happened. Remember, it was sitting here at 86%, 120 seconds ago. We've confirmed there's no new vote to come in any of the outlying counties. We already knew Tippecanoe County, so this is now up to 95%.
We got Terre Haute in the house. Look at this.
The expected vote. And now the situation really has centered right here on the only place left in this district where there's vote to come. That's Montgomery County, where we have no votes, where in the presidential election of 2024, they gave us everything by 8:36 p.m. It's now 9:46 p.m., and we got nothing from them. But first of all, what happened in 24 was when they did report, they reported everything at once. So if that happens again, the minute we get a reading here, it's definitive. But let me show you the results here again, district-wide. I don't want you to lose that. But that's what we're waiting on. That's what the entire situation here is. Copenhagen is, it's like a city in Denmark, right? Copenhagen is going to have to win the Montgomery portion by a margin she's now winning elsewhere. Probably, if the vote is the size we think it is, she's probably going to need to win 2/3 of the vote
outside of Dieter.
And again, the
I don't
political
wanna
and
step on
demographic
his,
character of
live
that part of the district is similar to these places where she's, 51, 54, 57, 59. She's probably going to need something like 67, 70%, something like that out of here. It's super, super close. But when there's this few votes left, 172 can be a pretty big number. Okay?
CBS.
And that's so we have a situation where absolutely Deary has a chance to hold on to this race. In fact, has a chance to hold on to his seat. Matter of fact, I think if you're Deary, you're feeling better than if you're Copenhagen right now. Neither one's feeling great, I'm sure, but you're probably feeling better if you're Deary than you're Copenhagen, for the reasons we just ticked through. And we did see Good, the Republican incumbent down here, survive. So there's a possibility here that two of these incumbents are going to survive. Now, broad message here nationally, this whole thing about what's the message that Republicans take from this about, how safe is it to distance, from Trump? How much room do they have to maneuver? Look, 5 have been blown out tonight. If Deary wins, he's going to win by this much. And 1 Good has survived by a solid margin. And by the way, there might be another one who goes down here in the 6th district. So I think whatever happens,
did you send it in Discord?
with the remaining vote here in the 23rd district, the big story that's going to be told by Indiana tonight about the temperature in the Republican Party and about what other Republicans can sort of how they're going to kind of react to it and make sense of their own party. I think that story is very clear here. Whether Montgomery County comes in at 70% for Copenhagen or 40, or 50% for Copenhagen. I don't think it's going to change the message folks take from this. But it's still a close election. I love a close election. I love kind of waiting to see what happens. I think if you're watching this, you probably do too. So who's it going to be? Who do you think it's going to be? Who's going to get through the 23rd district here in this Republican
let's
primary?
see, who else?
Is Deary going to hang on?
Right now, Becerra's probably
going to deliver for Copenhagen. Remember, it's the Hoosiers.
Shit, this is on CNN?
The Hoosiers part of the district. This is the town of Hickory.
That might be why.
The footage.
Yes. So coming into tonight, or at least where we stand right now, the expected vote out of Montgomery is 500 votes.
Yep.
The margin here, 172.
Yep.
We did put in the characterization of too close to call.
Coverage then for now.
Our decision desk is thinking that's where they'll stick tonight.
If it looks like it's getting a little heated, then I'll bring it up because, man.
Going forward, just because we don't know the results.
I can watch that. I know Dieter's
provisional ballots and anything that we
is
don't
Dieter
know.
Is Dieter doing a live react or is he watching it?
So just putting that out there.
Yeah, that's
another reminder.
That's great info. That's hugely important, right? When we get Montgomery, am I being optimistic when I say when? If we get Montgomery, it's obviously going to clarify for all the reasons we're saying. But if this thing, wherever this thing lands exactly, it's in that zone where it's so close that our decision desk, likely does not want to call it and probably wants to just make sure with election officials probably tomorrow, all right, like I'm saying, are there provisional ballots here? Is there anything, the margin's that small likely here we're talking about? You just want to make sure there's not a possibility there's anything else out there. And I don't think they're going to be able to determine that tonight. So while this update from Montgomery, I think generally it tells you where you are. Right, but you just want to, as they say, cross the T's and dot the I's. That's what they would then want to do. 6th district, anything?
No, it's still that same margin. I'm just looking at the Lake County website again to see if there's anything new. Still the same there.
This is a lockdown one.
Okay. So we're
streaming on his
and
own
remind
feed.
folks. Let me just write down.
No, what he's doing
remind
is
folks
I think
what the
that
cumulative
he
vote
either
in
has
the
a
6th district is right now.
subscription or he's getting it a different way. But yes,
I have it as
it's a CNN live feed, which
54.8 for
that's
Starkey.
fucking risky as shit.
45.2 for Niemeyer.
Right, 54.
But here,
to
if I cover it from
45.2,
this guy's feed
with about
that you sent me,
8,200 votes total counted.
That's right.
This could work.
So again, probably ballpark figure here.
I
2/3
don't
of the
want to
vote
get hit.
counted there. Maybe I don't want to ruin the math here, but actually I think this could be important. 54.8, 45.2. 54.8, 45.2. Look, yeah, I say 12. Look, this is nearby.
Renegade Chungus?
62, 63. This is more politically competitive.
Oh, shit, dude. He's got...
Doesn't have to
like,
be 12,000. As a matter of fact,
no,
it could be...
I got more subscribers than him.
That 8,200 could be a lot closer than 2/3.
This is what I didn't want to do.
There. We're kind of flying blind here. There's no gauge there of how much roughly that is, did Adam?
No.
Minefields.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Folks, I'm sorry. Again, we're just not equipped to report this one out the way...
I mean, we do have some of the turnout from the other races but like you're saying, about
Somebody
most
put
turnout
some,
we got
some of that
thus
spray
far
on, because,
is
man, the last time that we were
11,000
watching him...
votes in 19.
Right. Super Republican area.
Yeah.
Here you got parts of Lake County where it's less, I think the turnout for Republican primary is going to be smaller. So we're, although here we got parts of, again, it's a lot of the vote. The incumbent is down basically
Brown
by 10
wins
points.
Ohio
with most
Democratic
of the vote
Senate
counted.
primary
And
versus Ron Kincaid.
geographically, what Adam's been laying out there is there's only one county in that district, the 6th
like
district. It's
Sherrod
one
Brown.
of the small counties where the incumbent is ahead in the vote count. In Lake County, the big part of it, he's losing, and he's been losing the same day vote there, and he's got to overcome 10 point. Well, folks, I don't know who's left in the. Is there anybody left in the live stream?
Of course. You have lots of loyal viewers.
All right. Well, I don't know what to do here because, I think they want me to rap. Folks,
he's like,
I hate to leave an election unresolved, but I also hate to keep people up.
Kornacki, what the fuck? Do your job. You got to report to us who's winning.
This is like the Oscars. When they put the music on, you better leave.
Oh, no. Yeah. Well, when they put the music on Kornacki, that's when you start getting hit by copyright. That's what I'm worried about with this whole thing right now is like, fuck. I don't want to get copyright strike. But I mean, yeah, they're like totally watching it. So
hundreds of billions of dollars that we need for schools and for healthcare away from us. He's kicking people off healthcare. The truth of the matter is the governor of California is supposed to stand up for Californians against anyone. And that is exactly the only thing that Donald Trump,
thank you, Mr. Stein.
the only thing he respects is strength. He's a bully, and the only thing you can do is stand up to him.
All right. Now let's turn more about the healthcare
Yeah,
crisis.
yeah,
in
Mayhem's like
America.
very
Millions
tied
of
with
people
big tech.
are dropping insurance coverage after Congress allowed Obamacare subsidies to expire. In California, new enrollments are down 32%. Secretary Becerra, in late March, you said you'd, quote, deliver a state-run, publicly funded health care program for every Californian. But in a recent meeting, you reportedly told a group of doctors that you are not supporting single payer right now. So which is it? Would you push for single payer as governor or not?
Oh, let's be clear. I've been consistent for over 30 years. When I was in Congress, I talked about how Medicare for all is probably the most efficient way that we can do healthcare, and I have always been there.
We
I
can't
haven't
see
changed.
it. No, I know
And so
you can't
those
see it. I'm not
reports
putting
were
it up
inaccurate.
yet.
I
So
continue to be
support
for
single
Medicare
payer. I'm
for
checking
all,
to see
and I
if
can
it,
show you
this
how
triggers
I've
the
actually
audio.
expanded healthcare because those very subsidies that you mentioned
I'm essentially
would
doing a
help us
copyright
reach
check, guys.
record
Just give me a
levels of
sec.
Obamacare coverage. More than 24.5 million people under
that
our
box.
watch were able to get their health insurance coverage. That is now going down because Trump has denied people the chance to have those subsidies. And the Republicans and Mr. Hilton, who has been endorsed by Donald Trump, haven't said whether they would fight to help those Californians regain their coverage. And so, Steve, will you support having those tax subsidies for Obamacare returned to those Californians who are losing their insurance today?
We didn't get an answer. We're gonna. First, I just want to clarify real quick, and then we'll get you guys in. So, as governor, you're pushing for a single payer system in California?
We should try to get to a Medicare for all program. And while we are continuing to work
Kornacki?
in that direction, we should make sure we are.
We've prohibited ICE from using city property as a staging area, but I will also never forget that the best resistance is delivering results, showing that California's progressive values work in practice.
California folk.
That's what I've done as mayor. One of the only people on the
who are you
stage who
going
can
for?
point to real results that matter in people's
What are you guys
lives.
doing?
Safest big city in the country. 1/3 fewer homeless people, thousands of homes under construction.
Thank you, Mayor Monahan.
Thousands of new small businesses, real results, not a lot of rhetoric. That's not going to beat Donald Trump.
Sheriff Bianco.
Yeah, I promise every single person out there that you're not going to hear one word from me about President Trump, President Biden, or anything else, because I'm going to be the only one on the stage that's actually going to be the governor of California for Californians. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you and blame somebody else for our problems that have been absolutely caused by 70 years of Democrat rule in the Assembly and Senate and 16 years of one-party rule by their policies, their things that they put in place that have destroyed the ability to live in California.
Thank you, Sheriff Bianco. Mr. Steyer, what's your take on this?
Look, I started an organization in 2017
Steyer's the
to
one that's
impeach
like
Donald
the
Trump
top
because I've been in
pick
enough
right now,
boardrooms
right?
to know a crook when I see one, and he is a crook. And what we can see that he's doing now is
he's businessman.
Sending in ICE agents to racially profile and harass Californians. He started a war that's driving up our gas prices, is taking tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars that we need for schools and for healthcare away from us. He's kicking people off healthcare. The truth of the matter is the governor of California is supposed to stand up for Californians against anyone. And that is exactly the only thing that Donald Trump,
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
the only thing he respects is strength. He's a bully, and the only thing you can do is stand up to him.
All right. Now let's turn more about the healthcare crisis in America. Millions of people are dropping insurance coverage after Congress allowed Obamacare subsidies to expire. In California, new enrollments are down 32%. Secretary Becerra, in late March, you said you'd, quote, deliver a state-run...
You got 51 votes? Fuck yeah, Bryant.
...publicly funded health care program for every Californian.
I just saw that, dude.
But in a recent meeting, you reportedly told a group of doctors that you are not supporting single payer right now. So which is it? Would you push for single payer as governor or not?
Alex, let's be clear. I've been consistent for over 30 years. When I was in Congress, I talked about how Medicare for all is probably the most efficient way that we can do healthcare, and I have always been there. I haven't changed. And so those reports were inaccurate. I continue to be for Medicare for all, and I can show you how I have actually expanded healthcare because those very subsidies that you mentioned are what help us reach record levels of Obamacare coverage. More than 24.5 million people under our watch were able to get their health insurance coverage. That is now going down because Trump has denied people the chance to have those subsidies. And the Republicans and Mr. Hilton, who has been endorsed by Donald Trump, haven't said whether they would fight to help those Californians regain their coverage. And so, Steve, will you support having those tax subsidies for Obamacare returned to those Californians who are losing their insurance today?
We didn't get an answer.
We're gonna. First, I just want to clarify real quick, and then we'll get you guys in. So, as governor, you're pushing for a single-payer system in California?
We should try to get to a Medicare for all program. And while we are continuing to work in that direction, we should make sure we are expanding coverage because the most important thing we have to do is give people peace of mind that they can afford their health care and that we will continue to give it to more families.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steyer.
Look, I am for single payer. Absolutely, because the only way we can deliver health care as a right at a cost that California can afford.
Dan and Hilton are normal and one ass
with
cheek.
them this morning. They know that I will fight for single payer until we get it. And maybe those reports were wrong, Javier. But the truth is, the group you are with, the California Medical Association, is the strongest group against single payer in the state, and they just spent the maximum amount of money. They maxed out to your campaign after that meeting. So somebody didn't understand something because they are supporting you with the max amount of money that they can give.
Secretary Becerra responds, then Congresswoman Porter.
Yeah. So a guy who is funding his campaign to a tune of over $150 million.
Assuming these guys are the front runners.
With profits made.
I know nothing about this race.
From oil companies, from helping fund private for-profit prisons that are detaining immigrants in California, has a real short memory span of how to make sure this place works. I continue to enjoy the support of healthcare sectors throughout California, doctors, nurses. I've got the endorsement of nurses as well, and I will continue to fight to make sure everyone has access to good quality healthcare in California, as I proved it when I was Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Congresswoman Porter.
Well, golly gee, I also have the endorsement of nurses, so three's a crowd. The question, I think, is trying to aim at, do you support CalCare? California
are doing
having
really bad
its
work. They're going to
own
pick the Republican. I'm calling it now. Republicans get
single payer system.
So
yes
you're
or
telling
no?
me that a Republican's about to win California because they really fucked up that bad?
Is that a question?
Sure. Go ahead.
As I said, when I was Secretary of Health and Human Services, I was able
like
to.
my
So
time
is that,
back.
is that,
Oh my
is
God.
that, is that a yes or a no?
I'm answering the question.
Okay.
So the most important thing about having a Medicare for all plan is that it includes everyone, for all. And what we have to do is get to the point where we are covering everyone with something like Medicare for all. So I am absolutely for Medicare for all.
So it's
all,
Congresswoman.
and we will get there. We'll build towards it because that's the way you get folks covered. That's the way I did it.
Congresswoman Porter, then Mary Agosa. Congresswoman.
Covering everyone with something is not single payer. It's not even federal Medicare for all. But you won't say that whether you
I don't
support
know. That same staff member
California
that came
having
out
its own
apparently still works
state-run
for her.
single
So I
payer
don't know
system.
how.
Look, Tom ran against single payer in his
I don't know. She's
presidency
also
before
she had
he
a bad
changed
interview
his
like Kat
mind
Abigzale,
and has
so
decided
I
to
don't know.
run for single payer. I'm not
don't trust
kidding
Diary
you. I'm
either.
making sure everyone
I
knows,
really
and you've been
don't care.
consistent on this point. You've been consistent.
I'm going to
Wait,
answer that.
I hope
but
the
I
Democrats
want
win,
Javier
but
to
it's
answer
not a
the
great
question.
look
Do
if
you
they
support
lose, you know what I
California
mean?
having its own single payer system? Yes or
And
no?
Katie, the answer there is that Californians don't care what you call it so long as they have affordable health care that they can use to take their child to the doctor or the hospital
Well, I'd
when
like
they
to use
need
my
it.
magic wand and give everybody affordable health care.
It's Mary Agosa's
So really bad look for you.
turn. Go ahead, sir.
Damn.
You know, I believe in that healthcare is a right, not a privilege, that it should be universal, affordable, and high quality. But the fact is, Javier, I've been in enough forums with you where I've heard you say you're for it, and I've heard you say you're against it.
I've never said I'm against it.
Hold it.
This is interesting.
I've never
because I
said
have
it.
no
Let me
idea
finish.
who the
I've heard you say
front
that
runners
you're
are.
against it.
And
And
if
if it's
you
such
the
a great
forum
way,
that I
first of all,
said it.
I shouldn't
and
have-
if-
If you could just point the
And
form
I-
that I said.
The guy in the over
So
here,
we
this guy's
get many
irrelevant.
forums
He's got
where
like
you said it, but
1%.
Let me finish the point.
He needs to go
it's
away.
a $500 billion price tag. You need the federal government. You need Donald Trump to approve it. Our
Steve
budget is
Hilton,
only
Chad
350
Bianco,
plus, and next year we're looking at 18
Steyer
to
and
35
Porter.
billion dollar deficit. People like you are the reason why we keep on spending more than we got. So at the end of the day, let's be clear about this. This is pie in the sky. Yes, we all would like to have health care that's not that's
Steyer
Thank you,
and
Mr. Mayor.
but
Secretary-
we won't have a
Secretary
$500
Becerra, your
billion
response to that argument that this is just too expensive for California. Your response.
Look, healthcare is expensive, but what we have to do is reduce the cost and expand the coverage to everyone. And that's what I did as secretary.
Sarah is
They can
the,
ignore those points. They can lie about them. But the fact is, by the time I
candidate.
left
cool.
the secretary position at HHS, we had expanded coverage to more Americans than ever in the history. And we had dropped the cost of care for millions of Americans under Obamacare.
And
those are
healthcare-
facts.
It's
And
$550 billion price
Mr.
tag.
Hilton, to you, the idea of single-payer health care.
Just listen to these
Chad Bianco's
Democrats
gonna win.
arguing
Oh, here
about
we
whether
go.
to go
Hilton, the
left
Fox
or
News
even
contributor.
further left, when that's the direction that's got us into this mess. The highest cost, the highest taxes in the country. I'm the only person here with actual experience of single-payer healthcare, both as a patient and as a policymaker. As a patient,
Just take more
it nearly
vitamins.
killed me. That's another story we don't have time for. As a policymaker, you end up with the worst patient satisfaction, cost that you can't afford, taxes sky high to pay for it.
Hate
It
to
is
say,
a
as a
total
soundboard user myself, I
disaster.
didn't understand the
And the
use of
actual way we deal with healthcare in this state is to at least stop spending $20 billion a year on free healthcare for illegal immigrants who shouldn't even be in the country in the first
Oh
place.
my
He's
God,
referencing
here
his
we
time as a
go.
UK citizen before moving to
Well,
California.
immigrants.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, once again, we're hearing a lot of rhetoric at the extreme ends of the political spectrum here. When the secretary left his position, healthcare spending was a bigger share of GDP than ever before, pushing families to the brink. It's an administrative nightmare,
Mahan.
as everybody knows if they've ever tried to get an insurance claim
Man,
filed. We're not talking
I
about
said
the
it
real
before.
issue here. And
This
Antonio's
is too
right.
crowded. This
all
reminds
the
me of the
candidates who
Illinois
are
Knife.
fighting for single payer don't know how to pay for
I
it.
think
They're not
California
being
might be
honest
going
about
red,
it.
like you said.
The reality is our healthcare system is broken. 30% of the cost in California is an administrative cost. We can use
if Darren
technology
Bailey wins
to
here,
bring
then we're
down
all fucked.
those costs.
This guy wants to put
Number
nanoprobes
two,
in your butthole.
We are not
I
incentivizing
don't know. It's
health.
almost like the
fucking
We
tech
reward
oligarchs
fee
getting
for
overturned
service,
would
more
light a
procedures,
fire
more
under
prescription
Democrats
drugs.
to
We
not
should
let this happen,
reward
but
doctors
I
and health
guess.
systems
Thank
for
you.
making people healthier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Steyer, this next question is for you.
Alex,
It's on the same topic, so you can use some of your time for that. In last year's budget, Governor Gavin Newsom cut health care funding for undocumented immigrants to address a budget gap. As governor, would you restore that funding?
I believe everybody in California has a right to health care. But the truth of the matter is, it is eating up our budget. And it's more than that.
Good night, Natch.
It is
Thanks for
eating up
hanging tonight.
every single family. You
Catch you
talked
on the
about
next
how many
one.
people
I'll be,
are giving
on
up
tomorrow.
healthcare so they can make healthcare so they can make rent. You're talking about businesses that can't compete because healthcare is so expensive. And it is eating up the budget of the state of California. When people sit here and say, let's do the same thing, we can't afford to do the same thing. It is eating up our budget. Look at the numbers. That's why I changed my mind, Katie, because I looked at the facts. Single-payer healthcare systems cost half as much as the system in total that we have now. And yes, it's going to be a big, job to get us to single-payer. But the truth is, we don't have a choice because right now, people are suffering. They're giving up healthcare. Every medical crisis turns into a financial disaster. The truth is, we don't have a choice but to go to single payer, and you need somebody who's going to fight for it. And the person who's going to fight for it.
Why do they cost less, though?
To clarify, Mr. Steyer, on the question of health care for the undocumented,
I said
Becerra is a
everybody in
Newsom?
California you would has a right to health care. And let's answer this
California
out.
should fund
Did you
The truth
die?
of the matter is, immigrants built this state. Immigrants make this state run. The fact of the matter is, we had a broken immigration system, and now you want to victimize the people who are working here and making the state run.
Thank you,
As
sir.
Antonio said, try and get rid of them. You can't do it.
Let's go to Sheriff Bianco. Your thoughts on this idea of undocumented health care funding?
It's ridiculous. When are we going to draw the line at any other crime? It's illegal. They entered the country illegally. We're not going to incentivize them to come here to take more of the resources that regular Californians aren't getting. The ones that are struggling here, that are here legally, they're not getting that. They're not getting free education. They're not getting free medical. They're not getting free food. They're not getting all of those things that the illegal ones are getting. And we're somehow celebrating that when the legal immigrants here don't get that. It makes absolutely no sense. And healthcare, no one's talking about, how about we try and make people healthy?
So, Congresswoman Porter, your thoughts on the idea of funding health
With
care
what?
for
Fucking
undocumented
raccoon
immigrants
penises and
statewide?
whale cadavers?
Yes, and to
And that's, by the way, what I think Californians deserve as answers to these questions, Alex.
and for critics who say
Yes.
that we can't afford it, what do you say to that?
We can't afford to have people who are sick, who are making the
Thank
rest of
you.
us sick. When
She's got a
anyone
point.
doesn't have care, when anyone doesn't have care, the rest of us are at risk. When people don't get vaccinations, when they don't go to the doctor, they
Universal
wind up in
health
the
care for
emergency
all
room.
Americans.
They cause longer
Yes,
lines for
universal
the
health-
rest of
thank
us.
you.
They
Hey,
make our
Pace,
healthcare
come on, give this
system,
guy a
they
fucking
push it to
stuff
the
for that.
brink. And that was exactly where we were when we expanded healthcare and health coverage to make sure that everyone can be healthy. The direction that got us into this mess is Democrats catering to big pharmaceutical companies and
Thank
big
you.
insurance companies,
Thank you.
which
And
Mr.
quickly,
Becerra
Mr.
has taken $2 million from in his career.
Oh, damn.
And still won't give us a yes or no answer on where he stands. Every other candidate on the stage gave an answer on single payer, and it was clear he's the only one who won't. And to me, with healthcare on the line, that's disqualifying.
Thank you.
Secretary Becerra, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, first,
How have I not heard of Renegade Chungus?
immigrants, whether
Seems like a guy
documented
that
or
would've
not,
popped up on my
work
radar.
hard. They pay taxes. And sometimes they get injured on the job or their children get sick. It would be foolish to tell a family that they don't have access to the pediatrician or the family doc, or not be able to use the community health center where it wouldn't cost us so much to give them access to good health care. Instead, what will happen is that child will get so ill that they will have to take that child to the hospital. And what door do they enter? The most expensive door in the healthcare system, the emergency room door. Why do that and spend so much money when you can do it up front? And so, yes, let us provide the care to all the people who
Because
work
preventative medicine is
hard
what we
and
need.
make California a
Secretary
better place.
Becerra, thank you for that. I have a question for you on another issue that has come up repeatedly during this campaign. You're actually part of a lawsuit against Sheriff Bianco here over his seizure of more than 500,000 ballots that was brought up earlier in Riverside County from last year's election. He says he's investigating allegations of election fraud. Election officials
Courts
say that
ordered
those
him to
claims
stop.
aren't valid.
Put him
Do you
back.
believe that the sheriff here committed a crime?
sheriff is supposed to enforce the law. In this case, Sheriff Bianco violated the law. There are ways that you treat ballots. You have to maintain the integrity
Ambulance door
of
is the
every
second
ballot.
most
So
expensive,
you
though?
know,
No, ambulance door is the most
I
expensive.
know, we all know that no one will tamper with your ballot. There
Way
is a
more
chain
expensive.
of custody requirement that the law says you have to follow in order to let that ballot move anywhere. Sheriff Bianco,
I believe he broke the law.
Sheriff Bianco didn't follow that process. He violated the
We're
law
not talking
as
about
the
elections.
sheriff. So absolutely, that's why we are suing
talking
him
about
to
the
get back the ballots. He cannot claim
that's
under
not the
cover of
lawsuit.
an investigation that he has the right to take these ballots and break that chain of custody. That's against the law. That's why we're suing, and that's why he's going to lose in the Supreme Court.
Sheriff Bianco?
It's not true. None of that is true. This is all political, so he could get his name in the papers that
I
he's
think he's
suing
gonna
for all
lose.
of
It
this.
is
It's all
true.
garbage.
Sheriff Bianco.
You don't know anything about
Yes,
it.
I
so-
do.
Can I
It is
answer?
true.
Can I answer?
You broke the law.
Can I answer? I am tasked, elected and tasked with enforcing
I don't know,
the
man.
law in Riverside
A mustached cop.
County. And part
I'd be shocked if this guy
of
won.
that
but
is fraud.
hey,
Election
you know what?
fraud
Arnold
is against the
Schwarzenegger,
law.
He won.
There is absolutely nothing we
But
did that
fraud.
was illegal. And the real issue here is the Attorney General just doesn't want them counted. So the issue at stake in the Supreme Court is whether he has the authority to order me to not do an investigation. That's all this is. Don't lie. You two have no idea what was going on in that investigation.
Secretary Becerra,
You're making
your
it political.
Yeah, he's being sued by the Attorney General, but he's also being sued by those of us who want to protect the ballot. And what we're saying, Sheriff, is that if you're going to try to get a ballot, follow the law. The law is pretty clear. All you had to do was read the law. You cannot take ballots, confiscate them, and count them yourself. You have to have people who are trained and
the judge
authorized to
agreed.
do that.
We can,
You
and the
cannot
judge
do that.
agreed.
That's why the Supreme Court has
Doesn't
stopped
sound
you
like
from
it.
being
Mr.
able to
Hilton,
count
what's your
ballots.
view of
That's a
this?
lie.
My view is that it's a bit rich for Javier to talk about following the law when
Javier?
he is mired personally in a corruption scandal where his former
My
chief
God,
of
here we
staff,
go.
Sean
God,
McCluskey,
did him and
when
Piers go to the same broadcasting school?
Javier
This
was
is
appointed by Joe
creepy
Biden
how
to be
their
health
cadence is
secretary,
almost, like,
he
dead
wanted
on.
his chief of staff to go with him. The salary wasn't enough. So what did they do?
We
They
speak
took money
posh.
from Javier's campaign account to top up his salary by funneling it to Dana Williamson, Gavin Newsom's former chief of staff, so that it was paid to this guy's wife.
Secretary
All of that
Becerra, I
is
want you-
illegal. It is against state law. It's against federal law. My running mate for Attorney General, Michael Gates, has this evening written
I wanna
to
hear
Javier
the answer
Becerra
to
to
this.
make it clear that when he is Attorney General, Javier will be investigated
Thank you.
and,
And
if
Mr. Hilton-
necessary, prosecuted for these crimes.
Mr. Hilton, just to clarify the question about the seizure of the ballots in Riverside County, do you believe that Sheriff Bianco took the right step there?
I'm not going to weigh in on something that I don't have the knowledge of the facts on. I trust that Chad is interested in what we should all be interested in, which is ensuring the integrity of our elections and restoring faith in our elections in California. That's why I support voter ID in California. Let's see what these Democrats think of voter
And
ID.
Secretary Becerra, your response to Mr. Hilton.
Yeah, first, Steve, read the law. In order to remove ballots, you have to follow a process. Sheriff Bianco didn't follow it. If you're not going to enforce the law as governor, then why would you want to sit in the office? But
if you're going to break
probably the same fraud you investigated while you were Attorney General.
This issue, Steve, again, read the indictment. I was not involved in the actions that
it was your chief of staff.
He was cleared of any wrongdoing. He wasn't in the indictment.
Let me, if I could just finish
I know where all my money goes.
Finish the
Secretary
response.
Becerra, go ahead.
Yeah, Steve, if you knew the law, you have to have basis to sue to go after someone criminally. I am not involved in that action. Now,
it was your chief of staff, and it was your decision.
And the people who
because
your money, people who
you
have
were the one
violated
hired
law
to
will
go
be
to
held.
Washington as health secretary,
Let
and you
Secretary
wanted
Bes-
him. You
let
wanted this
Secretary
guy
Becerra
by your
respond.
side, and the reason that the money was transferred is because the
Steve-
salary wasn't high enough,
Steve,
and
if I
that's
could
why
just-
you engaged in this scheme, which is illegal under state law and
Secretary
federal
Becerra,
law.
continue responding.
So you notice that nowhere in the indictment is anything that Steve said included there. If you violate the law, you will be prosecuted. No one is above the law. You will be held accountable. If I had been involved, the U.S. attorney would have had me in that indictment. I was not involved. But here's what I will say. Steve, I hope you speak as ferociously about Donald Trump's violation of the law every time you're sitting in the governor's office trying to protect the people of California, because the last thing we need is to have an executive who continues to violate the rights of Californians and have a governor who just sits back and agrees with that executive named Donald Trump.
All right, let's talk about housing. Skyrocketing costs, severe shortages have made the
Becerra
state
said it was a gut
unlivable
punch
for
to his
many.
campaign.
Overall home ownership rates are at their lowest since the 1940s. Mr. Hilton, you say that California needs to, quote, end the war on single-family homes. Your housing plan focuses on the building of single-family homes over high-density multifamily developments.
Did you just say that they're the lowest price since the 1940s?
Why do you think that's the best?
What the fuck is he on?
Approach.
And just today, I launched
Yo, dude, what is he huffing?
a new plan for starter homes in California. One of the most heartbreaking things I see is young people, they come to our events, and I ask them, do you ever see yourself owning a home in California, starting a family here? And they say no, and we're going to have to leave. And that's why we've got to enact a very straightforward plan. Number
Lowest
one,
percentage of home
we have
ownership,
to get rid of the regulations that make it 2 or 3 times as expensive to build the exact same home in California as in neighboring states. We have to stop the lawsuits filed by the unions who support these Democrats that get in the way of building housing. And to your point, we have to stop trying to force housing into suburban neighborhoods where people don't want it. Instead, we have to build single-family homes in the places in our state that do want to expand. That's the plan, to make sure that we can restore that California dream of home ownership. It is the heart of opportunity for our young people, and it's being taken away by these Democrats and their policies.
Mayor Mahan, your response.
Yeah, look, again, these guys can talk, but I've actually delivered as mayor of the 3rd largest city in the state. I removed barriers to building thousands of homes that are currently under construction. We added thousands of interim housing placements and brought homeless neighbors indoors, reducing our unsheltered homeless population by 1/3. We've led the state in building ADUs and making it easy for people to put backyard cottages in for a child returning home from college or a grandparent.
A lot nicer.
I'm the only candidate on the stage who has actually taken on the bureaucracy, the red tape, reduced fees and permitting times, and delivered housing for working people.
Mayor Villaraigosa.
Well, actually, I built more market rate, affordable, workforce, and homeless
shouldn't even be up
housing
here. He's
in
at 1%.
8 years in the middle of a recession than they did in the 12 years before me. So you're not the
He fits the
only
criteria
one
for the debate, man.
on
You
this
gotta let him
stage that
on.
has done that. But I want to return to what was just mentioned. Look, the fact of the matter is, Javier Becerra's chief of staff has been indicted. A number of people have been indicted. Javier signed those documents. He said that he thought $10,000 wasn't a lot to maintain that account. Well, he actually had 2 accounts. The other one he paid $1,500 for. So the fact is, he may not be indicted at this point, but he has to be under suspicion because it doesn't pass the smell test.
Secretary Becerra.
As I said, anyone who violates the law should be held accountable. If people want to judge me on what I've done. I expanded healthcare to more Americans than anyone in the history of the country serving as secretary. I was able to negotiate for the first time ever lower drug prices as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I took on Donald Trump when he tried to attack the state of California over and over again. If you want to judge me on the things that I've done, not on spurious claims made by people who are trying to become governor of the state of California.
Let's talk about homelessness, Mayor Mahan.
Sure, Antonio has been bought. He's got to be a plan.
Homeless
He shouldn't
rates
be
in
up
the
there.
country. Sheriff Bianco takes issue with the term homeless itself. He says, quote, we will quit calling it homeless. This is not about homes. They don't even want homes. They're perfectly happy where they are. Do you agree that Californians sleeping on the streets don't want homes?
Well, look, first of all, I just have to set the record straight on Javier's touting his experience. The Biden administration, President Biden, openly talked about firing him, had to sideline him during COVID because he wasn't delivering results. And I am still in shock in this debate that despite being given the opportunity 3 times in a row by Katie,
I don't have a good feeling
he was
about any of this.
unable to clearly answer the most important question on healthcare as our former Secretary of Health and Human Services. On homelessness, though,
Hey, James,
I can't let that slide.
If you're from California, can you chime in a little bit on this?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck is going on?
Facts matter. On
Who's the
homelessness,
front runner
I
here,
have
man?
led
This is
the state in reducing unsheltered homelessness by finding a balanced approach that is
What the hell's going on?
compassionate but also accountable.
It's not.
I stood up to The system that was building $1 million a door
sold out to the
solutions
tech
taking
oligarchs.
years on end and said
Now
this
San
is
Jose
never
is the
going
most
to scale.
expensive
We're building basic,
city in the
dignified
nation.
shelter. We're working with our county
That's
to
why it's the
expand
safest. They
inpatient
chased
treatment.
everybody else out.
And when those beds are available, we're
One of the
requiring
safest.
that people come indoors. That's a pragmatic approach. It's leading the state. It's what we need to do in every city and county in California.
Sheriff
Alex,
Bianco,
can I just
the
say-
issue of homelessness, then we'll bring you in, Mr. Steyer. Sheriff Bianco.
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with homes, and it's unfortunate for the people there that they were just relocated to a hard roof instead of a tent so he could run for governor, because he had 4 years to do that and chose not to, but right before he runs for governor, he has to relocate all of them. The bottom line is this: that's not compassionate, because they're still under the influence of drugs. They're still experiencing mental health issues. They're still experiencing the combination of both, and we are not giving them the treatment that they need. This is not about homes. This is about mental health treatment, drug and alcohol treatment, most importantly, the combination of both. And it is not compassion if we are not going to give them.
We're going to give the mayor a
Chad
chance to
should
respond, and then we'll bring Steyer into the
Yeah, I
conversation.
mean, it's interesting. In fact, first of all, more than half of the candidates on the stage have visited San Jose to see our success in interim housing. We've added thousands of units, moved thousands of people indoors. And just in the 3 years that I have been mayor, we have graduated about 30% of those people to permanent housing.
Yeah.
We're saving lives, fewer deaths on our streets, fewer tent encampments. In fact, right now we're in the midst of resolving the last large tent encampment in the city of San Jose. Those are the kinds of results we need to see statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Steyer, the issue of homelessness.
I'm going to jump in.
Homelessness is very important. But the number one problem in California is Californians can't afford to live here. And the number one issue on affordability is housing. And we skipped over it. We didn't really talk about how we're going to build houses in this state. And the truth is, people can talk about permitting, and it's true. I worked for reform of CEQA. They can talk about zoning. We need to build densely around public transportation. And they can talk about constructing offsite that'll drop costs by at least a third. But what they don't talk about is the cities and counties of this state do not want new housing, because new housing brings in people and they can't afford to pay the health and education costs. That's why the fact that I'm willing to close a corporate loophole and bring in 22. No, but let me say this. This is the key. They will welcome housing if they can afford to take care of the people. And I talked to a mayor on Saturday who said, if you'll do it, I'll support you. And I love it.
I want to turn
He's talking about raising taxes on small business. When Tom says we're closing a corporate loophole, what he's not telling you is he's raising taxes on commercial property across the board. That means all of your office uses, all your small businesses. That's just going to get passed on to consumers and make the cost of living in California even higher. And it's not going to fund single payer, because that's 10 times more expensive than the revenue he's going to collect.
Mr.
Raising
Steyer?
taxes isn't always the answer, Tom.
How is it possible that he could possibly know what this bill says, since it hasn't been written? The truth is, we're going to give an exception for small businesses. The idea of this is corporations are getting taxed for real estate on their basis in the 1970s. Disney, 10 billion.
Sorry, it's about
homelessness.
Caitlin,
this
is about
paying real estate taxes for Disneyland based on the 1970s.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Steyer.
not
I
small
want to turn to
businesses.
issues of leadership, which is something that obviously all of you would be in the position to deal with if you are elected governor. And Mayor Villaraigosa, you actually put out an ad of your own recently that highlighted your opponent here, Congresswoman Katie Porter, threatening to cut off an interview with a reporter. That came after a video surfaced of her berating a member of her staff.
CNN's using him.
The senior official in your
She lost her
government
shit.
acted as she did in those videos.
Yeah, she did.
Would you fire them?
Yes.
But
Katie,
let's be clear.
You gotta own this one. Just be like, I
irrelevant.
didn't handle that well.
You're irrelevant, motherfucker.
Like,
You got 1%. Go away.
Governor. But let me just say something about what Javier Becerra has refused to answer, and that is that your chief of staff was indicted for padding his salary with your campaign funds. You initially on CNN
This guy reminds me of a fucking mega
you
church
knew,
preacher.
that you signed it. You knew that they spent $10,000. And then on the second time on your show, you said you didn't know. The fact is, as I said, I think
That's
you have
not
to
true.
answer. You had two committees. You spent $1,500 for one and $10,000 for
Don't you
the
get
other.
the facts straight? And I hope I
That's
can
a
Mr.
fact.
clarify.
Mayor,
That
I'm
is a
sorry,
fact.
Caitlin. I want to go to Congresswoman Porter.
God,
since
nobody looks good.
She-
Just like from the outside looking in. Again, I'm from Chicago. I had this amount of attention on the Illinois 9th.
I'll come to you.
I'm sorry.
Sir,
It is
yeah,
my
nobody
turn.
looks good
the
here,
center
man.
Just
of the
skip
ad.
on
You
here.
put out an ad of your own, now making light of that interaction that you had with your
That's not
staffer,
correct, Caitlin.
which you said you apologized for.
That is not correct. The ad is about showing Californians what they've had a chance to see on this stage tonight and in every other debate stage that we've had.
This is chaos.
Which
it
is that I'm able to take responsibility. I'm able to follow the rules. I'm able to say I'm sorry, and I'm able to do better. Everybody in California had a chance to see me on stage.
Bro, you just like came in here. What the fuck are you talking about?
That reporter in the last debate.
Losing
and
your
see
shit.
You don't know me.
Exactly how I conducted myself. Californians can decide for themselves.
So I think of your opinion, Sean.
About my temperament based on what they've seen here tonight.
Or lack thereof.
And if these boys bullying and bickering hasn't been enough to raise questions about their temperament, I would really challenge that. I have taken responsibility at this point hundreds of times, and that's appropriate because I made a bad decision and I treated someone badly. I apologized 5 years ago for it, and we worked together for 4 more years. What I haven't heard is the people on this stage who have made other bad decisions and other mistakes and other failures of leadership. Not one of them, not one of these men have said in this entire campaign, I've made a mistake, not for not being able to account for undocumented children who wound up in child labor. You called that MAGA talking points and a hoax, Mr. Becerra. I could go down the line. I don't even want to waste my time on this.
I would appreciate her more if she came out more
I have
unhinged.
taken responsibility. I have shown that. And what that ad is about, Caitlin, is about showing that I can laugh at myself.
No, the problem is because then they would just say that she's a hysterical woman. Dude, there is sexism like ingrained in our politics and like the way that we view women in politics. So, like, come on,
and
man.
I have the fitness, the temperament, and the best ideas to be.
Dude, they attacked Kamala's laugh.
Governor, and everybody's
let's
had
be
a chance to
fucking
sit down
real.
and debates.
Thank you, Congresswoman Porter. And on this issue of leadership, Sheriff Bianco, you've had harsh criticism.
I have to interject. My name has been used several times, and I've
And
patiently
Secretary
waited.
Becerra, I'll come to you on.
Caitlin, you said
she handled that well.
The Congresswoman said, I promise. Don't worry.
Thank you.
That
But
was
Sheriff
well
Bianco,
handled
on
on
this
her.
issue of
her end.
leadership, I saw the two of you chatting earlier, you and Mr. Hilton. You've actually had some harsh words for your fellow
God, I'm just waiting for somebody to come out and it's just like, all right, shut up, Farva.
Republican on the stage tonight. You've called him, quote, unethical and
ramrod.
dishonest,
Car
and said
ramrod.
that he is trying to, quote, manipulate Californians and, quote, swindled his way into the Republican side. Are you saying that you don't think Republican voters can trust Mr. Hilton?
I will tell you, I don't know where that came from. I wouldn't tell you in my entire life. I don't think I've used the word swindle. So I don't know if you were quoting something or if you were saying that,
It's a quote from you to The Atlantic.
No, I don't. I've never used the word swindle. Have Steve and
January
I disagreed?
6th.
Absolutely, we have. We had our quite big disagreements and battles in this election because he's running his campaign, I'm running mine.
They're gonna fucking goon later.
But you're denying that you said these quotes.
No, I'm saying that I don't know where that came from. I would never use the word swindled, but the context.
Hilton
yes,
looks
I
like he
have said
wants
that.
to just.
It's
Look at him.
unethical that I'm the only person up here that their entire existence in their job revolves around honesty, integrity, and leadership. I'm the only one. Right now, lying can get me removed from my job.
Can I just clarify?
Unlike what they're saying.
With you, because this says it's from an interview with KBAK that happened in April of this year, where you said he's trying to figure out how he can manipulate Californians to put him in this position in a time when we know that California Democrats have failed and we are going to vote for a Republican governor, and he has swindled his way into the Republican side, even though he's not.
Damn. Receipts.
I probably did say that. I didn't use the word swindled, whatever it was. But that context, I will agree with that 100%.
So
I do believe that.
You know what? I might have
You
said
did
that.
say the quote.
Dude, the way he just walked it back.
Mr. Hilton?
Look, this is a very serious moment for California. The ballots are out. They're in your hands. And we have a really big choice to make, which is, do we go for another 4 years of one-party rule
I can't
that's given
stand
us
this
the
guy,
highest
dude.
taxes,
This
the
guy
worst
sucks.
results, the highest poverty rate, highest
Fox
unemployment
News
rate,
ass.
highest cost of living, serious policy questions, homelessness. We need to stop homelessness and end it. We need to stop funding fiascos like high-speed rail.
you, Mr.
We need to
Hilton.
lift burdens on our business. Caitlin, that's what this debate needs
Thank
to
you.
be
Hey.
about. And the only way to get the change we need is to not vote
you,
the
Mr.
same
Hilton.
way and think you're going to get a different result.
I do have to go back to Secretary Becerra, since I did promise you that I would let you respond to that, since Congresswoman Porter invoked your name a few moments ago. She was talking about your leadership. Would you like to respond to her?
Yeah, I think everyone's invoking my name.
Damn, everybody's against Porter.
Nice to hear my name
This
quite
one's
a bit, and they're
obvious.
at least pronouncing it.
It shouldn't be.
I will tell you this:
enough.
distorting the facts in your quest to be governor is never good. But using Trump lies to try to damage your opponents is worse. And that's what we see happening. Everyone knows that Trump campaigned in 2024 talking about lost kids when there were no such thing as lost kids. To hear these candidates now talk about that, if they're so concerned, why haven't they taken any action to find these lost kids? I think it's shameful for people to use Trump lies to try to gain favor with voters when you know it's not true. Use the facts. We should have a governor who relies on the facts. I will speak the facts when I'm governor because that's what the California voters deserve.
I feel
All right,
compelled to fact check it.
Staying on the topic.
It was a New York Times
of
Pulitzer Prize-winning investigation.
And read the article.
It's not Donald
Antonio.
Trump.
Read the article.
26 Democrats.
All right, Mr. Villaraigosa. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on now, sir.
Be accountable.
All right, we're gonna move on. On the topic of leadership, I want to talk about California Governor Gavin Newsom, who's about to leave office after 8
Here we
consequential
go.
and
Well,
at times
get ready, chat.
controversial years. To all of you, what is one word you would use to describe Governor Newsom's performance as governor? We will go down the line, starting with you,
I'm interested to hear this.
Villaraigosa. One word to describe Governor Newsom's performance
I want to hear
as
mid.
governor.
Mid.
Performative.
Perform.
Progressive.
Failed.
Steve, failure. You can't take my
Wow.
word.
Oh, yeah,
Game
see?
changing.
They want to hold hands. You see that? It's coming.
Incomplete.
We'll be right back with more of the California
Man.
governor primary debate right
Oh
here
my God.
on CNN.
Wild. Hey, I gotta.
All right. I think I might call it there as far as covering that. All right. Let's find. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Katie Porter, I don't know. I think that she kind of redeemed herself as far as like some of the criticisms, like with her staff, and I also kind of like how she even said, she's like, who here hasn't made a mistake? Well handled. I don't like any of those candidates, LOL. They're kind of beta. Yeah, man. Yeah, because like the two Republican candidates, which is kind of funny that you're gonna choose between a British guy and, you know, a fucking sheriff. Like, okay. And then yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, that was great. What do you get when you cross a wiener dog in a pit bull? Your mom in a wiener pit. Waka waka. All right, let's see. Man, this is like on CNN proper. Fuck. I'm surprised that. I'll be real, man. I was a little worried about this because this isn't on anything proper. Oh, let's take a look. Shit, yeah. Debate roundup. No. Not yet. I mean, I'm trying to be real here, man. I don't know. Realistically, man, this isn't good because I didn't hear anybody's response on gas, and I'm sure that was the first question, was would you guys repeal the gas tax? whoever said yes, yeah, good move. Because like JB Pritzker, for instance, like here in Illinois, we do have a pretty high gas tax. But yeah, Pritzker has come out and said that he's interested in suspending it. So, I think that would be a good idea. Like I do think that politically, that would definitely help him in the governor's race against Darren Bailey, because Bailey is going to try and use that against him, just like they are in California, where it's just like, dude, your gas is almost $7 You have, I think it's like 40 cents higher than most your like fellow blue states. Like that's fucking crazy. And honestly, it's like you know what my latest conspiracy theory is? That Trump raised the gas prices to fuck over the California election, whoever's in the California election, so that they could just be like, California's gas is crazy, right? Like, it makes all of us kind of appreciate that we're not there. Who knows? I'd call him a greasy-looking chihuahua. All right, let's see. Come on, guys. Let's get back to the fucking coverage. Man. Okay, so I'm starting to see it too. Like, also, yeah, follow Renegade Chungus, guys. Here, you know what? Dude seems fucking solid.
I want to move now to the issue of artificial intelligence. The next governor will have to navigate a pivotal moment in the AI revolution, balancing its immense potential with the possibility of massive job loss in our state. Mayor Mahan, Anthropic's CEO, Dario Amodei, says AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the
Isn't
next
that on the
5
fucking
years.
president?
As governor
I
of
don't know,
California, would
maybe
you require
ban
AI
that or something? I don't fucking know. Why are we always doing this shit like with governors and like small government positions where it's just like, if you were president, what would you do?
Well, Alex says the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley, I've seen these tools up close, and they can be used to make life better, but they also come with great risks, and people are right to be worried. I've regulated big tech. We started something called the GovAI Coalition to create frameworks for how cities, counties, and others should use these tools responsibly. I created the first and largest AI upskilling curriculum for city workers. This year, 1,000 city workers in San Jose will go through our upskilling curriculum.
Too superficial. This guy's too skinny to be governor.
These companies and fund workforce development,
that is very superficially
upskilling courses, and create the shared prosperity that we need, the pathways to the jobs of the future, but not to regulate them to the point that they simply go to other places.
I love
and
your
then
Trump
this change
impression. Oh, thank
happens
you.
To us.
Yeah.
Mr. Starr, your thoughts on AI?
Oh, you feeling about a little macho madness? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh,
what we
yes.
can't have in
Happened to us,
AI
legit.
is for it
I
to
usually
succeed.
don't do that one, by the way.
And we create 12 trillionaires
I don't do the
and
Slim
millions
Jim
of
bit.
people who lose their jobs. The number one thing
Your
we
Trump's
have to do
better.
is
Yeah,
make
yeah,
sure that AI is a tool for workers and not a replacement of workers. And we absolutely need to own part of it. The people of California need to have a tax or a fee on every calculation. And we'll use that to protect workers. We'll use that to retrain workers. And if there's money left over, we'll use it for a sovereign wealth fund. This is a California innovation in technology. We own the beach. We should own part of AI.
Mr. Hilton, the original question, would you require AI companies to compensate people displaced by their technologies, and how so?
It's classic Democrats, isn't it, what you're hearing? If it moves, tax it. If it still moves, regulate it. And if it stops moving, I guess they want to subsidize
Oh
it.
my
Look,
God, here's
the truth
the
is on
clever
this,
little fucking
we have to have a
one-liner.
bit of humility. This is a very fast-moving technology, and actually even the people involved in it disagree about its exact consequences. Here are two practical things we could and should be doing better today. First of all, the real blue-collar jobs that are coming from the AI revolution, they're not happening in California. They're going to Texas and Arizona, semiconductor manufacturing. We could get that back by removing regulations. And secondly, our school system is not educating our kids to be able to thrive in this world of AI. We need to do better.
AI is a policy choice. We get to decide as Californians whether we want these technologies to work for us and to help us, or whether we want to stand by and let them gut our economy. I've talked about how AI could be delivering a 4-day work week for every single Californian, something that OpenAI came out this week talking about. I'm seeing AI already in my classrooms, having to write an AI policy with my kids' homework. We have to decide, do we want AI to work for all of us? And I think when AI uses what people have done, what workers have done, workers should be compensated for those inputs.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Obviously, AI is a huge issue that, as governor, any of you would have to deal with. Also, one that is underway
that
right
wasn't
now
the
in
worst
California,
answer.
a changing climate
Give
that
her
has
that.
been exacerbating water shortages, poor air quality, and of course, disasters like wildfires that people in this state are unfortunately all too familiar with. According to analysis from our partner, USA Facts, California has actually declared nearly 50 disasters in just the last 5 years. Mr. Steyer, your opponent here, Mr. Hilton, says that there is no evidence of California's regulations actually helping the climate. What's your response to him?
Stop sucking on your dentures.
I think that Mr. Hilton is ridiculous. Mr. Hilton is an apologist. He is an apologist for fossil fuels. He is an apologist for this war to control fossil fuels. The truth of the matter is, clean energy is now much cheaper than fossil fuel energy. We're an electric revolution the world over. That's why I'm insisting that the electric monopolies have local competition to drive down costs for Californians. That's why I'm saying we should triple the tax credit for people to buy EVs, because EVs are the absolute future. The truth of the matter is, it's very simple in terms of what we have to do in terms of energy. We need to make the polluters pay. We have to take environmental justice at the beginning of every conversation. And we need to deploy the clean energy technology that is here, that is invented by Californians.
I mean, realistically, Republicans are just like, yeah, drill, fucking, let's just kill the environment, climate hoax. Like, we're right back to that shit. And, dude, I don't know about y'all, but I like clean air.
Will allow us to build
fucking
huge
Christ.
companies.
Why are we fucking going back to this? Like, yeah, smog's cool.
All over the world. Right now, Donald Trump is fighting for the buggy whip. He is fighting for the black and white TV. He is fighting for the best. The truth is, this world is moving to electricity at warp speed on every continent. And the United States is still hanging on to the past.
I believe he called you ridiculous. Is that your word, Mr. Steyer?
I think that was my word.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Hilton, to that charge?
Again, I don't want to respond to silly insults, but I'll take the substantive point.
They
which
like
is,
each other,
First of all, when
dude. I'm
Tom
telling
talks
you.
about
Steyer,
tripling
Hilton,
subsidies
Bianco.
for electric vehicles, let's be clear what that is. That is higher taxes on hardworking Californians driving their gas cars and trucks every day so that Tom's rich friends can feel virtuous about saving the climate. The truth is we need common sense on climate change. It doesn't make sense to import oil from halfway around the world, increasing carbon emissions in the name of climate. It doesn't make sense to allow mega wildfires in our forests that actually release more carbon dioxide than what is saved by all these years of climate policy.
Mr. Steyer?
Look, I think that description of how we should handle the gasoline crisis is not real world. The truth of the matter is, we're paying gasoline prices based on world prices. We're not paying gasoline prices.
Wait a minute. I just realized this format is 2 Republicans against fucking, how many? Like 6?
It's based on
fucking
what it costs
Democrats? What is happening here?
Oil in California.
Weird format.
We're paying world prices.
So
That's
why
why
are they $2 higher here than everywhere else?
That is why they've gone up $1.50, Steve, because of the war in Iran.
But it's
that is
gone
not
up $2
because
of
all
your
of a sudden
policies.
the costs in California went by $1.50. Drilling more in California is not going to change the price we pay at the pump. The price we pay at the pump is what the oil companies gouge us for because they're charging us what everyone else in the world pays.
Mayor Villaraigosa, can you respond to this in terms of, as someone who was the mayor of Los Angeles, Mr. Hilton is saying the climate regulations don't work, don't actually help the climate. Mr. Steyer is saying they do.
Mr. Hilton is wrong, but let me be clear. I had a 100% record on the environment. In the 6 years I was in the legislature, I passed the Carl Moyer Act, which was the biggest effort to clean up the air since the Clean Air Act. When I was mayor of Los Angeles, the largest city in the state.
Let's be real. Smog in L.A.
Reduced greenhouse gases by 28% below Kyoto levels. #1 American city, #5 in the world. But we can't keep on putting these policies on the backs of working people.
Exactly.
We've had this conversation, Alex, many times. We have the highest gas prices because we overregulate gas in this state. And yes, it's true, the Iranian war has picked them up even further. But we need to have a balance. And all of the above solution, like Norway. Norway is one of the greenest countries in the world, and they produce their own oil and gas. That's how they green Norway.
Congressman Porter, I want to ask you about
he has the
something
largest
that is a huge
population of
conversation
Iranians in Los
Washington. You
Angeles, and
mentioned
he can't
your
even pronounce
whiteboard
it right.
use, that you were famous for when you served in Congress. A recent poll found that 56% of likely California primary voters think the next governor should make fraud in government programs a high priority. The president has named Vice President J.D. Vance as the nation's fraud czar. As you know, he brings up California a lot and has made clear that he has set his sights on California. Do you believe that's a good thing?
So we should all care where our tax dollars go, whether we're paying, a low rate like Tom compared to the rest of us or a rate that's higher. We all should want our tax dollars to go to work. I think Tom wants even his 13% compared to our 20% to go to work. So fraud is real. It happens. Government waste, mismanagement, failure to have audits, failure to implement government recommendations. That's why I chose to serve on the Oversight Committee and hold Democratic leadership and Republican leadership, Trump and Biden, to account for those programs. But there's nothing special about Californians. That is political theater coming from J.D. Vance. Fraud occurs because government leaders don't think hard and design programs clearly to guard against fraud. It happens on both sides of the aisle, and it's going to take somebody who has a track record of protecting consumers and doing government oversight in order to change that.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Sheriff Bianco, on the program itself and investigating fraud, and she's saying that it's political theater that is coming from the federal government.
It's only political theater if the fraud is happening and it happened on our watch. And so the Democrats in California don't want anybody to believe that there's fraud in California. But yet our own state government has said that we are one of the most wasteful state governments in the entire country. The waste, fraud, and the abuse in California government is the worst in the entire country. That comes from our own state government. If we are not going to root out the waste, fraud, and abuse, all of their pie in the sky
Whatever. Californians elect a Republican. Y'all deserve what you get.
They certainly are not going to pay for them unless they tax you more, that's all we're hearing from them is what you started in the very beginning about how bad California is. And we aren't talking about the policies that are going to fix it because it's their policies that broke it. We've talked about them arguing about Mr. Becerra and about Trump ruining everything.
Let's hear your policy,
Mr.
Bianco.
It is Democrat policies in California that have failed us in every question you've asked that we haven't answered.
Mayor Villaraigosa, this next question is for you. In 2008, California voters voted for a high-speed rail system from L.A. to San Francisco that was supposed to be done by 2020 and cost around $30 billion. It's now 2026. It's not even close to being done, and the estimated cost has ballooned to $230 billion. Mayor, your opponent, Steve Hilton, says that on his first day in office, he would kill this project, quote, stone dead. Would you?
No. And let me just first speak about waste and fraud. I can acknowledge that there has been waste and fraud in this state. There was $250 million in just one hospice facility. We spent $24 billion on homelessness, and homelessness went up. Why would I continue to support high-speed rail? Because when the subway to the sea was dead, and I became mayor, I said I was going to bring in the best and the brightest from around the world. We did. And then
hey, shout out to Mercado Media in the chat. What's up, Merc?
Approve it. And that subway's going to get built. We've had incompetence, maybe fraud, but for sure, we've made mistakes with respect to this. As governor, I will do what I did as mayor, build more transportation than anybody in the United States of America.
Mr. Hilton.
So high-speed rail is an example of the fraud. They've spent billions of dollars. I don't know where the money's gone. It certainly hasn't gone into building anything that actually works. And I just want to make one broader point about fraud. I'm actually running this race in a different way than we've seen before. I've put together a team to run with me. There are other statewide offices, and along with my running mate,
Hey guys,
State
throw
Controller,
throw
Herb
Mercado
Morgan,
Media some
and
subs
Michael
if you
Gates
haven't.
for Attorney General, and Gloria Romero for Lieutenant Governor.
Extremely
We've actually
good
been
on the ground
investigating the
journalism
fraud.
and takes
Our surveys so far suggest
Here.
that there, in the last 5 years in California, we've had $425 billion of fraud. That's around $80 billion a year, around 20% of the budget.
Thank you, sir.
And our team is going to stop it and prosecute it and give money
Thank
back
you,
to
sir.
Alex.
If I could just chime in on this.
Real quickly, Mayor.
Yeah, well, first of all, election denial certainly is running a campaign in a different way. But look, on high-speed rail, it shouldn't cost us more to get to Modesto than it's cost us to get to the moon. And it's not either or. The answer is accountability. We are spending billions of dollars before we ever put a shovel in the ground, paying consultants and lawyers for endless bureaucracy. As governor, I will demand fundamental reform of CEQA, of all of the rules, the environmental laws, the litigation around these projects so that we get to building faster. It goes back to your climate point as well.
Yeah.
We can't modernize our grid if we can't build.
Thank you, sir. Congresswoman Porter, this question's to you. Let's talk
Oh,
about one of
God,
the
here
biggest
she
industries
comes.
here in California, Hollywood. Film production has been leaving Hollywood for years.
Get out of my
State
shot!
recently expanded the film tax credit to $750 million in an effort to bring those productions back. Some of your opponents here on stage think that tax credit should be unlimited. Do you?
Yes, I think we need to be competitive in California. I see a lot of people who've been in office 30 years in California, been in different elected positions on this stage, and they're patting themselves on the back when we didn't acknowledge that we are in a competition in California. It's much more expensive and much more difficult to bring any industry back than it is to hang on to it in the first place. So California's in competition. It's a competition we can and must
Illinois
win. We have the
is-
most talented
yeah, they did a
workforce.
similar
We have
thing.
the best higher
Right,
education system, but we
Oh.
do have to have competitive policies.
Mayor Villaraigosa.
You know, when I was mayor of Los Angeles, I'd walk down a red carpet and I'd say the following, that the jobs behind the camera are more important than the people in front. 200,000 jobs we had, and we've lost them. This election is an existential election for Hollywood. So, yes, we do need an unlimited, uncapped tax credit. One. Two, it needs to be above and below the line. The notion, too many people in Sacramento believe it should just go to camera operators and, you know,
What's up,
makeup
209?
people. It has to go to everyone.
That's
and
time,
so
sir.
that's what I'll do
Thank
when
you.
I'm governor.
All right, while we're on the topic of Hollywood, let's give the voters a chance to get to know you all a little bit. This is a rapid fire question. You know, we've done this stuff in the past. It's for each of you. Which actor would you want to play you in a movie about your life? I'm
Liam
going to
Neeson.
each of you think of which actor would play you. Dyer?
Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck. Okay. The coming back, I guess, to do that. Mr. Congresswoman Porter.
Tina Fey.
All right. Mr. Mayor?
At the Hollywood event when I was mayor, Antonio Banderas said he wanted to play me. So I said
Oh,
yes.
my
So
God.
I got to go.
But he said, no, not yet.
We're getting Antonio Banderas lots
ass
of work
MAGA
doing this
mega
tonight.
church.
Or at least increasing his
Pastor
job out of this. We'll be
Antonio.
back with more of the California governor debate right here
Jesus.
on CNN.
Yes. You do not know that it is Puss in Boots, yes. Let's see. Who would play Pep? I don't know. I got nobody. Via Conditos. Yep. Anyway, man, that is kind of crazy to see how this debate is actually kind of pulling people in. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess that's what people want to watch tonight. Jared Leto. Oh, dude, I hate that guy, but I guess I would. I mean, no, not Jared Leto. How about the other guy, Padalecki or whatever, from Supernatural? Would that work? I don't know. think maybe I might be giving myself too much credit. RFK Jr. looks like he's Hulk and Bannon halfway transformed. Yeah. Or Banner, not Bannon. Although, you know, now I'm thinking about it, you might not be wrong. Is this debate almost over? Let's see. Tom Steyer joins TYT. I have to watch the interview tomorrow. I kind of want to educate myself a little bit on this here election. I mean, yeah. Realistically, if you guys are in California, who do you want to win? I mean, I don't want to be that guy because, like, I was genuinely annoyed when people were kind of chiming in on my stuff where I was just like, yo, dude, like, I'm following this pretty, like, so closely. I'm going to these campaign events. Like, still ended up voting for Cat Abou-Ghazaleh, so I will keep letting y'all know that because it's true. I am going to vote for Daniel Biss in the general, though. Although, who knows what the general is going to do? Like, fuck, man. Are we going to redraw our districts? What's going to happen? This shit's fucking crazy, dude. The fact that Louisiana was just like, primaries? Who needs those right now? We're only, 8-9 months out from the fucking primary. All right. Sucks. All right. Once this comes back up, I am going to have to pee. Because I was going to end at 6 hours tonight, but this debate does not look like it's quite over. Although they were asking, like, who gives a shit questions. Like, about who would you want to play you, like, in a movie. Who the fuck cares? Answer the goddamn gas questions, guys. Like, God. Your fucking gas is $7 a fucking gallon. I think that people might care about that, Like, God damn, dude. And somehow, some way, we are in this new, like, we're right back to the beginning where it's just like, is this actually Trump's fault? I don't know. California policies are so crazy. Yeah, we should pay less in gas. Like, realistically, like, I have a friend that moved from, what's the fucking capital? Oh my God. Sacramento. He was living in Sacramento, and then he, like, I was curious. I'm like, hey, man, what are you, like, paying out there? And I wasn't expect him to itemize his goddamn bills for me, but holy shit, dude. It's insane. And then he's just like, yeah, man. And then you have to factor in gas. I was like, that sucks. And then he ended up moving to Wisconsin. He's a lot happier there. Which I'm not even trying to, like, fucking do this thing where it's like, oh my God, Republican talking points, blah, 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 blah.
Governor primary debate. It is no secret to anyone on this stage tonight that this race has a very crowded field. And there are a lot of voters that are undecided, and many of them might be having some trouble distinguishing you from one another, seeing what sets each of you apart in your campaigns. And so we want to give you an opportunity to tell us one characteristic that sets you apart from everyone else on stage here tonight. You have 30 seconds each. Mayor Villaraigosa, I'll start with you.
What?
When I make a mistake, I'm accountable. I'm willing to say I made a mistake. When I have to take on my friends because there's a big, tough issue, I'm willing to do it. I think character matters, and I have the character to be governor of this state. I'm willing to take on my friends. It's easy to take on your opponents, but when you can take on your friends in a crisis, that's the measure of a man or woman.
Congresswoman?
I have shown time and time again that I am willing to push for politics to be better, for government to be better. I'm the only candidate on this stage that refuses corporate donations. That's something that year after year, election after election, Californians say they're tired of having candidates who are beholden to their donors rather than fighting for them.
Oh my God, I just realized that she looks like Robin Williams as Mrs. Doubtfire. You put some fucking thick-ass glasses on her, Mrs. Doubtfire.
And elect someone who will only focus on the future of California, not on giving away campaign favors.
It's the
Mr.
haircut.
Steyer.
And the jacket.
This is a simple campaign.
What up,
because
Godzilla God King?
corporations are driving up the cost for working Californians to a place where they can't afford it. And I'm the person taking on the corporate special interests. I've beaten them in the past 3 times, and they are spending millions, tens of millions of dollars against me. That's how you know that I'm the person who wants to change things, because they're spending tens of millions of dollars against me. Working people are supporting me. Environmentalists are supporting me. Progressives are supporting me. I'm the change agent on this stage.
And Mr. Hilton, what's the characteristic that defines you from the rest of the stage?
Well, if you ask my wife and my sons, often to their great embarrassment, it's that I absolutely hate bureaucracy and ridiculous, pointless rules and regulations that crush the life out of people and businesses and daily experience that we have. And so I just want to tell everyone, I'm going to be relentless, absolutely relentless in fighting the nonsense that makes life so difficult for each and every one of you. I will not rest until we restore sanity to our beautiful state of California.
Sheriff Bianco?
Yeah, I'm the only one on this stage that has 33 years of proven public service. The decisions that I make have life and death consequences, and those decisions are made on a daily basis, and I'm the only one that makes those. I'm also the only one on this stage that is working every single day with the consequences of the failed policies of everyone else on this stage. And the difference is I'm not one of them.
Secretary Becerra, what's your characteristic?
I think the fact that I have the experience to take on the toughest challenges, whether it's Donald Trump in his first term or whether it was COVID, something we've not experienced in our lifetime. I've been able to prove that I can balance a budget bigger than the budget of the state of California. I've proven that I know how to tackle a national state of emergency because I've had to do that in the past as Secretary of Health and Human Services. And I proved that I can fight, but more importantly, I can win. And so when someone goes into that governor's office, they're going to have to take a chair, and there will not be training wheels there for them. You have to deliver, and I have a proven record of delivering results. I don't just make inflated promises.
Mayor Mahan?
I'm relentless about delivering results in people's lives. I started my career as a public school teacher in East Side San Jose and fought every day to get each of my students on grade level. As mayor, when the bureaucracy and the establishment pushed back against solutions that would get people into treatment, or thought that it was okay to spend $1 million a door and make people wait out in tent encampments to come indoors, I fought against that.
How you doing?
People said we couldn't build housing, I fought to speed up permitting and reduce fees, and now we have homes under construction. I'll fight every day to make life better for Californians.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan. Thank you to all the candidates for joining us here tonight for CNN's California Governor Primary Debate. Thank you to Alex Michelson and to our whole team. And also a special thank you to our host.
Okay, so that was literally them wrapping it up. All right, so
I've taken on the corporations at the ballot box and beaten them 3 times. I am confident that we can push this through by hook or by crook. I really am. And I also know, you know, the old saying, when's the best day to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the second best day to plant a tree? Today. We're going to have to start work on this on day 1.
All right, we've got an important interview for you guys right now. Tom Steyer, one of the leading candidates in the California governor's race, joins us. Welcome, Tom.
Jake, it's nice to be with you.
Speak this
All right, great. So, Tom, a lot of people saw you during a presidential run, but a lot of people are meeting you now for the first time. So, before we get into the heavy-duty politics,
wait, you ran for president?
Tell us who you are. Where'd you grow up?
Wait, what?
You know, how did you get to this point? Well, how did you make your money, et cetera?
Right. So I grew up back east. My mom was a teacher who taught in disadvantaged public schools and then in prison. My dad was a lawyer. He was a Navy vet who had prosecuted the Nazis at the Nuremberg trials. My family basically was measured success in terms of how much you give back to your community, how much you help the state and the country you're from. I was the strange person. I came out to California with my big brother, and I started a business. I started a business in one room with no windows, no partners, no employees. And the business went really well. It's an investment business.
Oh, revolution.
Made thousands of investments.
Get it. The douche. What have you done? How did nobody say, no. Like John Adirola, Anna Cat. Really? Nobody said, like, oh, that's douchey as fuck.
We built it from $0 to, I think, $38 billion when I left. It's still running very well without me. I left 14 years ago. We invested all over the world. We invested in every part of the economy. We started a lot of new ways of thinking about investing, but I wanted to do what my family had done, which is my brother Jim has been an advocate for at-risk kids for his entire life. I wanted to give back to the state of California. I wanted to work for working people, and I wanted to work on progressive causes, including the opposing climate change. And I've done that for the last
Ohio's a toilet. Okay, get it right.
14 years.
Ohio is the fucking worst.
And that has included taking on corporate special interests 3 times at the ballot box and beating oil companies, tobacco companies, and out-of-state companies.
You know Ohio sucks when their fucking like commercials are just like, do you want peace and quiet? Come to Ohio.
We're paying fair taxes in California. My wife and I.
That's all I got.
You want me to keep going, or do you want me to?
Yeah, hold on a second. So I'm gonna take one step at a time. Just a fun, just goofy question that I ask.
That's the gay radio host from Frasier. That I knew I recognized him from somewhere.
In high school, did you play any sports or have any extracurricular activities?
3-sport athlete. I played soccer, basketball, and tennis. And in college, my freshman year, I thought I could play all 3 sports at D1. I did nothing but play sports. I played all of them my freshman year at the JV level, and I realized they're never going to let me start in any of these teams unless I choose a sport. So I played 4 years of college soccer, and I was the captain of my college soccer team.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Where'd you go to college?
I went to Yale, and I will say, when people
I realized I sucked at baseball, soccer, and basketball. So I tried hockey, and it turns out I was all right.
Ask me about college. It's kind of like,
that's how
I played soccer in college, and I drank a lot of beer.
Well,
all right there, Kavanaugh, calm down.
So, okay, how'd you decide why finance? Just because that's where the money was, or why'd you go in there?
No, when I was coming out of college, I had no idea what I was going to do, and literally, I got a job interview, and they hired me. It wasn't like I had this predisposition. I literally didn't know what I was going to do, and I got a job and I took it, and then I was kind of on that path, much to the mystification of my parents and my brothers and everybody in our family, that I was doing that. And then after starting my own business and running it for 27 years, I had, for the last, quite long number of years, had been desperately trying to get out of it without leaving my partners, my coworkers, and our investors in the lurch. And I managed to do it 14 years ago, and I've been pursuing the kind of thing I was describing to you ever since, full time.
So Pepe's or Sally's or Modern?
Pepe's.
Okay, correct answer, by the way.
Just so everybody knows, those are just pizza parlors in New Haven, Connecticut. And New Haven, when you think about what's good about New Haven, you kind of go to the pizza parlors. I mean, just so you know, Jack, I was standing in
I'll admit that.
La Jolla 4 or 5.
I've been to Pepe's. It's
months ago with a friend of mine who'd gone to Yale, who's a professor. We were standing on the bluff in La Jolla at sundown, and it's beautiful sunset, people surfing in front of us. And I said to him, this reminds me a lot of New Haven. And he goes, really?
New Haven's nice.
I go, absolutely not. No, it's totally different.
Connecticut is actually like,
on our way to Pepe's,
when you see all the fucking houses out there, you're like, what the fuck?
Me and my kids.
What's the median income? 2 million?
Kids walked there, and we saw a guy getting carted away in an ambulance. We ran into folks that my kids described as a gang. But the pizza was excellent.
Look, one of the biggest problems.
Yep. Oh, I forgot. I have a thing about ground news. I'm not sure if I can play it. All right, so there is a video. I'm going to link it in the chat. It's about ground news. I want you guys to watch it after the stream, or actually, I should probably link this in. No, I'll link it in chat. But yeah, it's about ground news. Let's just say that your boy might have caught on to something, and I'm quite happy where I'm at right now.
Making $1 gazillion. So,
full disclosure, I was sponsored by Ground News.
Why leave? Why get into politics? What are you, nuts?
I want to have a meaningful life, to be honest, Jen. I didn't want to die and not have lived. I didn't want the measure of my life to be my bank account. I wanted to do what my parents did, what my grandparents did, which is make contributions. And I've been trying to do that. And that's still what I'm trying to do. And it's a very, for me, you know, I'm super serious about it, and I've been doing it for 14 years, and I was trying to do it from before. So
yeah,
no, I don't ever regret that decision. That was a great decision.
So yeah, and you know what? Look,
sorry
overall,
guys.
as a life decision, I totally get it, because you really don't.
All right, I was sold on what I thought it was. You know, that's why they sold me on taking the sponsorship, is because I thought it really was a tool for news aggregation that was very beneficial. There's a dark side to it that I didn't even fucking think about. So, just as I said, look, just watch this, and yeah.
Need $2 gazillion.
Can't watch it on
$1
stream,
gazillion will do it, right? So,
sorry guys.
My wife and I, Kat Taylor, took a pledge to give away the bulk of our money while we're alive.
Yeah.
So
the link.
I'm not going to die a billionaire or even close to it. I mean, we're in the process of spending the money to support the things we believe in. Kat has been an advocate and worked for economic, racial, and environmental justice for her entire life, and does it full time.
Yeah.
And is, you know, I don't know if you've ever met her, but she's a total powerhouse.
Yeah. So, okay, I totally get it. Now let's get into heavy duty politics. So you're running for governor.
Well, they said they were.
So,
wait.
California's got a ton.
Hold on. Sylvie, you said, I don't remember what was called into about ground news still. Well, they just said they weren't labeling news sources properly, and they're putting weird news sources in there.
A ton of stuff to fix. So tell us what you're going to fix, and then we'll get into how in a minute.
Did I get that right?
Okay.
That was very.
The number one problem in California is Californians can't afford to live here anymore. And that's
no longer available?
Starts with
what?
With housing.
No way.
Both rental and ownership.
Dude, that thing had fucking like 200,000+ on it.
Includes healthcare for sure. Includes electricity costs. Includes gasoline costs.
Hold on. I'm gonna try and watch it real quick.
From this video sponsor, Ground.
No, it's available. What are you talking about here? Lito? Seriously, you gotta stop with that shit.
You know, in every one of those areas, there's a corporate special interest that is making a lot of money from that and doesn't want change. And the thing you should know is I'm the person in this race, the only person in this race who's talking about taking on the corporate special interest to drive down costs for working Californians. And so when you look at this race, I am the most progressive person on virtually every.
Oh, I don't remember what we were figuring out about ground news.
Policy area. I'm the person who has a.
Yeah, was it they were mislabeling sources and adding odd sources onto there? That, and there's just Sylvie. This is one of those ones that I do invite you guys to hit me up in the general on Discord about this. I'll also link it here. If you have any questions for me, I will answer it in the Discord.
A plan to change things, and frankly, I am pissing the hell out of the establishment and the big corporations and the billions.
I can't, for literal legal reasons, I cannot answer or do anything on stream outside of just saying, watch this VOD.
You know, are spending a lot of money, tens of millions of dollars, to come after me because they're worried that I'll do exactly what I'm saying, which is change California for the better for working people, and they don't want that.
So, Tom, I assume, well, I shouldn't assume, I'll just ask you, do you take corporate PAC money?
No, I want to ban corporate PAC money. In fact, I want to ban corporate PAC money. I want to prevent utilities from using the money they get from their monopoly to make sure they maintain their monopoly. You know, I want to do investigations of corporate corruption.
Steyer reminds me of J.B. Pritzker a little bit.
So, can we take corporate PAC money out of Democratic primaries in California? Is that a thing that you could do in leading the Democratic Party when you're governor?
I mean, you'd have to pass a law. But you know, what we're seeing is that money in politics is incredibly powerful. The corporations and the billionaires are supporting everybody else who's running for governor. And some of those people, you know, for instance,
Ada, how are you?
What are the other leading Democrats? Javier Becerra has.
Welcome to stream. I appreciate you being here.
Had max contributions from the oil companies. And he has gone out publicly within the last week to say they're not the bad guys. We need them, in effect, saying, you know, we're together on this. You know, I will be working with the oil companies. And in my mind, that means working against the interests of every other Californian citizen.
So what else can we do in California to clean up the corruption? Because I hear, you know, people go into office, they say a lot of the same things you're saying, and then they go, "There's nothing we can do." Well, nothing we can do. The Democrats have a supermajority in California. So how do you? What are your proposals for specific ones to get rid of corruption?
Well, those are the ones that I described. The three things I said we were going to do are ban corporate PAC money, prevent utilities from using the money they get from their monopoly to protect their monopoly, and do more investigation and pursue more prosecutions for corruption in politics. And I think that, we have a system which we need to get the money out of politics. And I think Citizens United is something which has been, really noxious for American politics in general. And in California, we're suffering from it too.
So let's talk about the housing issue. First off, Californians, I believe, have given about $24 billion to help with the homelessness issue. And as far as we know, we don't know. We don't know where it went. So
I know there's no accountability. I know that.
Yeah. So, and I believe homelessness went up about 53% in that same time period. So
I'm sorry, it's kind of funny that they're just like, oh.
Look, loaded in every one of these questions, Tom, is like, we've heard this 100 times. How do we know we can trust you? Like, what are you going to do when you get in office to try to find the 24 billion or do something different?
Well, look, my feeling about homelessness comes from a very simple starting idea, which is no one gets well on the street. Being on the street, only about 1 in 7 people who become homeless start with a serious mental health problem or some sort of substance abuse. But being on the street is incredibly destructive. The system we have now gets you into permanent housing over 7 years. And it costs about $750,000 to $1 million a key for permanent supportive housing. What I'm talking about is, let's keep people off the street. Let's give them rental assistance to prevent them.
That's so in Chicago, that was the #1 thing that really helped a bunch of people, was just rental assistance, and then capping what they can be charged even in private units
from becoming homeless.
But landlords and the people with money, they have kind of started convincing people, no, you can't do that.
If they're on the street, let's get them off the street as fast as possible. And what does that look like? It's being done in places in California successfully. Emergency interim housing, a room that's yours with a key. You can bring your animal. You don't have.
Did you not see the news that Trump and Iran decided, yeah, you know what? Maybe we will have talks. So that meant he stopped doing what he was doing and Iran stopped doing what they were doing. So stalemate. That's what that means.
Have to be substance free, shared dining facilities, shared laundry facilities, safety, and support services. That is something to get people off the street into something they want to.
Who the hell is Xavier? Who's Xavier?
Go to. People do not want to go to shelters.
Was that the mayor guy?
They can't bring their animals. They're unsafe. They have no privacy. People fight that. We need to get them off the street for their sakes. This is
Jesus. Someone is outside at this hour.
This is something that the vast majority of people on the street like and want to stay in, even though it's an interim solution, and it gets them back in their feet with the ability to re-enter society. It also
which one was it?
Creates the kind of, it makes possible.
Just tell me your basic observation of him. I remember what they look like.
Kind of vibrant.
Was he the old mayor?
Downtowns where people feel safe, where kids can walk, and where since we want to have a California that is vibrant, diverse, fun, and where we build housing around public transportation.
Okay, so let's break that down.
Right.
Yeah. So you say let's get them off the street, but let's say that there's someone who doesn't want to get off the street, and this is a problem that happens fairly regularly, right? And they might have a mental health issue, they might have an addiction issue, and they're like, no, I don't.
Okay,
I'm not interested in your interim housing, right? So I understand.
Yeah. No, I got it. I got it.
So what do you do in that situation? Do you believe in involuntarily committing people, or just say, oh well, okay, freedom?
Look, I think that what happens in this case, realistically, is about over 75% of the people actually want to go. This is a better life for them, and they don't want to leave when they get there. It's actually something where people really want, it meets their needs in a serious way. I think for the other 25%, over time, they need mental health care. Those are the people who have serious mental problems and substance problems. And those are people who, over time, we've got to get them into a facility where they're getting care.
So, Tom, look, people are going to say, we're going to get them into facilities. That's going to cost a good amount of money. We're going to pay their interim rent. That's going to cost a good amount of money. And then we got to get them into homes eventually, and that's going to cost a good amount of money. So how do we pay for all this?
Actually, this is a lot cheaper. To be honest, Cenk, what I'm describing is a lot cheaper. That in fact, getting people into interim housing is a fraction of the cost of the system we have, which is shelter. As you said, $24 billion with homelessness getting worse. and no accountability to understand which parts of this system actually work. If you actually do the math on this, it's much less expensive.
So, Tom, what's wrong with the system we're using now?
I think that the system we have now, which I've been saying, is it's shelters that people desperately do not want to go to, followed by permanent housing. And for 7 years, you're in this limbo of being on the street, which is incredibly destructive. That, you're very much at risk. You can never relax. You're vulnerable, and it's dangerous. And being on the street actually creates massive mental health problems.
Does anybody have an answer for like some of the homeless that don't want homes? Like, I've experienced this. Like, I remember talking to somebody. He was a cool dude. We were sharing a joint outside of a venue, and just rad dude. And I kind of asked him, like, yeah, dude, what would you like want for housing? And he was just like, I have freedom right now. I have no interest in that. He's like, I go to shelters sometimes when it gets too cold, but overall, he was very okay with the way that he was doing things. So I'm kind of like, oh, shit. And trust me, like, he wasn't like because some people like to equate homelessness with drug users, which it's only, I think, like 37% of homeless people are users. So like this guy just, I don't know, it kind of made sense to me where I was like, oh, so he just wants to be a nomad. All right.
For the people who are there. And so the idea that being on the street for 7 years is free, it's very...
Yeah, for decades. See, that's why...
Very far from free for those people.
I don't know, man. Like, that was kind of crazy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I got back to my car, and I remember just, like, on the way home, I was sitting in traffic. I'm like, is he wrong? I'm like, I don't know, man. He seems happy.
And so something that gets them off the street much, much faster. I started by saying nobody gets well on the street. And so keeping people off the street with rental assistance and then getting people off the street.
Then again, there was another time where I've told the story where we were standing outside the House of Blues. We were waiting to get into a concert, and a homeless dude just walked up to my buddy and started pissing on him.
Fast as possible for their sake is actually the thing that prevents us from getting into this cycle.
As far as,
where
like,
there's,
experiences.
Real insecurity, real mental health problems, and that becomes something which is very hard and difficult.
Create social workers to go find the people that need housing and shelter, and then and the people who don't want housing and shelter, you give them areas that they can go to. That's kind of what, I'll be honest, that's kind of what we have.
And that's what's expensive.
Yeah. So let's move to healthcare. People have concerns pulling off single payer.
Like, there's like the I want to call it unspoken because it's not exactly like licensed by any means, but there are vacant lots that, the cops don't really enforce trespassing laws, because even if so there's in Chicago, we have a lot of these. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but they look like they should be parking lots, right? They have, I would say, anywhere from like 10 to 12 spaces. They're technically smaller lots, but they're all fenced off. Obviously, fences have either been cut or whatever. And like I was saying, the cops don't really enforce it, but because the property owners aren't there to really complain, they don't do anything about it. And honestly, we just kind of came to accept it.
In a state is very difficult as opposed to doing it.
We also have Lower Wacker, which, if you know anything about Lower Wacker Drive,
nationwide. So how do you address that concern?
I think that's true, but I also think that it's imperative. And, there are a bunch of things we have to do, but if you look at the numbers, Cenk, you can see the healthcare is a right for Californians, and we've got to provide it. A single payer system costs about half as much as what we're spending right now in this state, and provides outcomes that are as good or better than the outcomes we're getting right now. And if you look at the cost of healthcare, it has been dramatically outpacing inflation for 50 years, and it continues to. And so it is eating up every family. I mean, I'm sure you read the stories today about the millions of people who are giving up healthcare coverage so they can make rent. It is hitting every family, every business.
Healthcare coverage is insane.
It's incredibly expensive, and it's crushing the budget of this.
We're dealing with that right now.
State of California. It is eating the budget and eating up the money that
our healthcare premiums obviously went up.
Otherwise, be going to education, childcare, senior care.
And now I'm at this point where I might have to take another gig to get healthcare if this continues.
Really,
like, we pay a lot for healthcare, about $1,500 a month.
A path of inflation that seems inexorable. And I'm for single payer because that is the way we can tame the cost and deliver quality healthcare as a right for every Californian.
So just help me understand it. So right now we've got healthcare through this company, right? So you go to single payer in California, what happens next?
Yeah, it hurts. And they took my vision.
Well, what's going to happen is we're going to have to.
Glad I saw the eye doctor in December.
Make sure that the companies and the people who are covered on the companies
for your wife, since we don't have universal health care, you have to take care of each other. Thank you so much.
Just waltz on it. We're going to have to make.
I really appreciate
for
that.
your wife. Since we don't have universal health care, gotta take care of each other.
Thank you.
Sure,
I really
the money is
that.
safe so that the companies are paying their share for their employees. So there's enough money in the system so that we can provide it. But the companies will save a lot of money. The state will save a lot of money, and the people will save a lot of money. And so this will turn out to be a system. Getting the details right, God is in the details. We're going to have to get the.
M. Allison R. Rosad? Is it Rosad? Rosado? Like M. Allison Rosado?
Details right. But the fact of the matter is.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
There's no choice. Honestly, Cenk, if you look at these numbers, and you care about people and believe that healthcare is a right, and you understand we have to deliver it for Californians, I don't believe there's a second option here. And the myth that some of the people who are running for governor are saying, which is, oh, the private sector competition, they'll bend the curve. I've been hearing that for so long.
Yeah.
And it's never been true.
So that's definitely not true. But let's dive into the Democratic Party. So if you go to try to pass single payer, you won't just run into resistance from the Republicans, and the Republicans are not that relevant in California as things stand now. You'll run into resistance from some Democrats. So how would you handle that?
Look, I think a couple of things. One, we're going to have to get the system right so we can show that it is absolutely better on the details that you were asking about. The other thing, though, that's true, Cenk, is this. It really is one of those things. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? It is eating us up. When you look at where we've gone in terms of our educational outcomes as a state, it's not a fluke. Everything when you travel around this state and understand what we're trying to accomplish in terms of, delivering services for Californians and paying the people who deliver those services fairly, you understand this is eating everything. Honestly.
Yeah. So I got you, Tom, but
it's just eating it. And so we're good. You say it's difficult, and I agree with you. This is a complicated system, and we're going to have to do a good job of getting the details right. That's why I said cause details.
I'm with you, but what I'm asking is, sorry, Tom.
I understand. Why is it going to work politically?
Yeah.
And my answer to you is because it's so obvious. It really is.
Well, okay, yeah, but you just say it's obvious, and it's obvious to me too. You don't have to sell me on it. But nevertheless, in the past, Democrats have voted no. So not all of them, but enough to block it. So what if they do it again? They vote no. Then what do you do?
Look, ultimately, what I've said. Look, I'm an outsider, right? I've taken on the corporations at the ballot box and beaten them 3 times. I am confident that we can push this through by hook or by crook. I really am. And I also know, the old saying, when's the best data planetary? 20 years ago. When's the second best data planetary?
Hey, Pop Jake,
today?
what up?
We're going to have to start work on this on day 1. So and there will be, to get it right will be complicated. And if it weren't absolutely necessary, I'd question if we had to do it, but it is absolutely necessary. And that's one of those things. If we wait 3 years, we've wasted 3 years. And that's why we'll start on day 1.
Good answer.
So I remember when Karen Bass ran for mayor the first time around in LA, she said that she was going to manage the system better. And others said, no, we're going to change the system. So where do you stand on that? If you become governor, are you going to manage the system better or are you going to change it?
I'm the change agent. I'm the only person in this race who's saying we'll take on the electric monopoly. We'll charge a windfall profits tax for the oil companies. They're getting windfall profits from the war in Iran that their president started, in which they've, their cost didn't change a nickel, and they're getting $70 billion at the pump. We should tax that and deliver it directly to Californians. I am saying I'm the person for single payer. I am saying that we will close a corporate real estate tax loophole worth $20 billion a year that we need in the state of California. I am the change agent. I think the idea of saying you're going to do it better, the old saying, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that from time to time in California. All right, let's talk about, we mentioned corporate PACs. Do you take any foreign government lobby money?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
One of the things I assume the question you're asking me here is about AIPAC.
Yeah,
I've said, I assume that's what you're asking me. And let me say, I said it's a dark money organization that has no position.
Good fucking answer, Steyer. Right there just made me a fan of him. He's like, I'm assuming you're asking about AIPAC. Just get to just cut to the chase.
Yeah. So
all right.
if you're governor, you're not going to have to vote on Israeli funding or anything along those lines. But there are some things that do come up in California. So some folks passed bills saying you've got to, re-educate the kids that everything is anti-Semitic if they criticize Israel. I think it's absurd. There's people who put pressure on leaders of universities in California. You better not allow any pro-Palestinian protests. So where do you stand on all that?
Like, there's nothing. Honestly, man, he's had some pretty fucking good answers here.
So I assume the first part of that question is, I think it's called 715, which was passed, I think, last year. And there is an amendment to that takes out the parts that are truly anti-free speech that's being put forward by a legislator named Robert Garcia. And those amendments seem to me to be realistic and fair. And it needs to be amended. And so I would support that. And I think that the idea of cutting off free speech for protest is something, obviously people have a right to free speech and people have a right to their opinions. And that's been an American tradition forever. And I want to make sure that extends to every group, every citizen in the state of California.
So a lot of states have passed laws saying that if you do boycott, divestment, or sanction of Israel, that you'll have your government contracts taken away from you. Are you against that or in favor of that?
Yes. I think you have the right to do what you want in your life.
Yeah.
I would. Listen. If I was a voter in California, I'd probably vote for Steyer at this point. This has been a kind of eye-opening interview. I got to give Cenk some credit too. Like, goddamn.
I'm going to ask you a funny question here.
And let me say this, Cenk. Look, we're obviously seeing the Netanyahu administration.
Oh shit! Getting a raid from Galactic Streamlord. Hell yeah, man!
For years.
You guys do not already follow Galactic Streamlord, please do over on Twitch.
Has been advancing
the raid, brother.
A behavior that we can't accept.
Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Pep Talks. Nice to meet you.
That we shouldn't be supporting. And the Iran war has brought that to the front. I mean, before it was something we were supporting something from behind the scenes with arms sales.
We're just following up the California debate, and we are watching Tom Steyer's interview with Cenk Uygur, which, I mean, not the biggest fans of TYT, but this is... You know what? I got to say, this was an eye-opening interview. I'm not from California. I'm from Chicago, so I had to deal with something like this with the Illinois 9th. But I would say that if I lived in California, this guy kind of convinced me that I would probably vote Steyer. But I'm not trying to influence your vote, so
support. But now we're partners.
Vote for who
we're
you think is best,
and we can see in the Iran war.
But also, thank you again.
I don't see how it helps America. Other
really
than to try and control the oil supply.
You had a good stream, by the way.
It's raising our prices at the pump. They've taken tens or hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, including Californians, that we should be using for schools, we should be using for healthcare, and using it to blow up a country halfway around the world. And they had no reason. They can't even explain why they're doing it. So we've seen that, following this government has been, terrible for Californians.
Yeah, they're doing it a little bit for oil, but mainly for Israel. So that leads to the core of the question, right? So everybody says, "Oh no, I won't be beholden to them," and then they get into office, and all of a sudden there's laws. You can't say this about Israel. You can't say that. You're going to take away your contracts, etc. And look, Tom, almost all the politicians.
Not everybody says, "Cenk, this has changed." Not everybody says what I'm saying and then goes against it. There has been maybe people have done that in the past, but I think that something's really changed, honestly, here. This is all exploded in Americans' consciousness, that what people have been saying for a long time, that seemed people knew what was going on, but it wasn't in the forefront of what Americans were paying attention to. Some were, but not everybody. I think now people are paying attention to it, and they're basically saying, yeah, okay.
So Tom, here's the essence of it, right? So people are worried that our politicians are...
I'm going to just say this. He hasn't used the term populist once.
At least influenced at a bare minimum and maybe beholden to this lobby. And the lobby is super powerful nationally. It's also powerful in the states. And that's why we get the laws that we were just talking about. And so you're right that, in the past, the politicians didn't even say that they wouldn't pass those laws. In fact, they would brag about passing those laws, right? So, but now, even to this day, a lot of folks running for office,
remember when Gary Coleman was on the ballot, Schwarzenegger era,
including yourself, struggle with some of the words, apartheid, genocide,
I remember that.
right? So why do people struggle with those words? Like what we're worried about is what is the force that is influencing you to struggle with that issue?
So behind all of this, in my mind, is the only solution here. And people say this is such empty verbiage, but it's not. I don't see how we solve this without a two-state solution. I literally don't see it. I don't see how we can provide dignity and fairness and political self-determination for the people in Israel and Palestine without having a two-state solution where people have the right of self-determination.
This is very much the answer that my guy, Biss, for the Illinois 9th gave.
So, Tom, I'm with you. And the two-state solution, I agree, and I believe you that that's what you would push for. Again, you're a governor, not at the national level, so to the best of your ability to influence it, right? So I do believe you on that. So what I'm trying to understand is what's holding everybody
a fever dream. That happened.
back from just using words like apartheid and genocide.
And I think the reason is this. People are worried that in effect, if you cancel one side, you can never get people at the table negotiating that. Now, to be fair to you, the Netanyahu government has proved absolutely adamantly opposed to a two-state solution. They have been working against it. They have been committing war crimes. They continue to push further.
So sanctions? Well, wait, he's a governor. Never mind.
To try to prevent a two-state solution. But I think the reason that people shy away from some of the words is because they're thinking in the long run, we need to have people at the table and that we need to have
going, well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the raid again, man.
Of them negotiating in good faith to come up with something that's fair to both sides.
I hope you had a good stream.
That's honestly why I think people are careful about those words, not because of the reason that somehow, they're influenced by something.
Also, I just hope you're well, man.
Because they want to get that outcome and they're worried.
This game could get a little fucking stressful, so I hope your mental health is doing well.
Somebody that you end up without the ability.
I was gonna check on my fellow.
Yeah, I mean nobody's canceling anyone. Like in order to get to peace, you have to have both the Israelis and the Palestinians, etc. Yeah, so that's
all
right. But there is influence, Tom. There's definitely influence. There's massive influence. Like since you don't take the PAC money. Like you have some ironic credit, like that you don't need it, so we're a little less worried about it. But we are worried.
Getting demonetized last month, not helping. Not gonna lie.
Because for whatever
shit, dude, I thought that you got that figured out.
For a reason, when people get in office, all of a sudden they turn around. So the last question really goes to
GSL. Do you know about the whole LinkedIn thing? If you don't, if you're on Discord here, I'm gonna link my Discord. At least try to get a hold of me privately. I can kind of tune you into where to go if you need some help on that one.
That issue,
because I know that Team YouTube is not exactly the easiest to fucking work with.
Tom, in my opinion, is a proxy, especially in a government.
All due respect.
You're not going to run into it that often.
Also, thank you for the $15 donation.
It's a proxy for what our audience is mainly asking you and all the candidates, which is how do we know if we can trust you? Because we've heard this story a million times and it never happens. So how do we know you're the guy we can trust?
Well, honestly, it's because I don't have.
This goes for all you guys on Twitch.
And I walked away from the money. If I wanted money, I would have stayed at work.
Join the Discord if you.
If I wanted to make a difference, I would have walked away from work and done exactly what I've done for the last 14 years. And if I wanted to get, everything I'm doing, the fact that I'm willing to take on the corporations and they're all fighting me and spending tens of millions of dollars against me means they believe that I'm sincere. And if you look at the people who are supporting me,
and yes, if you guys don't know, Uni Moogle in YouTube chat is my wife,
which includes progressives,
really appreciate that,
are including our revolution. It includes virtually all the environmentalists. It includes the vast bulk of organized labor. They're supporting me, including
Rogue Gerb. I've heard about this actually.
The teachers and the nurses.
So I had a little scare where I had my channel frozen for a little bit. So kind of had to figure out a way to get a hold of some people, and I can tell you right now, it's a little bit more difficult than you would think.
Supporting me
but I'm more than willing to help a fellow,
they think I'm
fellow leftist streamer.
I'm sincere, and the truth is,
and just overall, I mean, GSL, I like your stream.
If I weren't sincere, why would I be doing this?
Everybody that doesn't follow Galactic Streamlord on Twitch, please go do so. I swear to God, if you don't, I'm gonna be angry about this. Here, you guys can also do so through the Twitch link here. I think. Here, let me get this. Oh shit, sorry. Didn't mean to pause this.
doing this because I think we're in a crisis and California needs change. And I'm the person who's sitting here going like, we're going to make this change. We're going to stand up for working people. We're going to be progressive in all of these different policy areas. And if that means taking on entrenched corporate interests who want their way, we're going to do that.
There we go.
Yeah.
And so I don't understand why I would be doing this if I weren't sincere in every part of that. Because it seems to me it would be just, I don't understand what the second reason I would be doing.
Well, that I do have an answer for that. I mean, so Bloomberg ran it, and it was ego. So that's the other problem. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And so, Tom, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying you asked if there could be a second reason. That is a potential second reason.
Yeah, one of my friends is a VTuber that does like just anime and gaming content. They got demonetized as well. So,
but look,
yeah, there's some weird shit going on there.
I want the
Can you imagine a harder job than taking on all these people? Can you imagine a harder, more difficult job? I mean, I'm getting it right now. I mean, they're coming after me, and trying to vilify me. Why, if I didn't want to get the outcome, why would I be fighting my way through the swamp?
Yeah. So look, I'll make this clear to the audience. So my job is to interview Tom, but it's also to give you guys a sense of the race, right? And so, I challenge you on all those things because I challenge everybody on all those things. But
it's fair questions,
right? But you should know somebody through
Steyer's handling this well.
Their enemies, and Tom is right. The corporations are attacking him. The establishment is attacking him, and ironically, that's the thing that gives me the most trust that maybe you're the right guy because you've got the right enemies. And
I also don't see your second choice, Jake. I don't see the other person who's even saying they'll do it.
Yeah, no, I see that as well. And progressives I trust have started to really pile onto your campaign, including Ro Khanna, and that speaks volumes. So, Tom, we appreciate you coming on and taking the time to do this and answering our questions. Hopefully, we could do it again.
Jake, I really appreciate you letting me on, and I appreciate the work you're doing.
Someone said Hassan, he had Steyer on. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the show, thank you for being here, by the way. I'm Pep, by the way. If you guys don't know, this my channel is Pep Talks, and I have a show called High on Politics. We like to cover some of this stuff, but also have some fun, and also just, I try not to take stuff too seriously, even though it's kind of hard in our current environment, but for real. I try to cultivate a good community where we can have some fun. So, hey, there's LT. What's up there, brother? Good to see you. Oh, excuse me. All right. Sorry, got a little bit of gas. Yeah, I get gas. I'm gonna try and find the Hassan bit here. Give me 1 second. Steyer. How you spell that? 2 months ago. Holy shit. Do we have like clips? Yeah, clips.
This is your billion.
Clips are good. Here we go. I don't need a whole hour interview. I just need some context for what's going on with Hassan. Hey, again, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, Vessel.
We got to put you in the Dolce and Gabbana chair, Tom Steyer is running for California governor. First and foremost, this is a question I ask every single candidate that
you should appreciate that
sits next to me on the broadcast, which is the Zoran method. What are your 5 top?
Also, if you guys are on socials, there are my socials. Please follow me.
Policy positions that you want to be defined by.
I mean, number one is housing.
I do
to bring
interact
down
with
housing
you guys
costs,
there too.
and that's that is not a simple thing to do. I always say to people, it's not a silver bullet; it's silver buckshot. There are multiple things that have to happen for us to build a lot of housing and bring down housing costs. But that's number one, because that's the thing that's most crushing people on a monthly basis. Number two is to introduce competition to the electric monopolies that dominate this state. We pay twice as much for electricity. It's also a symbol that monopolies are allowed to rule us. Number three, I'm for single-payer healthcare. I've looked at the numbers. I've studied where we're going. I've studied what's causing every family in this state to suffer the healthcare inflation that's been going on for 40 years, like clockwork, and that is eating every family. It's eating every business. It's eating every nonprofit, and it's eating the state of California itself. Number four, to close the corporate corporate real
That's
estate
crazy
tax loophole
that
that's
like
been there for over 40 years.
Son, every time he does this, has to open his house to these people.
It's worth $22 billion. In 1978, they were given
He's got a little
valuation
he's got a
of their
snack box.
properties
I got a
that
snack
escalates
box,
very slowly, 2% a year. They are worth
didn't even think about
multiples of
putting
what
that
they're
on top of
paying
the fridge.
taxes on. Having them pay real estate taxes based on realistic values, current values, is worth $22 billion a year to the people of California. There's no reason not to do it. There's no reason that this happened in the first place. And number 5, I mean, these are not the only things I'm talking about, but number 5 is we got to be a top 10 state in education. We aren't. How can we call ourselves a successful state in the 21st century if we're not educating our children? Everybody thinks that we spend so much on public schools. The truth is, cost adjusted, we pay 31st out of 50 per pupil in the United States of America. So when I talk about closing a corporate tax loophole for $22 billion, a little less than half of that's going to go to education.
Since you're a billionaire, we got to put you in the Dolce and Gabbana.
Honestly, that was interesting. Joe Rogan has famously been under fire for years. Wait. I forgot why I even had this Emily Jashinsky.
Basically,
come up with some random.
I like Joe.
All right,
Michael
fuck it.
Rappaport getting very mad about Joe Rogan. Now, they've fallen on different sides of the Israel divide. That's basically what you need to know about this conversation. So Rappaport posted a montage. Actually, he posted a clip that was circulating from a new, what do they call it? Protect Our Parks episode of Rogan. It's like Gillis and Norman. And here's the clip. You'll see it. And then
this is the stuff that's like
we'll bring in.
You do understand that Protect Your Parks is where they get drunk and they talk about the stuff, right?
Rappaport's thoughts.
Not saying
America does that. Yeah, we're like not the best people to handle stuff, and we're like still like we should handle it. You know who else does that?
Who?
Israel. Blame everything on Israel.
I'm not blaming everything.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, that's Ari Shafir saying
They're part of it. It is amazing how many high-profile Jewish people they have an opinion about everything, but when it gets to this, like. Yes. They just avoid that or come up with some random way to justify annihilating an entire city.
Yeah. It's just funny to me when Americans are like, hey, this other country's overstepping.
Yeah, we bombed Japan twice.
Yeah, we were pretty
hold
brutal.
on a second.
Afghanistan, Iraq.
Those fuckers had it really coming.
They were Jews.
Twice?
The second one was just going, hey, check this out, Russia.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But yeah, whatever. Well, that was a long time ago.
That's true.
Everybody did that's dead. But based on today, oy vey.
Yeah.
It's a lot like Lebanon. Bro, what they're doing in Lebanon right now is crazy.
Well, they're looking for Hezbollah.
They got to look under rubble.
Okay, so Rappaport, let's put his...
Damn it. I'm gonna have to watch this episode now.
His reaction up on the screen here. This is how he responded.
This video to watch might be, there's a recent video of Graham Plantner called Graham Plantner Talks to Ripple Trump Voters? Or Triple Trump Voters? Triple. Yeah, here.
Shit and gallows humor doesn't make you racist or hurtful. I guarantee you Joe Rogan makes jokes about gays, blacks, Asians, I think he says Latins and everything else off camera. But Big Bad Joe Rogan only makes jokes about Jewish people on camera. He's totally comfortable doing it weekly on camera and has pigs like Tim Dillon, et cetera, join him doing it. Only Jewish people. Why? It's because the last form of acceptable hate, and one of the reasons it's still acceptable, is because gays, blacks, Asians, Latins, and everyone else hasn't said anything about it. All right. So the point that Rogan was making there, and Rappaport, by the way, if you don't know, Rappaport's also kind of...
Fuck it. I like this.
Set out on this campaign, I was fully convinced that working people in this state have a lot more in common with each other than they might think. We often find ourselves surprised to...
I mean, he's got Coca-Cola and Marlboro, like, America!
...realize that we have almost everything in common. And in the spirit of that, we're going to sit down this morning with a Republican voter from Machias and try to find out what we agree on.
Yeah, they asked me earlier, a minute ago, why I got into politics, or how long, if I'd always been involved in politics. I haven't. 10 years ago, Trump decided to run, and he spoke my language. And I voted for him again.
I'm telling you guys, politics speak is done. Start talking like a person. Start calling people assholes. Start saying they're full of shit. Like, honestly, man.
3 times.
People respond to that shit.
I wanted to see how he was going to continue, because I thought he was doing okay, And then this turn, I told my wife, I said, I'm going to vote for him this time, but he's got 1 year. He's not only not done what I thought he was going to do, he's gone.
I'm just staring at those munchos behind them, and then they got the queso dips. Yo, you ever had some munchos with some queso?
Not completely the opposite direction, but
I mentioned this is a stoner show, right?
Yeah, he's gone pretty far beyond what, and it's not good for the country.
Right.
None of what he's done is good for the country, and that's what I wanted. I hate to say, I'm not going to say I was wrong, because I don't like to say I was wrong, but I will admit.
Who does?
You know, yeah, I'm
Admit it.
questioning pretty hard.
You're a bigger man for doing so.
Things.
Trump came along and told a lot of us that something that we knew to be true was actually true.
No, they were saying that he's got 1 year to prove it to them, but yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know, man. Like, I try to be fair here because I got friends that did the same shit. Like, yeah, they're idiots. Yes, they don't follow politics, and honestly, it kind of makes you like, okay, do we need a civics test? I don't know, but realistically, my friends are what I would consider apolitical, and they just said Biden sucked. Trump honestly had a good economy during COVID. Let's give him another shot. So I kind of get the sentiment that this guy is kind of saying, but the fact that he did it 3 times,
live in a system that's stealing from us.
That's where I get my friends a little more credit because they're like, yeah, I voted for Biden because Trump sucked at that point. It's like, okay.
And it's funny. I'm from Sullivan, so a lot of my friends are like 3-time Trump voters. And like I didn't vote for Trump, but like I very much understand why people did. And then I talk to friends of mine who like don't live in Maine or don't live in rural areas.
God, I've noticed that YouTube's
like,
throttling some audio.
Everybody down here feels like they're getting robbed, and Trump came along and told us that you are getting robbed. Meanwhile, everybody else is telling us that everything's good.
Jesus, he's gonna win.
Good.
He's going to win because he's pulling in Trump voters.
They're like, the system's great and we should protect it. And
just with this, he can actually talk to people. Damn.
Trump said, the system is screwing you because it is, and we all see it every single day. I was not surprised back in 2016 where I had friends of mine who were like, I either like Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump. And I know a lot of people who are like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, it makes sense to me.
It makes sense. Yeah, it made sense to a lot of people that were just like, yeah, we're sick of politicians. We want somebody that's actually going to do something for us.
It does in the sense that like it's because both of them were like, this whole thing, this whole thing is screwed up.
Blow it up.
Blow it up. Blow it up and do something different. And I think that was the message, and it's a compelling message, and one that, frankly, I think that. I mean, that's my message too. I mean, this thing is, in many ways, irreparably broken. And
Bernie's the reason why I really became
Maine.
100%.
Yes, he's in Maine.
Because in 2016, well, both times, that's 2 times that he's been just tossed aside.
Yep.
He had the nomination and just got replaced.
Yep. Well, that's the powers that be refused to let him have it, and so they did what they do. They used their power. They didn't play by the rules. They didn't do they didn't let it be a fair playing field. They had power. They used power to make sure that they could protect it, which really is kind of, if you think about it, that's the entire system at this point.
It is.
What's your health insurance situation?
I'm on my wife's.
Yeah. Okay.
Health insurance is horrible.
You really couldn't come up with a more inefficient way
It's just
of
like
providing
everything
healthcare.
else, it's broken.
It's broken.
What did Ronald Reagan say? The 7 words, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, for me, is like until this last year,
Jesus,
because this last year with the Republican budget cuts, it hit the VA pretty hard. But until this last year, my VA care.
I'm going to turn the closed caption on for you guys.
Like I go up to Bangor, or I can do community care in Ellsworth for the small stuff, like going to the urgent care and stuff. And my VA care has been it was life-changing. Something feels weird, I just call up my doctor. I'm like, hey, this hurts. And they're like, come on in. They do an x-ray, they take a look at it, and then I go, and we just take care of it. Things don't have to wait. I don't
dude.
have to
I want that.
set things off because I'm afraid that I have to pay for it. And to me, that was one of the things that really kind of changed my opinions
So you only get socialism if you join the army?
on
See, had they sold it to me like that, I probably would have joined.
what well-run government programs can do.
I've never received a VA benefit.
Really?
I got out of the military in '86.
You've got an honorable discharge?
I got a general discharge.
A general, yeah. Really? Yeah, but geez, you've got a general that...
Last fall, because I am getting older, and I said last fall, I said, maybe I'll check into it. So I went to my local VA in Machias.
Yep.
And there's one woman that works there, and she gave me a phone number, and I said, so is this, she said, that's to a lawyer. And I said, what's the lawyer for? She goes, that's who you're going to have to go through to get your discharge upgraded. And I said, you kidding me, really?
No.
A lawyer? I said, why not just go to why can't the VA do it?
So one of my best friends from Iraq, guy did 2 tours, did Fallujah Ramadi, a legitimate war hero. I've seen this guy do like actual heroism in combat. He smoked pot after we got back from our second deployment. Popped on a test.
Yeah, that sounds like my buddy.
Got discharged out of the Marine Corps.
Yeah,
Kicked out
that
OTH,
happened to a friend of mine.
No benefits.
Yeah, yeah.
He
had to
has
take a
spent,
DA.
He spent years
or DD
just struggling. I mean, this is a guy who legitimately, is an
dishonorable
actual warrior,
discharge,
and he didn't get a single shred of support from the VA.
Yeah,
and it was all because the way that they write the rules.
Yeah,
we wound up getting his discharge upgraded. But it took, like myself and a couple other guys that he served with, we all kind of got together. We got a lawyer involved. We got this, and what was awful the whole time is being like, this shouldn't be complicated.
Right.
I mean, this guy has a combat record. Like, we can look through his service record book and his DD-214, and you can see that this guy did things for the nation in war. And yet somehow now we got a lawyer involved, and we did all this thing, and it worked in the end. But it was a multi-year process, and it was so frustrating. And that's something that for me, like, I want to.
This is filmed on a phone,
US Senate,
but with a
is
steady
that
cam.
having gone
What you
through
got to
these
do
things-
is you got to turn autofocus off. Then you need to double tap on his face, and then as you carry over, double tap on the other guy's face, and it will automatically adjust.
Personally, and
Just a little
seeing
heads up.
directly like what the
Trying to focus on the chips behind
bureaucratic
it.
problems are,
Which
that
I
keep
am
people
too,
from
because I'm
getting it.
hungry.
I want to go up and write policy to make all this easier. I also want to, frankly, unleash like an army of social workers to go around the country and find vets who aren't getting the benefits they deserve, and then do the process for them. Because when people are working really hard or people are struggling, the idea that they're going to go home, sit down, and like figure out all this paperwork, hire a lawyer. I mean, if you're working paycheck to paycheck already, who's got the nobody has extra money to go hire an attorney. Yeah.
I mean, you're doing it in the evening when all the offices are closed.
What's up, man?
How goes the battle, bro?
It's going. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
good. Off I go.
Oh yeah, it's.
Do you support Social Security? I mean, for me to pay in my whole life and they tell me I get $1,100 back a month is kind of insulting.
I think what we have to do is remove the cap on Social Security contributions. So right now, every dollar over $176,000 of income that someone makes does not go in to Social Security contributions, which means that somebody making $25 million a year pays the exact same dollar amount into Social Security as somebody making $176,000 a year. Elon Musk pays his Social Security contributions.
Roddy Nandan.
Something like a minute and
Hello.
a half of the new year.
Oh, thank you.
If
I
we
appreciate
remove
that.
the
Thank you for the
cap
compliment.
on Social Security and simply
Appreciate
didn't
having you
raise
here.
the rate, just kept it fair that everybody pays in the same percentage, we would be able to not just protect Social Security forever and all time, we'd be able to expand benefits, and we'd allow Americans to retire even a little bit earlier. There is absolutely no excuse for either children or the elderly in the state of Maine to go without heat or to go without food, or to go without some kind of adequate housing.
We live in a rich country.
We live in the richest country in the history of the world.
Nobody should be hungry.
None whatsoever.
Or homeless. How do you
Who
feel
should
about
own
land
land?
monopolization?
I hate every
That's a
amount
weird
of it.
question.
I despise the idea of any corporation, honestly, whether it's a private equity company out in New York or whether it's somebody in China. I hate the idea of any corporation buying up land in places that people live.
Don't need to live.
I mean, the land should be owned by the people that live and work it, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Like that, and it's...
Going late tonight? Yes, I am.
Even here in Maine, we've got this
I'm having
problem
fun.
right now. We've got it's insane of either private equity firms or hedge
How am I?
funds
I'm good.
or like international corporations,
Thank you for
Chinese
asking.
companies buying up land in Maine. That shouldn't be legal.
Like there's a place on Beals Island, it's a nonprofit.
Yep.
Right?
I'm
They're
learning
buying-
about the Maine election with Graham Plattner here. Learned a lot about the California elections.
Up all the land. Well, on Beals Island, all the land is an island. It's coastal. It's all waterfront.
It's all waterfront taxable.
It's all
property.
waterfront,
Yeah.
and they don't have to pay taxes
That's
on it.
right.
They're buying it, no taxes. Guess what's happening to the tax base on Beals Island?
Yep.
I mean, their taxes are exploding.
There is no rule in the Constitution that says we need to let corporations own our natural resources.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Arkansas is doing that.
Is putting those, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's already signed legislation that any Chinese entity that owns land in Arkansas, they have to sell it back.
I mean, I would go even further, and it would be like basic corporate ownership. Period. I mean, I really am against the idea that like private corporations can start accruing so much of a public good, like land or water.
But they were complaining about Bill Gates owning 270.
Is this about data centers? I mean, yes.
1,000 acres of farmland in the United States.
It's almost less about who owns it, and it's more about the fact that that kind of consolidated ownership can happen in the first place. Like, because I think that kind of consolidated ownership is legitimately bad for people, because it winds up with folks.
Can I just say that this place looks like they have a killer deli? Like, you see a chip rack like this, and then you see a counter like that. They got pizza, and then they have a kick-ass deli.
It winds up with one or two, or say a company being able to accrue an immense amount of power, which they can then use for their benefit. And the average person, they've got no input on that. It was a pleasure.
Oh, Dubar story.
talk. Yeah,
Yeah,
you-
that's definitely got a kick-ass deli.
Well, thank you so much for doing
I can already tell.
Yeah, no, this was great.
Do you think he convinced you to vote for him?
Oh, I was going to vote for him anyway.
Oh, base!
Yeah, I haven't really been keeping it a secret.
Dude! Oh, Sylvie, definitely W on the find here. That was a great video. I gotta give you that. That was awesome. Alrighty. You know what? Let's finish off the night with something fun. You know where I'm going with this. Let's see. I had a sovereign citizen video pulled up for just this. Where are you? Just give me 1 second. It's a court video, 26 minutes. No, that's not it. Yeah, it's an arrest video. Where are you at? Just so you guys know, I do enjoy sovereign citizen videos because, yeah, I don't know, occasionally they make me feel a little bit better about myself because it's like, oh, all right, well, not that stupid.
State of
All right,
Michigan.
fuck it. You know what? We'll go for it. If I got a dip, I got a dip. But apparently there's a sovereign citizen that's like, barely 20 in this video. So let's see how it goes. I mean, there's a lot going on here. So
versus Grant Montgomery.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Grant Montgomery.
This is Grant, right?
He is present. I think he's trying to unmute, Your Honor.
I know, Your Honor. Okay.
Got doubling audio.
All right.
They're like, we got to figure this out.
Case here, Your Honor.
Oh, hell yeah, Judge Simpson. Yeah, that's right.
You're on two
I'm glad that you know.
devices.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just need
D-C-Ucky. How do you, is it Decucky? If it's Decucky, that's okay. Either way, welcome. I appreciate you following and joining the show. Yes, man, you're in good company here. I enjoy watching random stuff like this. This is fun.
need one device, or the other one turned
Brother,
down.
nice
That's
family. Okay, brother, take care. Oh, thank you.
That's fine. I'll stay.
Brother, please visit India.
All right.
If I do that, I have a mod that I would have to hit up.
They just got off of the one device.
Okay, here we go.
The
Here we go.
video
Here we go.
left, But the other audio. Okay, now they're on one device.
This is
Okay.
hilarious.
All right, what are we doing in this case?
Right here.
I am disputing a illegal passing ticket.
Oh my God, his friend came dressed with a fucking like he's wearing like something that he would wear to a wedding.
It's gonna be.
So I don't know if he's asking to have a formal hearing. My trooper is here, so we can hold it if.
Oh no! Oh no! The trooper showed up with the prosecutor. Oh, he's fucked.
If that's what he would like.
Anytime that I ever showed up to traffic court and I saw the cop there, I was like, uh-oh.
I was not aware.
Your Honor, Trooper Smith here. I'd be willing to offer impeding traffic to forego the formal hearing.
Okay. All right. Is that what you want to do, young man?
No, Your Honor.
No.
No! He's giving you a W, you dumb fuck! He's telling you that it's gonna. It's just like you were blocking traffic. Okay, that's a small fine. Get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Wow, you're dumb.
Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. He does not want to plead down.
Who are you?
Oh my God! Yes, we found a great video.
I'm his stepfather. I'm sorry.
That's his stepfather? Yo, dude, they look like they're the same fucking age. That's fucking crazy.
Okay.
This dude, I was gonna say, is this dude laughing?
Too.
Your Honor.
Fine.
I believe so, yes.
Troopers only come when they hate you or don't want to work. I mean, sometimes that no, like so we have a county here called DuPage County, where I'm not sure if it's like within the county charter or some shit, but they show up, man.
Okay, do you understand?
I haven't gone to one traffic court in DuPage where it was like, damn it.
That an impeding is a non-report.
Oh yeah, this is sovereign citizen. Yeah. This is sovereign citizen. Hey Trevor, how's it going?
Is what the trooper's offering.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you don't want to do that.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let me see. I'm going to pass this matter. And then I will try to clear some stuff out. We'll have the hearing if that's what they want.
Trooper Smith, if you could remain on the call then, please. Thank
So,
you.
so you do understand that so that you're aware. And what's the fine on that?
Oh, excuse me.
So the impeding is 180, no points. That's what the troopers offer. What you're charged with is actually 3 points.
Awesome. What up, Trevor?
And $140.
Yes.
Shit. He's gonna contest this, and it's gonna turn into $300. Oh no!
I'm aware of that.
No.
Okay. Well, thank
Shut
you
up!
for your
Shut up!
knowledge.
At Pep Law, we're telling you to shut the fuck up.
I am pointing that out to you, so maybe you can factor that into your decision.
This guy,
Thank
Donald,
you.
is being
I'll
weird.
be asking for an adjournment to June 1st so that I can obtain a discovery and hopefully enter into the appropriate negotiations with.
You want the 1st or the 8th?
Your Honor, I would prefer the first, quite honestly.
All right, that's fine. June 1st, 2022, 9 a.m. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And if you wanted me to speak with Mr. Montgomery, was it Montgomery, about the impeding?
Sometimes people just whatever. So
Your Honor,
I'm just
Dude, this is like the third time I've caught this guy. He is laughing his ass off. He needs to shut his camera off because he's just like, "Pah!"
I've done, I've handled about 3,000 or 4,000 truck driver tickets, so I know.
I can only lead a horse to water.
I respect this, Judge.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
14A District Court is back in session. Court does recall the case of People versus Grant Montgomery.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
State your name, please.
Grant Montgomery.
All right.
Where's your stepdad?
This is formal hearing on a civil infraction of an improper passing citation. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Kirby.
And the people would call Trooper Smith to the stand. Trooper Smith, can you please unmute and turn on your camera?
Yep, I'm unmuted. Just give me 1 second for the camera.
All right.
Oh, sir, Trooper Smith, you're on behalf of the state.
All right. Can you raise your right hand?
This makes it so much easier for the cops to show up. I gotta say, this kind of sucks for this kid.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Kirby, you may proceed.
Let's
Thank
see.
you. Trooper Smith, do you recall April 18th, 2022?
I do.
And do you recall where you were at approximately 8:39 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am. I was on patrol, Washtenaw County, Augusta Township,
Okay, and how are you employed?
through the Michigan State Police as a trooper.
And were you working that day?
I was,
And in what capacity?
as a law enforcement officer, a state police trooper, ma'am.
And during that day, did you stop anyone around the time of 8 o'clock?
I did. I stopped one Grant Douglas Montgomery, approximately 8:30 p.m.
And do you see Mr. Montgomery on the Zoom screen?
Damn, dude, he's got all his notes.
I do.
And can you identify what he's wearing, please?
He's wearing a gray button-up shirt.
Let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
Without objection, record shall so reflect.
And what was the reason that you pulled over Mr. Montgomery?
Well, Washtenaw County Dispatch advised they'd received multiple 911 calls about two vehicles drag racing down Rawsonville Road, one being a gray Chevrolet HHR. So they advised that the gray
I don't believe it, God.
Chevy HHR pulled into the Rawsonville and Willis BP station, and I happened to be in the area, so
And Sylvie goes straight to jail.
I told them I would look for the car, and I ended up finding the vehicle inside the BP station. Once the vehicle left the BP station, I initiated and turned southbound on Rawsonville Road. I initiated a traffic stop and made contact with Mr. Montgomery.
And why did you initiate the traffic stop?
Just due to the multiple 911 calls reporting drag racing in the area. It's a 2-lane road. It's fairly busy. Just wanted to stop and have a conversation with him about his driving and what was going on that evening.
And what road did you stop
Washoe?
on?
No, I think this is in Michigan.
It was on Rawsonville Road, but I believed he turned onto Judd Road, if I'm not mistaken, to pull off Rawsonville to be safer.
And after speaking with Mr. Montgomery, did he make any statements admitting anything?
He did. While I was speaking with him, Mr. Montgomery advised that he was traveling southbound on Rawsonville Road and came to a stoplight at Bemis Road. And he advised the car in front of him was moving fairly slow. So he utilized the left-hand turn lane to pass that vehicle, which is a double yellow line if you're headed southbound on Rawsonville
That's
Road.
illegal. Yeah, you're getting pulled over for
So
that.
you're
shit.
allowed to use that lane as a passing lane?
You are not allowed to use that lane as a passing lane.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Montgomery, do you have any questions of the trooper?
No, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I speak for my son?
Who's
No,
this?
you can't.
Okay.
You're not. Yeah, okay. Your son has no questions. What questions do you have, sir?
The officer wrote him a ticket for a civil infraction that he did not witness, and according to 257742 Michigan compiled laws, he has to witness a civil infraction unless there's an accident involved. We have video showing that the officer actually pulled him over about 15 minutes after he did pass somebody. We were advised to set up a formal hearing under the advice of my father, who is a retired detective, and we were under the understanding that we'd have the opportunity to speak with the prosecutor before going in front of a judge.
Oh, what do you want to? Do you want to talk to the prosecutor?
I would have loved to talk.
Well, the problem is that how old is your son?
17.
All right.
Said stepson, by the way.
Why didn't your son ask to speak to the prosecutor?
Whenever he's in front of authority, he gets very nervous. I can't speak for him as far as that goes, but this isn't the first time. Whenever he's talking to an authority figure, he kind of breaks down and
does
doesn't
what?
follow. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And doesn't. Okay. Here's part of the problem here.
Hey, Robin. This is embarrassing. Yeah, it is.
And I certainly will look at the section you want me to look at. But there's a bigger problem here. And maybe, sir, I'll ask you, did you have a conversation with your stepson about his activities?
This stepkid.
That night.
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely.
I would never let my step fucking parent ever talk for me like this.
And did that draw any concern for you?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, it did, but not specifically for the driving. It was his language in front of the police officer that bothered me the most.
But not the driving? I mean,
Your Honor,
why he came into contact?
I don't know.
Dude, this officer's kind of like he's got a smile on his face.
I have no proof of what he did.
Did you listen to what the trooper testified to? What were the complaints that led the trooper there in the first place?
I do not know. I know that the trooper says that it was drag racing.
Did you talk to your son about that?
Absolutely.
There it is.
Your Honor, I have browbeat my son about his driving.
Yeah, at first.
Oh my God. It doesn't matter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He said drag racing.
You're not even his real parent. Shut the fuck up.
Which made me initially nervous.
God
I was
damn.
like, I wasn't doing that at all. I don't understand where that's coming from. Which that made me nervous for the rest of the conversation, which is why
Where's
I
his
fumbled
mother?
my words and not really remember what I said.
Your Honor,
browbeat
on our end, absolutely.
Do you not know that?
I've had conversations with my son about this incident. He does have a dash cam in his car and a rear camera in his car. And at the end of every day, I'm reviewing those now going forward. That's what we are doing.
Oh my God, this guy sucks. You were right about the over controlling step parent. Ew.
There's making sure that he is driving appropriately and not causing any problems for anybody. If the officer got complaints about drag racing, he absolutely did the right thing by pulling him over. But it's my understanding he cannot write a ticket for civil.
Yeah, the thing is, I have two step parents, Sylvie, and I'll tell you right now, no
infraction that he did not witness.
I don't care. The thing is, in the court of law, unless this guy has legal guardianship, he doesn't actually have the authority to be doing this.
Unless there's an accident involved.
Your Honor.
You want to know how I know that?
Trooper Smith here, if I may.
Yes, sir.
We received the multiple calls.
I'm not saying that. In a court of law, this is different, Sylvie.
As I stated about the two vehicles.
I don't care what the fuck they do on their own time.
Drag racing, and specifically the
realistically, when it comes to legal guardianship, he does not have that.
vehicle that
My stepdad didn't have that. My stepmom most certainly doesn't have that shit.
Mr. Montgomery was
It's not my fucking stance. It's the law.
operating at that time. Drag racing is a misdemeanor offense, as we all know. So
that's what I'm trying to break to you, Sylvie. This isn't just my opinion.
I was trying to give him a break and simply cite him for the civil infraction.
I've gone through shit like this.
For the improper passing, to which he himself admitted to.
Yes, his intervention is going to make things worse.
To on scene.
Oh, I know what you were doing. I just am finding it amazing that a father doesn't see what you're doing.
Damn, Simpson's going there.
Respect what the officer's doing, Your Honor. I do. I appreciate.
My bad. I should have made it clear.
That
Do you understand, sir, though, that he could have written, based upon the complaint, a misdemeanor citation?
No, you're right. You're right. Because I said he's not his real. All right, that's fair.
For drag racing.
All right, I will admit that.
Then,
No,
quite frankly,
Your Honor, it's my understanding that
No. In a court of law, they don't give a shit.
Didn't even. Yes, he could.
My stepmom could show up and they'd just be like, "Who are you?" I'm a stepmom. Legally? No. All right.
He absolutely could have found the. I deal with misdemeanors for 20 some odd years. If you're going to tell me they can't, I'm going to tell you right now, he could have. He could have requested charges for a misdemeanor offense. Then the thing is that they go out and get the witnesses.
The thing is, I don't think that's his actual stepdad. I think that's his friend.
Of the people that were
His friend showed up to his house, and they thought that they could pull one over on this judge, which I swear to God, if that's the case, I hope they catch on to that.
complaining, which the officer was investigating.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, so it's just amazing to me, because the cold-hearted reality of it is that then what ends up occurring is the trooper goes, and instead of doing that, because you wouldn't have to, if he got a drag racing ticket, you wouldn't have to worry about him driving for a long time.
Yes, Your Honor.
So instead of the trooper doing that, he has a conversation with your son.
And then lowers the. Wait a minute. He's not charged with drag racing, is he?
Realizes something is going on there. Gives him a break.
Oh my God, he did.
Right to.
Oh, you guys suck.
The ticket.
Oh, thank you.
I understood exactly what the trooper was doing. Sometimes with young people, whether they get nervous or not, you have to get their attention.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's what the problem is here. Because if they can go back and get the witnesses, and they still may be able to, fine, you win this one, and then
What happened? This kid got caught drag racing. This stepdad is telling the judge, like, you know what? I know what's good for my kid, blah, 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 blah. But I'm not even sure if the stepdad is his stepdad. I think it's his friend.
He gets on.
But cop is there giving his testimony. You got the prosecutor here. Like, this is sovereign citizen fuckery. And this is also like, goddamn, if you guys are trying to pull one over on the courts,
on drag race, then what are you going to do? I mean,
also, what up, Anna?
What are you going to do?
I hear
Also, shout out Uni. Uni's still in chat.
Your Honor.
So then, and just to finish that thought, you get here
we're late. Shit. Cheers.
And the trooper is then willing to even just lower it so it's no points, because the objective in some respects, one would think, has been served. And that is, Grant Montgomery, I got your attention. That operating a motor vehicle out there is a huge responsibility. That in the flash of doing something stupid, people are dead.
Share with the class. Pretty neat. Yeah, what's
Yes, sir.
cheersing? Also, Anna, check out the Discord. I posted this Promlick Round News thing.
So I don't know what you want.
You might
to
be
do.
interested
I
to
will give
see
you an opportunity to speak with the prosecutor if you want to speak with
why
the
I
prosecutor.
don't have a
But
relationship
when the
with them
trooper got
anymore.
here and said that they give the impeding because he's not trying to sink your son. The cold-hearted reality is, and if you ever sat and talked with some of these troopers that are out there now, all they want more than anything in the world is that given any night, and you know how 17-year-olds are, I've raised two of them myself. All he wants is to get your son's attention so that there isn't a day he doesn't come home.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's the perspective this should have been looked at.
Yes, Your Honor.
So now tell me what you want to do, because we can continue with the hearing.
No.
If you want to speak with the prosecutor, we'll put you into a breakout room. You can talk with Miss Kirby and the trooper outside of my presence and then decide what you want to do.
I would appreciate that if that's okay, Your Honor.
Ms. Kirby, do you have any, I realize we're in the middle of the hearing. Do you have any objection with the trooper? You guys all go into a breakout room and speak?
No, Your Honor, but I would appreciate if Trooper Smith could be present as well.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say, that Trooper Smith would go in with that. I mean, you know something, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I'll just say this. Maybe, because I mean, I guess these days we look at sometimes what police officers do and a lot of the bad things that happen and whatever. And myself having raised kids, you know, even my daughter's now 24. When she pulls out of that driveway,
Go fuck with them.
You're gonna worry the rest of your life.
I understand, Your Honor. And
Sorry, my cat's fucking with my dog.
like I said, my dad is a retired police officer, and he's the one who gave us this advice. So I grew up with a father who was a police officer as well, and I do understand where you're coming from, and I understand what it feels like every time he pulls out of the driveway. And I got 3 more coming up behind him who are teenagers.
Yeah.
So,
And you know what? With those 3 that are coming up behind him, here's the thing that you really need to think about. What you're gonna want is you're gonna want a trooper out there like Trooper Smith, that when something like that happens, he maybe just takes a moment, doesn't try to hammer them, but gets their attention.
yes, sir.
Because that's the thing that's gonna bring them back. And can you put Trooper Smith, Ms. Kirby, and Montgomery's into a breakout room, please? All right, everybody's back.
Yes, Your Honor. After a brief conversation, Trooper Smith is much more gracious than I and is allowing a plea to impeding traffic.
Okay.
And this is where he says no.
All right.
So I will agree with that decision, given the fact that Trooper Smith is the one that had to sit on here extra time. And he is also the one that decided to reduce it in the first place. So I agree with that.
Damn,
and I
dude.
respect that
Trooper's
decision.
fucking being more than fair.
In the Grant Montgomery matter, Mr. Montgomery, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on April 18, 2022, location of Rossmanville Road in Augusta Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did operate a motor vehicle in a fashion in which you impeded traffic?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept that admission of responsibility.
That it? So he admits it. and then they give
Anything you or your stepdad want to say before I impose fines and costs?
I want to say thank you to the court and to the officer.
Welcome. Fines and costs of $180. When can that be paid?
That's it.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Young man, are you working? Young man?
Oh, here we go. Apparently, this is where it gets good.
Are you working?
I am working currently, yes.
Because I don't want stepdad's money. I want yours.
Then, yes.
So when are you going to pay it?
Within a week, sir.
Get it paid by May 31st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And young man, do me a favor. And like I said, I'm a dad, so I don't know what you said to the trooper. Doesn't really matter to me. But realize that 17, you don't necessarily get it. You probably don't get it until you have little ones that look like you running around. So until you become a dad, you're not going to get it. That every time you step out of their sight, it's just pure worry. If my gut tells me you're probably doing something you weren't supposed to, that's okay. You're 17. You do that kind of stuff. But also consider it a blessing sometimes that you get stopped in the middle of that. Because if you spend a day in this court or a week in this court, you'd see a lot of
The guy who
families
posted this is his captions are kind of dumb. Yeah.
is in pain because their kid doesn't come back. Bad things can happen. I realize you're 17. You believe that you're invincible, but believe me, the world can take you out in a second.
I understand that.
Okay.
I had a friend in high school that
Oh,
happened to. He bought a 350Z, and I was just like, dude, you're going to kill yourself in that. And
Do me a favor, drive safe.
Then I got the news on my birthday.
I plan on being here. I plan on hearing
Black ice is a
these
bitch.
cases in Washtenaw County for a long while to go. So problem is
fuck
that
it.
when you come to somebody's
Not here anymore, so rest in peace, Trey.
attention, I'll remember you. It could be 10 years from now. I'll remember you. And I'll say, you're that little 17-year-old that was doing, okay, see? So now you're on my radar. All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
All right. You guys take care. All right. Be safe. Thank you. Ms. Kirby, thank you. Trooper, thank you.
Damn, this goes for fucking whole minute where the guy's just like, yeah, this is what we do. All right. Well, that was overtime. That was fun. That's work on his face. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm scared that, oh, yeah. So, yeah. I hate to say it. It sucks when you have a friend that you're just kind of like, dude, like, okay, so I'll just tell the story real quick. I was at an internet cafe, by the way. That's how old this story is. But we were at an internet cafe. We had just gotten done playing some Counter-Strike. And he's like, dude, you want to see my car? I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot that you bought a new car. And I was immediately worried because I was just like, I swear to God, if this is like one of those like, Fast and the Furious type cars, it's like, this is bad. Because Trey was a dumbass. He had like a really shitty Celica that he couldn't hot dog in because if he did, the fucking like front wheel would fall off. Like the thing was in pretty rough shape. So he takes me outside and he's just like, check it out. And immediately I looked at this thing and the first thought I had was he's going to kill himself in this thing. Because it was a 350Z. It had a fucking twin turbo, like all the fixins, had the, spoiler, the like the low profile rims, all of it. Like, because he had gotten a settlement from his dad. like his dad had passed in like an accident, so him and his mom got a settlement, and that was his like his part of it. Which again, can you just invest? Like if you get a settlement and your kid's 17, don't give him the money. Just don't, like, put it in a fucking account for him. Um. So yeah, he got that. It was probably about a month. After that, I went to school. And then I had a friend that was a mutual between us, just like it was my birthday. And she came up to me and like she was crying. I was just like, I don't think this is for my birthday. And she just gave me a giant hug and she was just like, I don't know how to tell you this. Trey's dead. And I was like, my first reaction, I will never forget, was I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Like I knew I knew it. And then she was just like, yeah, he hit some black ice and hit a light pole. I was just like, fuck, dude. Like that to this day, man, it still fucks with me. Where it's just like telling your friend that it's like, dude, this is not good for you. Like you're no. Yeah, it sucks. And that was like one of my first friends to die too. So, yeah, rest in peace, Trey. You were an idiot, but I still love you. To this day, you know, I wouldn't be into a lot of like the music that I'm into without him. So, yeah, it sucks when you lose a friend, but it also sucks, like as I said, when you kind of lose them to their own idiocy, where you're just like, dude, in like we found out later that the police report came up. He was fucking drag racing in snow. Like, what are you doing? God damn it. This is, again, why you do not buy your fucking teenager a brand new car that has all the fucking top specs. Buy them a shitty 4-cylinder that they can beat the fuck up. Like, God, some parents are so dumb with that shit. I really don't get it. Where they would fucking let that happen. And sure as shit, his mom, tried to blame us, went to his fucking funeral, and she was talking about how, like, yeah, we put him onto that. It took everything in me. It took everything. You spelled his name right, by the way. But yeah, it took everything in me to, like, not flip out on his mom, where it's just like, you fucking bought him the car! It's like he had to have a fucking adult sign off on it. That was you. Ugh. Yeah, it sucked. But anyway, I'm trying to end on such a dour note, but yeah, it was a reminder. She wanted another settlement. His mom was always kind of a piece of shit. I'm just gonna say it. Like his mom was, she sucked. It was weird, actually, this Christmas. I think that I told you guys, but I spent Christmas with my friend that I've known since I was 8. He lived in the same neighborhood as Trey. That's how I met Trey. He was our mutual. And yeah, I went by Trey's house and looked the same. That's crazy when like a new family lives there and it still looks exactly the same. You're just like, shifting blame. Yeah, that was her. The thing is, my friend that I spent my Christmas with, his mom pulled me aside for that one to tell me, like, nah, we know she sucks, but she's grieving. Don't push back. Yeah, that was rough, man. That was really, really rough because it was like, yeah, the shit, like, trying to blame us, that was really fucked up, especially when I was like the only person that was just like, this is not a good idea. Because we had this other mutual friend, I can say his name. His name was Ryan. So Ryan was just like all about this fucking 350Z, and like I was just like, bro, this is not good. Because Ryan was just like, yeah, I want a Lexus. And then Ryan, after Trey died, it was about a year later, got in a car accident. He had a tree stabbed through the windshield and it's pierced his lung, so he has one lung now, and I'm not even sure if he's still alive. He's one of those like high school friends that like we fell out when I was about like 17, 18. And yeah, just don't know what happened to him. He ended up transferring to a different school and just, yeah. I already told my friend that I'm scared that she's going to get in a crash and I don't want to see her die, and she's not being any safer in my opinion. I don't know what else I can do. Yeah, it sucks. Actually, you know what? There's a certain, you guys remember that movie that's getting a re-release, kinda, where it's like a sequel, The Faces of something? I'm not going to say it because I think that that actually, like, does get people in trouble. So, yeah, show her faces. That'll do it. That's what did it for me. That's what made me start driving responsibly. Dude, you see what happens in a car accident, you're just like, oh. It's the same with, like, I don't know, not seeing like a bunch of war stuff where it's like, oh, yeah, if people actually saw like the cost of war, they would probably not be gung-ho about it. But it's because they see, all the cool jets lifting off and, us firing all them pretty shells, but not the aftermath of what happens there. Anyway. Shit. I do gotta go though. It's that time. I'm not gonna be able to pull the 8. Hey, enough! Stop trying to. Hey. Stop trying to pull my computer monitor down, you little dick. It's literally fucking holding on to the cable. No. Get. Seriously. You're being an asshole. I watched a lot of, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I had that little bit, but yeah, guys, I do have to go. So I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down, all that. If you guys can hit the like on your way out, I really appreciate that. Seriously, I really do. It means a lot to me. But with that being said, I will likely be on it too, but I do have to take the wife to her doctor's appointment tomorrow, so if I'm a little late, just understand that's why. So I do appreciate y'all hanging out, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.